Hi, Bake. Hey, JC. Ah, you came in even before I posted it up in places. Thank you. That's very sweet. Just doing some posting now and I'll be alright with you. Yes, yes, get your drinks, get your drinks. Get cozy. Ba-bum-bum. Okay, there's there. Ba-da-da-da. Okay, so that worked. Now I can close this. Oh, also, I forgot to check Mix It Up, but you guys tested it for me, so thank you. Where do I post? If the mic is being extra sensitive today, we might hear Seatbelt. She is right underneath the microphone by like 2 feet, and she's chirping at a bird on the fire escape. And just as I said that, she stopped chirping. She gets shy. Where else do I post? Pillow Fort. And here? Here? Oh, I thought there was a promo here. There we go. No. Yes? No. Don't worry, we'll start in just a second. Here we go. It's like I knew there was one somewhere. I have the music just a little bit higher for right now. I'll lower it in a second so that my voice isn't competing with it. So I have the mic a little quieter today so that you don't pick up my fan, but it is way too hot to not use the fan. So I hope you can forgive me. Otherwise, I think we're ready to go. So let's lower the music a little bit. We'll do a little bit of yapping before we get fully rolling. Oh, I see the ads are almost done. Okay. Seatbelt. I know. Hi, Seatbelt. Aw, thank you. Y'all should be able to post up a little hat with your messages. Hold on, let me see if it'll let me do it. For today and tomorrow, it should let you have a little tiny hat to be able to post up, which is very cute. But otherwise, you like the little GIF I found? Okay. So I have a few surprises planned for this anniversary. Some of them I'm not done with yet. I'm very tired. I'm pretty open about why I'm very tired on my blue sky. So if you know, you know, and if you don't worry, I'm managing. But yeah, I'm less tired because of all of you, honestly. But I am somewhat tired, and so like I do need breaks from time to time, and sometimes overestimate how much I can get done in a day. So there's a bunch of stuff that I'm going to finish on my to-do list tonight. But one of the things that I wanted to surprise you all with, this isn't a forever thing. This is just a, special occasion thing. Deep breath and hi. It's my face. So I decided it might be very cozy to do the reading on camera. And it might be a nice surprise. I also have a bucket full of flowers I treated myself to from my local florist shop. You'll find out tomorrow why that's relevant to the story. I've got some little plushies that I really love in there. This is not the extent of my plushie collection. It's like half of it though. I don't have too many. Yeah, not too many decorations there. That's just my actual bookshelf. But I do have now something that I was going to try to do was have a 2-cam setup. But my computer decided that one of my cameras doesn't exist anymore. So that's something I need to figure out. And I will try to see if I can. But I do have a webcam that is on a little bit of a swivel. I just realized something. I realized something that will make life a lot easier for all of us if I do it now and not later. Which is, we're going to turn off the autofocus. It's going to make life a lot better. And also up the saturation a little bit because the camera really washes me out. I'm not that pale. I'm pale, but I'm not that pale. There you go. Look, you can see blood under my skin now. Isn't that wonderful? You gotta see all the blue in my hair. My goodness. It's gotten very long. And it's still very blue. Just like the little painting I did. What was I saying? So yeah, some decorations in there are just kind of part of my regular room. But, even though I couldn't set up 2 cameras for what I wanted to do, I was able to set up one that can swivel. So, if I get a special guest, which I did have when I was setting up, and then as soon as I started to go live, she left again, which makes sense. But if I do get a special guest, I can just pan down and we'll have cat cam. We'll have cat cam. I'm going to try to set it up so that there's a camera on this chair all the time tomorrow. But if it doesn't work, we'll just do the little pan. And I'll make sure to never go too fast on that so it doesn't make anyone feel nauseous. And Gigi helps me know where to align my camera again. Thank you, Gigi. That is an official Gigi. It doesn't matter if it's official or not, but it is kind of cool. I got it from the Ghibli Museum in Japan. And I actually, because I miss my cats a lot when I travel, I take Gigi with me whenever I travel. And I usually tend to travel with just like one backpack full of stuff, unless I have to bring a suit or dress that needs to be like not horribly wrinkled and that I don't want to spend 5 hours ironing out. That's the only time I'll bring a suitcase. Otherwise, I usually always pack just one backpack, no matter how long I'm traveling for. most I've done it for is like 16 days with one backpack. I'm very particular about that. I don't like taking a lot of stuff with me when I travel. But I do miss my cats, and I can't take my cats with me. So I take Gigi, because Gigi is very small. And so I just tuck Gigi into my bag and like have Gigi's head sticking out. Hi, Blue. Welcome on in. And they have Gigi's head sticking out. But yeah, surprise one is me camera, and then also cat cam whenever the cats decide to rejoin me. This is one of Seatbelt's favorite places to sit, so we might see Seatbelt. We might actually get Seatbelt on camera this way. That's the biggest gift of all. I can't beat that. And then also I wanted to show off my favorite cardigan that I have. I'm going to wear like in the movie, which is over the shoulders, not on my arms because it is also very hot. I have the fan on, but it is still very hot. Yeah, I actually do have a Wizard Howl cardigan. It is a button-up cardigan. It's oversized, though, specifically so that I can do the movie thing of just kind of like draping it over the shoulders like a nerd. I do have the necklace as well. I have the Howl necklace. I'm a big geek. I'm a big nerd for Howl's Moving Castle. And then this necklace up here, let me pimp out a friend. You see how beautiful that is? It's like a skull with some beautiful blue flowers. Ooh, you know who did that? Let me give them a shout out. And then I'll start saying hi to everybody. But this is a necklace made by Steph, who goes by Satalis. So go get your own. That sounded weird. I didn't mean it like that. Go get one too. And I will link Steph's shop because I don't like just promoting myself. And I will give you the exact link to this necklace. And then I'm going to wear the other one that I have from her tomorrow. This is not an ad. I bought it myself. But I just love Steph's art. And I want Steph to succeed in life. Because she's a really good person. And a really talented artist. So yeah. Bookmark Steph shop. She has cool necklaces along with prints and all that stuff. I'm like trying to adjust this in the camera and it's like it's reverse and I'm like I was like I'm already ready to read. I'm not ready to do anything else today. Brain. But yeah, I don't know if it's I'm not gonna be flesh tubing. I think it's the term that Ghost came up with. It's really good. I'm not going to be flesh tubing all the time. I primarily don't like being on camera. I don't mind if my hands are on camera, but I don't like being on camera so much. But I thought, you know what? It's a really special occasion. I kind of want to go all out and show people how thankful I am. Also, I think it kind of makes for a cozy environment, you know? Hi, Seatbelt. It makes for a cozy environment to kind of have somebody reading to you. And you know what else is cozy as well? Tea. I do have, I told you, I'm such a nerd for this series. It is my favorite book of all time. So like anything Howl's related, I like getting. So this is a calcifer mug. It's a little lid and it's a little spoon. It's very cute. It's got a little star plate too, but I'm using that to hold my teapot. So I am going to pour some tea and then say hi to everybody. And not knock my microphone over. I'm going to knock my microphone over a little bit. That was planned. That was not planned. Microphone, what you doing? You're drunk. You all can see also that I have a very animated face, which is always good. But yeah, let me pour some tea. Tea is one of my favorite things in life, so I made a nice big batch in my pretty little teapot. Ah! It's too full. It's fine. I always wanted a dress that smelled like tea. I was wondering too as I was filling it up. So I'm very glad that this has such a laminated hardcover. Makes it very hard to mess up even when I get tea on my poor little book. Yeah, see? Perfectly dry again. I hope you all have cozy drinks too. Salut. To at least another year. And who do we have today? Let's see. I saw Bake. I see Cheesy. Hi, Bake. Hi, Cheesy. Hi, Moobot. No. Hi, Bray. Hi, Snow. Cat Cam. Yeah. I hope the cats will join. If they don't join by at least the first ad break, I'll bribe them. I'll bribe them with treats. The chair is pretty much belonging to the cats. I got it for free from a shop that was closing down, so like I don't mind. That's just for the cats. Rosie, you're here. Spam. Hello, everybody. Aw, there's so many good people. Not biased. Yum. We've got cozy music that will be going in the background of the reading. It also has some nice fireplace sounds for extra cozy. I will be able to read chat the whole time with the setup I got. Let's see, what else? Why, thank you. I touched it up. I tried to see how much blue I could get it to be without re-bleaching it, because I don't want to bleach it again, honestly. It just takes a lot of work to bleach it. My hair is pretty healthy, so like I don't damage my hair too bad when I do it. And I'm very careful with it and do some restorative treatments after. But like it's a whole process. Like bleaching my hair is a whole day process. I just didn't want to do it in this heat. But my hair has been getting very salt and pepper. Everyone in my family, that's something that I can relate to with Sophie, is that everyone in my family tends to go silver haired, like full head of silver hair by late 30s, at most 40. I am a little past mid 30 now, so I am right on schedule with getting silver hair. And I was like, I wonder how much of that will take the blue. And I think a decent amount did, because there's like some blue up there. And I didn't have to bleach. It's not like a perfect blue, but there's some blue up there. And the webcam is being kind about it. So all of that blue is usually silver. Tips and tricks. Tips and tricks. Hey, Alan. Thank you. Yay, we did 1 year. Bye, Spam. Have a good one. I hope the art fair went well and that you sold lots. Hello there. What else? It'd take too much effort. It's like a self-care thing that I do. So even when thank you for the pinky. Oh, that was cute. That was cute. Yeah, and I wanted to take time too to say thank you for everything. This community has helped me a lot to survive the past 12 months, um, through all of its ups and downs. Some of you know how down some of the downs got. uh, but a lot of you are, responsible for a lot of the ups. And I'm very grateful. And I'm very grateful for all of the Rosie. Rosie. I guess I can segue into I guess I can segue into saying I have discounts running for today and tomorrow. Whenever the stream is on, discounts will be on. And that does cover any bulk packs of 5 or more subs that you get. Rosie, thank you for giving a sub. Thank you, Rosie. I was about to say, too, like, there are so many of you that have done so many kind things for me, whether it be following, whether it be watching, whether it be, subscribing, whether it be giving gift subs, or whether it be like Rosie, who I'm going to shout out because Rosie is absolutely amazing and a sweet dear. Like, except for the one thing of tea that's like a little green tea receptacle, all of the other emotes, so the emotes of like me screaming, the emotes of the cats, those are all done by Rosie's the Bard. And you should commission Rosie's and give Rosie's money for art. Stop letting Rosie do free art. No, but I super appreciate it. Because those emotes are beautiful, delightful, and they always make me super happy. And I'm just happy I get to use them all around Twitch. But also, it gives me an excuse to promote Rosie all the time. So I get to promote Rosie whenever I want. You fool, you gave me a way to promote you constantly. Thank you for giving a sub to Caterin, to Chamomile, to Sploot, to Merquim, and to India. Oh, you got a lot of friends. Oh, that rules. Thank you, thank you. Um, oh my goodness. Yeah, Alan has fantastic emotes. Oh, Bray, I'm glad that you got to cool down. I didn't scroll on the chat. The reservoir, yeah, the tea reservoir I did, but all of the rest of them are from Rosie's. Hi, Steven. Yeah, I have a face. Not for long. No, I have a face for special occasions only. This is a special occasion. It will go away after the anniversary. After tomorrow, I'm putting it away again until another special occasion, and it may be until next year. So I'm really glad my hair turned out okay. Oh, thank you, Ellen. Hi, Kiki. Thank you for coming in and thank you for the wishes. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy. People are coming in. I was thinking, I mean, you all know that feeling, especially all of you that stream as well, of like wanting to do something special on stream and going like, okay, I'll let people know, it'll go great, it'll be fine. And then like right before you're like, what if nobody comes? It's like, I'll do it anyways because it's a thing that I want to do. But like, what if just nobody shows up? And so the amount of people that are here right now is making me very happy. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm trying to remember to look at the webcam sometimes because otherwise it looks kind of weird if I'm just like constantly looking off to the sides. For those of you that just came in, there is potential for... Thank you for the Mr. Meaty. There is a potential for cat cam because the webcam that I have set up is on a little pivot stand. And so that's what this chair is for, is that the cats love this chair. So there's a very good chance, Prince was already sitting here earlier, there's a very, very good chance that either Seatbelt, because Seatbelt really loves this chair, she sleeps in it every single day, or Prince, or both will show up and I will definitely bribe them at some point. So they will definitely show up at some point, whether on their own or because I bribe them. And then I'll swivel the camera down so that you can see the girls. Hopefully you get to see Seatbelt. It would be nice to let you all actually see Seatbelt, so that you know she's real, because sometimes, oh, thank you for the hype train. Thank you. Yay. Oh, chest. Chest. Hi, Roa. Oh, that one's cute. We got a confetti hype emote. That's perfect. Choo choo. That's perfect. That's perfect for today. And that's the color of Sophie's hair before she gets hit by an old beam. What do you mean she gets hit by an old beam? We'll find out very soon because it happens very early into the book. I promised I would start things off like about 20 minutes or so afterwards, and we're about there now, so I think we will settle in and start reading in a moment. Gigi? Yeah, Gigi. Gigi is also my helper for when I tilt the camera down and then tilt it back up again. I know where to tilt it back up to because of Gigi. She's like about a finger above Gigi's ears. Isn't that clever? Sometimes I'm clever. Also, my nails do match my hair. Ooh. Cat. I almost called you by your offline name, and I was like, "Nope, don't do that." Cat, look, it's me. I decided to do flesh tubing. Isn't that the worst name for it? For today and tomorrow, and then probably not again until next year or my birthday. Maybe my birthday. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've ever had my hair this long during our friendship. It has been years since I've had it this long. Um, have a good lurk. All right. Hi, Trans Wizards. And thank you, Steven. Okay. I think I caught up with everybody. Trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, I mean, yeah, just thank you. I say thank you all the time, and I mean it. And I also like don't want to get into it too much because like I'm on camera and I have cried a little bit when I've said thank you before, and I'm trying to avoid crying now. So, because I have a lot of reading to do, and if I start crying, um, it's gonna fuck up my voice. I do have a lot of honey in my tea though. But yeah, I'm just really grateful for this community. I've told a lot of my friends that are not on Twitch of how much y'all have meant to me and how much y'all have helped me out, and I'm humbled and just thank you. Um, I have a little sale going on. It's a little one, but because I can't discount too much right now, but I was like, I want to at least do something. So if you want to get an ink sketch commission or you want to get a puzzle and commission from my shop, you can use the little codes on the chalkboard. Where's my finger? There. And those will let you do it. For some reason, Coffee makes you do different codes for commissions and your shop, even though it's all in one site. I don't know why, but those are the codes. They'll work until the midnight of the 26th. So you have some time if you want to just like save the code somewhere and then think about it. You can do that too. And I have, hello there. And I have, what's it called? Oh, I already mentioned that. I have, the Twitch sub discount thing running too. But otherwise, I think I think it's just time to get into the book. I'm thankful for all of you being here. I'm thankful for being able to celebrate a first affiliate anniversary. I didn't even know if I was going to make it a whole year, honestly, yet alone with being affiliate. I think I kind of thought that maybe being affiliate would take like at least a year. So I'm very thankful to everyone to helping me get here and for helping me be here. Is there anything else? What? No, I think I'm just gonna get weepy and cry if I try to get too much into that. I'm gonna keep saying thank you for the next 48 hours. It's okay. Beba, hello. Affiliate anniversary, that's almost a year. Oh, Alan, thank you. Thank you, thank you. That was very kind. That's very, very kind. Okay. Let's see. So I guess, without further ado, I think we should get started. Make sure that I can see your lovely words. Cool. We'll have some more surprises on the stream once I finish my to-do list after the stream today. If you need me to adjust audio at all, I have my fan on very low just to keep air circulating in here so I don't sweat to death. It should be pretty minimal, hopefully. But yeah, hopefully all of the audio is good. If you need music higher, lower, if you need my voice higher or lower, just let me know. I want you all to be the most cozy today. And I am going to read to you my favorite book of all time, which is Howl's Moving Castle. This is my special edition that I have. I bring it with me sometimes whenever I need a comfort read. So sometimes even when I'm traveling, I'll throw this into my bag and read it. I've read this book several times now, and I love reading it out loud. So yeah, salud to another year. Howl's Moving Castle by Diana Wynne Jones. This one is for Stephen. The idea for this book was suggested by a boy in a school I was visiting, who asked me to write a book called The Moving Castle. I wrote down his name and put it in such a safe place that I have been unable to find it ever since. I'd like to thank him very much. Thank you, Sploot. Chapter 1, in which Sophie talks to hats. In the land of Ingery, where such things as 7-league boots and cloaks of invisibility really exist, it is quite a misfortune to be born the eldest of 3. Everyone knows you are the one who will fail first, and worst, if the 3 of you set out to seek your fortunes. Sophie Hatter was the eldest of 3 sisters. She was not even the child of a poor woodcutter, which might have given her some chance of success. Her parents were well-to-do and kept a ladies' hat shop in the prosperous town of Market Chipping. True, her own mother died when Sophie was 2 years old, and her sister Letty was 1 year old, and their father married his youngest shop assistant, a pretty blonde girl called Fanny. Fanny shortly gave birth to the 3rd sister, Martha. This ought to have made Sophie and Letty into ugly sisters, but in fact all 3 girls grew up very pretty indeed, though Letty was the one everyone said was the most beautiful. Fanny treated all 3 girls with the same kindness and did not favor Martha in the least. Mr. Hatter was proud of his 3 daughters and sent them all to the best school in town, Sophie was the most studious. She read a great deal and very soon realized how little chance she had of an interesting future. It was a disappointment to her, but she was still happy enough, looking after her sisters and ah, welcome on in, Draco. See ya, Draco. Thank you for the raid. Hi, everyone. My name is Ale, and just for this special occasion of today and tomorrow, while we celebrate my first affiliate anniversary, I am reading my favorite book, Howl's Moving Castle, while being on webcam. Otherwise, I am usually not on webcam. And we also have a potential cat cam. So if one of the cats joins us, we will join there. Mahalo, my name is Ale, I have any pronouns, and this is the cafe. Welcome to the cafe. If this is your first time, I do a little bit of everything when it comes to streaming, including art, reading, and video games as well. And we always like having a little bit of spookiness in here too. So if you're a big fan of cozy horror, or just cozy times in general, I highly recommend staying around. But yeah, welcome Draco! How was your stream? Hello, 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 Alex, hello. Bray, hi again. Welcome on in. Oh my goodness. Risto, hello. Sage, hi, Sage. Sage. And Snow, hello again. I love when people come in from the raid and they were already here. But yeah. Ooh, updated some animations. Yay. That is so cool. If you have any to show, feel free to link them in the chat. I won't put them up on the screen, but I will look at them, and I hope other people will look at it too. If not, put it in your server, and I will want to look at it later for sure. Yee, I love the blushy Kermit. But hello. Yeah, we just got started, so don't worry, we're like a page in. So get a drink, get cozy. And enjoy the book. If anyone needs any adjustments to my audio, please let me know, and I'll be happy to oblige. Ah, dang it, Sage. Mr. Hatter was proud of his 3 daughters and sent them all to the best school in town. Sophie was the most studious. She read a great deal and very soon realized how little chance she had of an interesting future. It was a disappointment to her, but she was still happy enough, looking after her sisters and grooming Martha to seek her fortune when the time came. Since Fanny was always so busy in the shop, Sophie was the one who looked after the younger 2. There was a certain amount of screaming and hair-pulling between those younger 2. Letty was by no means resigned to being the one who, next to Sophie, was bound to be the least successful. "It's not fair!" Letty would shout. "Why should Martha have the best of it just because she was born the youngest? I shall marry a prince, so there." To which Martha always retorted that she would end up disgustingly rich without having to marry anybody. Then Sophie would have to drag them apart and mend their clothes. She was very deft with her needle. As time went on, she made clothes for her sisters too. There was one deep rose outfit she made for Letty the May Day before the story really starts, which Fanny said it looked like if it had come from the most expensive shop in Kingsbury. About this time, everyone began talking of the Witch of the Waste again. It was said the witch had threatened the life of the king's daughter, and that the king had commanded his personal magician, Wizard Suleiman, to go into the waste and deal with the witch. And it seemed that Wizard Suleiman had not only failed to deal with the witch, he had got himself killed by her. So when, a few months after that, a tall black castle suddenly appeared on the hills above Market Chipping, blowing clouds of black smoke from its 4 tall, thin turrets, everybody was fairly sure that the witch had moved out of the waste again and was about to terrorize the country the way she used to 50 years ago. People got very scared indeed. Nobody went out alone, particularly at night. What made it all the scarier was that the castle did not stay in the same place. Sometimes it was a tall black smudge on the moors to the northwest. Sometimes it reared above the rocks to the east. And sometimes it came right downhill to sit in the heather only just beyond the last farm to the north. You could see it actually moving sometimes, with smoke pouring out from the turrets and dirty gray gusts. For a while everyone was certain that the castle would come right down into the valley before long, and the mayor talked of sending to the king for help. But the castle stayed roving about the hills, and it was learned that it did not belong to the witch, but to Wizard Howl. Wizard Howl was bad enough. Though he did not seem to want to leave the hills, he was known to amuse himself by collecting young girls and sucking the souls from them. Or some people said that he ate their hearts. He was an utterly cold-blooded and heartless wizard, and no young girl was safe from him if he caught her on her own. Sophie, Letty, and Martha, along with all the other girls in Market Shipping, were warned never to go out alone, which was a great annoyance to them. They wondered what use Wizard Howl found for all the souls that he collected. They had other things on their minds before long, however, for Mr. Hatter died suddenly just as Sophie was old enough to leave school for good. It then appeared that Mr. Hatter had been altogether too proud of his daughters. The school fees he had been paying had left the shop with quite heavy debts. When the funeral was over, Fanny sat down in the parlor in the house next door to the shop and explained the situation. "You all have to leave that school, I'm afraid," she said. "I've been doing sums back and front and sideways, and the only way I can see to keep the business going and take care of you three is to see you all settled in a promising apprenticeship somewhere. It isn't practical to have you all in the shop. I can't afford it. So this is what I've decided. Letty first." Letty looked up, glowing with health and beauty, which even sorrow and black clothes could not hide. "I want to go on learning," she said. "So you shall, love," said Fanny. "I've arranged for you to be apprenticed to Cesari's, the pastry cook in Market Square. They've a name for treating their learners like kings and queens, and you should be very happy there, as well as learning a useful trade. Mrs. Cesari's is a good customer and a good friend, and she's agreed to squeeze you in as a favor." Letty laughed in the way that showed that she was not at all pleased. "Well, thank you," she said. "Isn't it lucky that I like cooking?" Fanny looked relieved. Letty could be awkwardly strong-minded at times. "Now, Martha," she said, "I know you're full young to go out to work, so I've thought round for something that would give you a long, quiet apprenticeship and go on being useful to you, whatever you decide to do after that. You know my old friend, Annabel Fairfax?" Martha, who was slender and fair, fixed her big gray eyes on Fanny, almost as strong-mindedly as Letty. "You mean the one who talks such a lot?" she said. "Isn't she a witch?" "Yes, with a lovely house and clients all over the Folding Valley," Fanny said eagerly. "She's a good woman, Martha. She'll teach you all she knows and very likely introduce you to grand people she knows in Kingsbury. You'll be all set up for life when she's done with you." "She's a nice lady," Martha conceded. "All right." Sophie, listening, felt that Fanny had worked everything out just as it should be. Letty, as the second daughter, was never likely to come to much, so Fanny had put her where she might meet a handsome young apprentice and live happily ever after. Martha, who was bound to strike out and make her fortune, would have witchcraft and rich friends to help her. As for Sophie herself, Sophie had no doubt that what was coming, and it did not surprise her when Fanny said, "Now, Sophie, dear, it seems only right and just that you should inherit the shop when I retire, being the eldest as you are, so I've decided to take you on as an apprentice myself, to give you a chance to learn the trade. How do you feel about that?" Sophie could hardly say that she simply felt resigned to the hat trade. She thanked Fanny gratefully. "So that's settled then," Fanny said. The next day, Sophie helped Martha pack her clothes in a box, and the morning after that they all saw her off on the carrier's cart, looking small and upright and nervous. For the way to Upper Folding, where Mrs. Fairfax lived, lay over the hills past Wizard Howl's moving castle. "They said the thing." Martha was understandably scared. "Hi, damsel. Welcome on in." "And thank you, thank you." "I know, they said the thing." Girl boss. "She'll be all right," said Letty. Letty refused all help with the packing. When the carrier's cart was out of sight, Letty crammed all her possessions into a pillowcase and paid the neighbor's boot boy 6 pence to wheel it in a wheelbarrow to Cesari's in Market Square. Letty marched behind the wheelbarrow looking much more cheerful than Sophie expected. Indeed, she had the air of shaking the dust of the hat shop off her feet. Strange. The boot boy brought back a scribbled note from Letty saying she had put her things in the girls' dormitory and Cesari seemed great fun. A week later, the carrier brought a letter from Martha to say that Martha had arrived safely and that Mrs. Fairfax was a great dear and uses honey with everything. She keeps bees. That was all Sophie heard of her sisters for quite a while because, well, she started her own apprenticeship the day that Martha and Letty left. Sophie, of course, knew the hat trade quite well already. Since she was a tiny child, she had run in and out of the big work shed across the yard, where the hats were damped and molded on blocks, and flowers and fruits and other trimmings were made from wax and silk. She knew the people who worked there. Most of them had been there for when her father was a boy. She knew Bessie, the only remaining shop assistant, and she knew the customers who bought the hats, and the man who drove the cart which fetched raw straw hats in from the country to be shaped on the blocks in the shed. "Hey, Prince. You want to go on the catcher?" She's thinking about it. She knew the other suppliers and how you made felt for winter hats. There was really not much that Fanny could teach her, except perhaps the best way to get a customer to buy a hat. "You lead up to the right hat, love," Fanny said. "Show them the other ones that won't quite do first, so they know the difference as soon as they put on the right one." In fact, Sophie did not sell hats very much. After a day or so observing in the workshed and another day going round the clothier and the silk merchants with Fanny, Fanny set her to trimming hats. Sophie sat in a small alcove in the back of the shop, sewing roses to bonnets and veiling the velours, lining all of them with silk and arranging wax fruit and ribbons stylishly on the outsides. She was good at it. She quite liked doing it, but she felt isolated and a little dull. The workshop people were too old to be much fun, and besides, they treated her as someone apart who was going to inherit the business someday. Bessie treated her the same way. Bessie's only talk anyway was about the farmer she was going to marry the week after May Day. Sophie rather envied Fanny, who could bustle off to bargain with the silk merchant whenever she wanted. The most interesting thing was the talk from the customers. Nobody can buy a hat without gossiping. Sophie sat in her alcove and stitched and heard that the mayor never would eat green vegetables and that Wizard Howl's castle had moved round to the cliffs again. Really, that man. Whisper, whisper, whisper. The voices always dropped low when they talked of Wizard Howl, but Sophie gathered that he had caught a girl down the valley last month. "Bluebeard," said the whispers, and then became voices again to say that Jane Ferrier was a perfect disgrace the way she did her hair. That was one who would never attract even Wizard Howl, let alone a respectable man. Then there would be a fleeting, fearful whisper about the Witch of the Waste. Sophie began to feel that Wizard Howl and the Witch of the Waste should get together. They seemed to be made for one another. Someone ought to arrange a match, she remarked to the hat she was trimming at that moment. But by the end of the month, the gossip in the shop was suddenly all about Letty. Cesari's, it seemed, was packed with gentlemen from morning to night, each one buying quantities of cakes and demanding to be served by Letty. She had 10 proposals of marriage, ranging in quality from the mayor's son to the lad who swept the streets, and she refused them all, saying she was too young to make up her mind yet. I call that sensible of her, Sophie said to a bonnet she was pleating silk into. Fanny was pleased with the news. I knew she'd be all right, she said happily. It occurred to Sophie that Fanny was glad Letty was no longer around. Letty's bad for custom, she told the bonnet, pleating away at the mushroom-colored silk. She would even make you look glamorous, you dowdy old thing. Other ladies look at Letty and despair. Sophie talked to hats more and more as the weeks went by. There was no one else much to talk to. Fanny was out bargaining or trying to whip up custom much of the day, and Bessie was busy serving and telling everyone her wedding plans. Sophie got into the habit of putting each hat on its stand as she finished it, where it sat looking almost like a head without a body, and pausing while she told the hat that the body under it what the body under it ought to be like. She flattered the hats a bit, because you should flatter customers. You have a mysterious allure, she told one that was all veiling and hidden twinkles. To a wide, creamy hat with roses under the brim, she said, You are going to have to marry money. And to a caterpillar green hat with straw and a curly green feather, she said, You are as young as a spring leaf. And she told pink bonnets they were dimpled charm and smart hats trimmed with velvet that they were witty. She told the mushroom-pleated bonnet, You have a heart of gold, and someone in a high position will see for it and fall in love with you. This was because she was sorry for that particular bonnet. It looked so fussy and plain. Jane Ferrier came into the shop next day and bought it. Her hair did look a little strange, Sophie thought, peeping out from her alcove, as if Jane had wound it round a row of pokers. It seemed a pity that she had chosen that bonnet, but everyone seemed to be buying hats and bonnets around then. Well, maybe it was Fanny's sales talk, or maybe it was spring coming on, but the hat trade was definitely picking up. Fanny began to say, a little guiltily, I think I shouldn't have been in such a hurry to get Martha and Letty placed out. At this rate, we might have managed. There was so much custom as April drew on toward May Day that Sophie had to put on a demure gray dress and help out in the shop too. But such was the demand that she was hard at trimming hats in between customers, and every evening she took them next door to the house, where she worked by lamplight far into the night in order to have hats to sell the next day. Caterpillar green hats like the one the mayor's wife had were much called for, and so were pink bonnets. Then, the week before May Day, someone came in and asked for one with mushroom pleats, like the one Jane Ferrier had been wearing when she ran off with the Count of Cataract. That night, as she sewed, Sophie admitted to herself that her life was rather dull. Instead of talking to the hats, she tried each one on as she finished it, and looked in the mirror. Oh, this was a mistake. The staid gray dress did not suit Sophie, particularly when her eyes were red-rimmed with sewing, and since her hair was a reddish straw color, neither did caterpillar green or pink. The one with mushroom pleats simply made her look dreary. Like an old maid, said Sophie. Not that she wanted to race off with counts like Jane Ferrier, or even fancied half the town offering her marriage like Letty, but she wanted to do something. She was not sure what. That had a bit more interest to it than simply trimming hats. She thought she would find time the next day to go and talk to Letty. But she did not go. Either she could not find the time, or she could not find the energy, or it seemed a great distance to Market Square. Or she remembered that on her own she was in danger from Wizard Howl. Anyway, every day it seemed more difficult to go and see her sister. It was very odd. Sophie had always thought she was nearly as strong-minded as Letty, and now she was finding that there were some things she could only do when there were no excuses left. "This is absurd," Sophie said. "Market Square is only 2 streets away. If I run..." And she swore to herself that she would go round to Cesari's when the hat shop was closed for May Day. Meanwhile, a new piece of gossip came into the shop. The king had quarreled with his own brother, Prince Justin, it was said, and the prince had gone into exile. Nobody quite knew the reason for the quarrel, but the prince had actually come through market shipping in disguise a couple of months back, and nobody had known. The Count of Cataract had been sent by the king to look for the prince when he happened to meet Jane Ferrier instead. Sophie listened and felt sad. Interesting things did seem to happen, but always to somebody else. Still, it would be nice to see Letty. May Day came. Merrymaking filled the streets from dawn onward. Fanny went out early, but Sophie had a couple of hats to finish first. Sophie sang as she worked. After all, Letty was working too. Cesari's was open till midnight on holidays. "I shall buy one of their cream cakes," Sophie decided. "I haven't had one for ages." She watched people crowding past the window in all kinds of bright clothes, people selling souvenirs, people walking on stilts, and felt really excited. But when she at last put a gray shawl over her gray dress and went out into the street, Sophie did not feel excited anymore. She felt overwhelmed. There were too many people rushing past, laughing and shouting, far too much noise and jostling. Sophie felt as if the past months of sitting and sewing had turned her into an old woman. She gathered her shawl round her and crept along close to the houses, trying to avoid being trodden on by people's best shoes or being jabbed by elbows and trailing silk sleeves. When there came a sudden volley of bangs from overhead somewhere, Sophie thought she was going to faint. She looked up and saw Wizard Howl's castle right down on the hillside above the town. High empanadas? So near it seemed to be sitting on the chimneys. Blue flames were shooting out of all 4 of the castle's turrets, bringing balls of blue fire with them that exploded high in the sky. Quite horrendously, too. Wizard Howl seemed to be offended by May Day, or maybe he was trying to join in his own fashion. Sophie was too terrified to care. She would have gone home, except that she was halfway to Cesari's by then, so she ran. Enjoy your drink, damsel. "What made me think I wanted life to be interesting?" she asked as she ran. "I'd be far too scared. It comes with being the eldest of 3. When she reached Market Square, it was worse, if possible. Most of the inns were in the square. Crowds of young men swaggered beerily to and fro, trailing cloaks and long sleeves and stamping buckled boots they would never have dreamed of wearing on a working day, calling loud remarks and accosting girls. The girls strolled in fine pairs, ready to be accosted. It was perfectly normal for May Day, but Sophie was scared of that too. And when a young man in a fantastical blue and silver costume spotted Sophie and decided to accost her as well, Sophie shrank into a shop doorway and tried to hide. The young man looked at her in surprise. "It's all right, you little gray mouse," he said, laughing rather pityingly. "I only wanted to buy you a drink. Don't look so scared." The pitying look made Sophie utterly ashamed. He was such a dashing specimen, too, with a bony, sophisticated face, really quite old, well into his 20s, and elaborate blonde hair. His sleeves trailed longer than any in the square, all scalloped edges and silver insets. "Oh, no, thank you. If you please, sir," Sophie stammered. I'm on my way to see my sister." "Then by all means do so," laughed this advanced young man. "Who am I to keep a pretty lady from her sister? Would you like me to go with you, since you seem so scared?" He meant it kindly, which made Sophie more ashamed than ever. No, thank you, sir." And she gasped and fled away past him. He wore perfume, too. The smell of hyacinths followed her as she ran. What a courtly person, Sophie thought, as she pushed her way between the little tables outside of Cesari's. The tables were packed. Inside was packed and as noisy as a square. Sophie located Letty among the line of assistants at the counter because of the group of evident farmer sons leaning their elbows on it to shout remarks at her. Letty, prettier than ever and perhaps a little thinner, was putting cakes into bags as fast as she could go, giving each bag a deft little twist and looking back under her elbow with a small smile and an answer for each bag she twisted. There was a great deal of laughter. Sophie had to fight her way through to the counter. Letty saw her. She looked shaken for a moment. Then her eyes and her smile widened and she shouted, "Sophie! Can I talk to you?" Sophie yelled. Somewhere," she shouted, a little helplessly as a large, well-dressed elbow jostled her back from the counter. "Just a moment," Letty screamed back, and she turned to the girl next to her and whispered. The girl nodded, grinned, and came to take Letty's place. "You'll have to have me instead," she said to the crowd. "Who's next?" "But I want to talk to you, Letty," one of the farmer's sons yelled. "Talk to Carrie," Letty said. "I want to talk to my sister." Nobody really seemed to mind. They jostled Sophie along to the end of the counter, where Letty held up a flap and beckoned, and told her not to keep Letty all day. When Sophie had edged through the flap, Letty seized her wrist and dragged her into the back of the shop, to a room surrounded by rack upon wooden rack, each one filled with rows of cakes. Letty pulled forward 2 stools. "Sit down," she said, and she looked in the nearest rack in an absent-minded way and handed Sophie a cream cake out of it. "You may need this," she said. Sophie sank onto the stool, breathing the rich smell of cake and feeling a little tearful. "Oh, Letty," she said, "I'm so glad to see you." "Yes, and I'm glad you're sitting down," said Letty. "You see, I'm not Letty. I'm Martha." And we are reaching our first ad break. And we will find out what that is all about after the ads. So I will be right back in just a moment. And we're back. And I've got good news. And it's not that the humidity is making my hair all fuzzy. I guess that could be good news. This is the actual good news. We have a special visitor. Hello, and welcome to the cafe. I trust that you are having a wonderful day today. Yes. Do you like Howl's Moving Castle as well? Oh, I'm so glad. Well, you're in for a treat. I hope that you don't mind if I keep you in focus on the camera for a bit. Oh, very good. So, I'm gonna get a special cat cam for a bit. Cover up my belly. Prince, everyone says hi. Yeah. You're very beloved. It's true. Okay, I'm gonna go back to reading. Sound good? Okay. You wanna sniff the book? Thank you. It's a good book? Okay, good. So yeah, we'll keep the camera there for as long as Prince is gracing us with her presence. Let me lower the music back down again. There we go. I didn't realize that my audio had turned on for some reason, so hopefully y'all weren't getting too much of a double audio there for long. There we go, that's fixed. Chapter 2, in which Sophie is compelled to seek her fortune. What? Sophie stared at the girl on the stool opposite her. She looked just like Letty. She was wearing Letty's second best blue dress, a wonderful blue that suited her perfectly. She had Letty's dark hair and blue eyes. I am Martha, said her sister. Who did you catch cutting up Letty's silk drawers? I never told Letty that. Did you? No, said Sophie, quite stunned. She could see it was Martha now. Then there was Martha's tilt to Letty's head, and Martha's way of clasping her hands round her knees with her thumbs twiddling. Why? I've been dreading you coming to see me, Martha said, because I knew I'd have to tell you. It's a relief now I have. Please, promise you won't tell anyone. I know you won't tell if you promise. You're so honorable. I promise, Sophie said, but why? How? Letty and I arranged it, Martha said, twiddling her thumbs, 'cause Letty wanted to learn witchcraft and I didn't. Letty's got brains, and she wants a future where she can use them. Only try telling that to Mother. Mother's too jealous of Letty even to admit that she's got brains. Sophie could not believe Fanny was like that, but she let it pass. But what about you? Eat your cake, said Martha. It's good. Oh, yes, I can be clever, too. It only took me 2 weeks at Mrs. Fairfax's to find the spell we're using. I got up at night and read her book secretly, and it was easy, really. Then I asked her if I could visit my family, and Mrs. Fairfax said yes. She's a dear. She thought I was homesick. So I took the spell and came here, and Letty went back to Mrs. Fairfax pretending to be me. The difficult part was the first week when I didn't know all the things I was supposed to know. It was awful. But I discovered that people like me. They do, you know, if you like them. And then it was all right. And away she goes. Prince's love language is biting, so that's why she was giving my ankle a little nip there. And about a finger above Juju. And there we go. Microphone, come on. Microphone's being silly. Pop, pop, pop. What's I doing? I miss friends every day. Me too. Me too. Kevin. Hi, Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. It's blue. It's a cerulean. All right, get back adjusted again. There you go. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping by. Let's see. Where was I? And Mrs. Fairfax hasn't kicked Letty out, so I suppose she managed too. Sophie chomped at cake she was not really tasting. But what made you want to do this? Martha rocked on her stool, grinning all over, Letty's face twirling her thumbs in happy pink whirl. Well, I want to get married and have 10 children. You're not old enough, said Sophie. Not quite, Martha agreed. But you can see I've got to start quite soon in order to fit 10 children in. And this way gives me time to wait and see if the person I want likes me for being me. The spell's going to wear off gradually, and I shall get more and more like myself, you see. Sophie was so astonished that she finished her cake without noticing what kind it had been. Why 10 children? Because that's how many I want, said Martha. I never knew. Well, it wasn't much good going on about it when you were so busy backing up Mother about me making my fortune, Martha said. You thought Mother meant it. I did too, until Father died and I saw she was just trying to get rid of us. Putting Letty where she was bound to meet a lot of men and get married off, and sending me as far away as she could. I was so angry, I thought, why not? And I spoke to Letty, and she was just as angry, and we fixed it up. Well, we're fine now, and we both feel bad about you. You're far too clever and nice to be stuck in that shop for the rest of your life. We talked about it, but we couldn't see what to do. I'm all right, Sophie protested. Just a bit dull. All right, Martha exclaimed. Yes, you prove you're all right by not coming here for months. And then turning up in a frightful gray dress and shawl, looking as if even I scare you. What's Mother been doing to you? Nothing, Sophie said uncomfortably. We've been rather busy. You shouldn't talk about Fanny like that, Martha. She is your mother. Yes, and I'm enough like her to understand her, Martha retorted. That's why she sent me so far away. Or tried to. Mother knows you don't have to be unkind to someone in order to exploit them. She knows how dutiful you are. She knows you have this thing about being a failure because you're only the eldest. She's managed you perfectly and got you slaving away for her. I bet she doesn't even pay you. Well, I'm still an apprentice, Sophie protested. So am I, but I get a wage. The Cesaris know I'm worth it, said Martha. That hat shop is making a mint these days, and all because of you. You made that green hat that makes a mayor's wife look like a stunning schoolgirl, didn't you? Caterpillar green. I trimmed it, said Sophie. And that bonnet Jane Ferrier was wearing when she met that nobleman? Martha swept on. You're a genius with hats and clothes, and Mother knows it. You sealed your fate when you made Letty that outfit last May Day. Now you earn money while she goes off gadding. She does the buying, Sophie said. saying?" Martha cried. Her thumbs whirled. "That takes her half a morning. I've seen her, Sophie, and heard the talk. She's off in a hired carriage and new clothes on your earnings, visiting all the mansions down the valley. They're saying she's going to buy that big place down at Vale End and end up in style. And where are you?" "Well, Fanny's entitled to some pleasure after all her hard work bringing us up," Sophie said. I suppose I'll inherit the shop?" "What a fate!" Martha exclaimed. "Listen!" But at that moment, 2 empty cake racks were pulled away at the other end of the room, and an apprentice stuck his head through from the back somewhere. "Thought I heard your voice, laddie," he said, grinning in the most friendly and flirtatious way. "The new baking's just up. Tell them." His head, curly and somewhat floury, disappeared again. Sophie thought he looked a nice lad. She longed to ask if he was the one that Martha really liked, but she did not get a chance. Martha sprang up in a hurry, still talking. "I must get the girls to carry all these through to the shop," she said. "Help me with the end of this one." She dragged out the nearest rack, and Sophie helped her hump it past the door into the roaring busy shop. "You must do something about yourself, Sophie," Martha panted as they went. "Letty kept saying she didn't know what would happen to you when we weren't around to give you some self-respect. She was right to be worried." In the shop, Mrs. Cesari seized the rack from the both of them in massive arms, yelling instructions, and a line of people rushed away past Martha to fetch more. Sophie yelled goodbye and slipped away in the bustle. It did not seem right to take up more of Martha's time. Besides, she wanted to be alone to think. She ran home. There were fireworks now going up from the field by the river where the fair was, competing with the blue bangs from the Howell's castle. Sophie felt more like an old lady than ever. Just futzing with the music because I'm seeing the volume levels are very low. There you go. Hey, lovesick. Happy birthday. It's the cafe's birthday. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. She thought and thought most of the following week, and all that happened was that she became confused and discontented. Things just did not seem to be the way that she thought they were. She was amazed at Letty and Martha. She had misunderstood them for years, but she could not believe Fanny was the kind of woman Martha said. There was a lot of time for thinking because Bessie duly left to be married, and Sophie was mostly alone in the shop after that. Fanny did seem to be out a lot, gadding or not, and trade was slack after May Day. After 3 days, Sophie plucked up courage to ask Fanny, "Shouldn't I be earning a wage?" "Of course, my love, with all you do," Fanny answered warmly, fixing a rose-trimmed hat in front of the shop mirror. "We'll see about it as soon as I've done the accounts this evening." Then she went out and did not come back until Sophie had shut the shop and taken that day's hats through to the house to trim. Sophie at first felt mean to have listened to Martha, but when Fanny did not mention a wage either that evening or any time later that week, Sophie began to think that maybe Martha had been right. "Maybe I am being exploited," she told a hat she was trimming with red silk and a bunch of wax cherries. "But someone has to do this, or there will be no hats at all to sell." She finished that hat and started on a stark black and white one, very modish, and a quite new thought then came to her. "Does it matter if there are no hats to sell?" she asked it, and she looked round the assembled hats on stands or waiting in a heap to be trimmed. "What good are all of you?" she asked them. "You certainly aren't doing me a scrap of good." And she was within an ace of leaving the house and setting out to seek her fortune until she remembered that she was the eldest, and so there was no point. She took up the hat again, sighing. She was still discontented alone in the shop next morning when a very plain young woman customer stormed in, whirling a pleated mushroom bonnet by its ribbons. "Look at this!" the young lady shrieked. "You told me this was the same as the bonnet Jane Ferrier was wearing when she met the Count, and you lied. Nothing has happened to me at all." "I'm not surprised," Sophie said before she had caught up with herself. If you're fool enough to think to wear a bonnet with a face like that, you wouldn't have the wit to spot the king himself if he came begging. If he hadn't turned to stone first just at the sight of you. The customer glared. Then she threw her bonnet at Sophie and stormed out of the shop. Sophie carefully crammed the bonnet into a wastebasket, panting, and the rule was, you lose your temper and you lose your customer. And she had just proven the rule. It troubled her to realize that it had actually been very enjoyable. Sophie had no time to recover. There was the sound of wheels and horse hooves, and a carriage darkened the window. The shop bell clanged, and the grandest customer she had ever seen sailed in, with a sable wrap drooping from her elbows and diamonds winking all over her dense black dress. Sophie's eyes went to the lady's wide hat first, real ostrich plume, dyed to reflect the pinks and greens and blues winking in the diamonds, and yet still look black. This was a wealthy hat. The lady's face was carefully beautiful. The chestnut brown hair made her seem young, but... Sophie's eyes took in the young man who followed the lady in, a slightly formless faced person with reddish hair, quite well dressed, but pale and obviously upset. He stared at Sophie with a kind of beseeching horror. He was clearly younger than the lady, and Sophie was puzzled. Hey, Amy. Thank you. It's good to see you. Miss Hatter, the lady asked in her musical but commanding voice. Yes, said Sophie. The man looked more upset than ever. Perhaps the lady was his mother. I hear you sell the most heavenly hats, said the lady. Show me. Sophie did not trust herself to answer in her present mood. She went and got out hats. None of them were in this lady's class, but she could feel the man's eyes following her, and that made her uncomfortable. The sooner the lady discovered the hats were wrong for her, the sooner this odd pair would go. She followed Fanny's advice and got out the wrongest first. The lady began rejecting hats instantly. Dimples, she said to the pink bonnet, and youth to the caterpillar green one. To the one of twinkles and veils, she said, mysterious allure. How very obvious. What else have you? Sophie got out the modish black and white, which was the only hat even remotely likely to interest this lady. The lady looked at it with contempt. This one doesn't do anything for anybody. You're wasting my time, Miss Hatter. Only because you came in and asked for hats, Sophie said. This is only a small shop in a small town, madam. Why did you... And behind the lady, the man gasped and seemed to be trying to single warningly. Bother to come in, Sophie finished, wondering what was going on. I always bother when someone tries to set themselves up against the witch of the waste, said the lady. I've heard of you, Miss Hatter, and I don't care for your competition or your attitude. I came to put a stop to you. There. She spread out her hand in a flinging motion toward Sophie's face. You mean you're the witch of the waste? Sophie quavered. Her voice seemed to have gone strange with fear and astonishment. I am, said the lady, and let that teach you to meddle with things that belong to me. I don't think I did. There must be some mistake, Sophie croaked. The man was now staring at her in utter horror, though she could not see why. No mistake, Miss Hatter, said the witch. Come, Gaston. She turned and swept to the shop door, while the man was humbly opening it for her, and she turned back to Sophie. By the way, you won't be able to tell anyone you're under a spell, she said, and the shop door tolled like a funeral bell as she left. Sophie put her hands to her face, wondering what the man had stared at, and she felt soft, leathery wrinkles. She looked at her hands. They were wrinkled too, and skinny, with large veins in the back and knuckles like knobs. She pulled her gray skirt against her legs, and she looked down at skinny, decrepit ankles and feet, which had made her shoes all knobbly. They were the legs of someone about 90. and they seemed to be real. Sophie got herself to a mirror, and she found that she had to hobble over to it, and the face in the mirror was quite calm, because it was what she expected to see. It was the face of a gaunt old woman, withered and brownish, surrounded by wispy white hair. Her own eyes, yellow and watery, stared out at her, looking rather tragic. "Oh, don't worry, you old thing," Sophie said to the face. "You look quite healthy. Besides, this is much more like you really are." She thought about her situation quite calmly. Everything seemed to have gone calm and remote. She was not even particularly angry with the Witch of the Waste. "Well, of course I shall have to do for her when I get the chance," she told herself. "But meanwhile, if Letty and Martha can stand being one another, I can stand being like this. But I can't stay here if Fanny would have a fit. Let's see. This gray dress is quite suitable, but I shall need my shawl and some food." She hobbled over to the shop door and carefully put up the close notice. Her joints creaked as she moved. She had to walk bowed and slow, but she was relieved to discover that she was quite a hale old woman. She did not feel weak or ill, just stiff. She hobbled to collect her shawl and wrapped it over her head and shoulders as old women did. Then she shuffled through the house, where she collected her purse with a few coins in it and a parcel of bread and cheese. She let herself out of the house, carefully hiding the key in the usual place, and hobbled away down the street, surprised at how calm she still felt. She did wonder if she should say goodbye to Martha, but she did not like the idea of Martha not knowing her. It was just best to go. Sophie decided she would write to both her sisters wherever she got to, and shuffled on. Though the field where the fair had been, over the bridge and over into the country lanes beyond, seemed very far indeed. It was a warm spring day. Sophie discovered that being a crone did not stop her enjoying the sight and smell of May in the hedgerows, though the sight was a little blurred, and her back began to ache. She hobbled sturdily enough, but she needed a stick. She searched the hedges as she went for a loose stake of some kind. Evidently, her eyes were not as good as they had been. She thought she saw a stick a mile or so on, but when she hauled on it, it proved to be the bottom end of an old scarecrow somebody had thrown into the hedge. Sophie heaved the thing upright. It had a withered turnip for a face. Sophie found that she had some fellow feeling for it. Instead of pulling it to pieces and taking the stick, she stuck it between two branches of the hedge so that it stood looming rakishly above the May, and with the tattered sleeves on the stick arms fluttering about over the hedge. "There," she said, and her cracked old voice surprised her into giving a crackled old cackle of laughter. "Neither of us are up to much, are we, my friend? Maybe you'll get back to your field if I leave you where people can see you." She set up off the lane again, but a thought struck her and she turned back. "Now, if I wasn't doomed to failure because of my position in the family," she told the Scarecrow, "you could come to life and offer me help in making me my fortune. But I wish you luck anyway." She cackled again as she walked on. Perhaps she was a little mad, but then again, old women often were. She found a stick an hour or so later when she sat down on the bank to rest and eat her bread and cheese. There were noises in the hedge behind her, little strangled squeakings, followed by heavings that shook May petals off the hedge. Sophie crawled on her bony knees to peer past leaves and flowers and thorns into the inside of the hedge, and discovered a thin gray dog in there. It was hopelessly trapped by a stout stick which had somehow got twisted into a rope that was tied around its neck. The stick had wedged itself between two branches of the hedge so that the dog could barely move. It rolled its eyes wildly at Sophie's peering face. Poor thing. As a girl, Sophie was scared of all dogs. Even as an old woman, she was quite alarmed by the 2 rows of white fangs in the creature's open jaws. But, she said to herself, the way I am now, it's scarcely worth worrying about. and felt in her sewing pocket for her scissors. She reached into the hedge with the scissors and sawed away at the rope around the dog's neck. The dog was very wild. It flinched away from her and growled, but Sophie sawed bravely on. "You'll starve or throttle to death, my friend," she told the dog in her crackled old voice, "unless you let me cut you loose. In fact, I think someone has tried to throttle you already. Perhaps that accounts for your wildness." The rope had been tied quite tightly around the poor dog's neck, and the stick had been twisted viciously into it. It took a lot of sawing before the rope parted and the dog was able to drag itself out from under the stick. "Would you like some bread and cheese?" Sophie asked it then, but the dog just growled at her, forced its way out through the opposite side of the hedge, and slunk away. "Oh, there's gratitude for you," Sophie said, rubbing her prickled arms. "Oh, but you left me a gift in spite of yourself." And she pulled the stick that had trapped the dog out of the hedge and found it was a proper walking stick, well trimmed and tipped with iron. Sophie finished her bread and cheese and set off walking again. The lane became steeper and steeper, and she found the stick a great help. It was also something to talk to. Sophie thumped along with a will, chatting to her stick. After all, old people often talk to themselves. "There's 2 encounters," she said, "and not a scrap of magical gratitude from either. Still, you're a good stick. I'm not grumbling, but I'm surely due to have a 3rd encounter, magical or not. In fact, I insist on one. I wonder what it will be." The 3rd encounter came toward the end of the afternoon when Sophie had worked her way quite high into the hills. A countryman came whistling down the lane toward her. A shepherd, Sophie thought, going home after seeing to his sheep. He was a well-set-up young fellow of 40 or so. "Gracious," Sophie said to herself, "this morning I'd have seen him as an old man. How one's point of view does alter." When the shepherd saw Sophie mumbling to herself, he moved rather carefully over to the other side of the lane and called out with great heartiness, "Good evening to you, mother. Where are you off to?" "Mother," said Sophie, "I'm not your mother, young man." "Manner speaking," the shepherd said, edging along the opposite hedge. "I was only meaning a polite inquiry, seeing you walking into the hills at the end of the day. You won't get down into Upper Folding before nightfall, will you?" Sophie had not considered this. She stood in the road and thought about it. "It doesn't matter, really," she said to herself. "You can't be fussy when you're off to seek your fortune." "Can't you indeed, mother?" said the shepherd. Now he had edged himself downhill of Sophie and seemed to feel better for it. "Then I wish you good luck, mother, provided your fortune doesn't have anything to do with charming folks' cattle." And he took off down the road in great strides, almost running, but not quite. Sophie stared after him indignantly. "He thought I was a witch," she said to her stick, and she had half a mind to scare the shepherd by shouting nasty things after him, but that seemed a little unkind. She plugged on uphill, mumbling. Shortly the hedges gave way to bare banks, and the land beyond became heathery upland, with a lot of steepness beyond that covered with yellow, rattling grass. Sophie kept grimly on. By now her knobbly old feet ached, and her back and her knees, and soon she became too tired to mumble and simply plugged on, panting, until the sun was quite low. And all at once it became quite clear to Sophie that she could not walk a step further. "Hey, Sen, welcome on in. We're just in chapter 2, so you're still early in." Can't drink that with a cap on it. Thank you. Sorry, I'm trying not to swallow like right next to the microphone. Just making sure I didn't miss anything in the chat. It's good to see all of you. Yay! Oh, another vessel to drink from. Well, of course, Amy. I have a calcifer mug of tea that I prepared. Thank you, Gubbo. From my very handsome teapot where I prepared a giant batch of tea. It's very cute. The mug also came with a little matching plate and a little matching spoon. Isn't that cute? It's a little calcifer. Hello. We'll get to his voice soon, which is why I'm trying to. Microphone. I moved my microphone today and it is quite angry with me. Welcome on in, Gubbo. Hi, Prince. You want to go back in the catcher? I'll bribe Prince in the next break, don't worry. Fancy mic? Yes, it costs a whole $22 on a site called Amazon.com. $22 with shipping included. Wait, what just happened? I heard a ding. I heard a ding. What was the ding? I'll spoil a little bit of the surprise. One of the things I'm going to work on for tomorrow's stream is actually making my notifications have different sounds so that I actually know what's going on when I hear them. Wait, what just happened? What happened? What? I got a gift. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Wait, it's not telling me who did it. Oh, it's by Anonymous. Okay, well, whoever did it, thank you very much for getting replacement ear pads for me on Wish, because I will show you so that you can feel really good about getting me ear pads. This is how my ear pads look right now. I don't, you're not, they look blue because my hair tends to be blue. But, yeah, they've been falling apart for a while, and the padding has worn down so much that these inner pieces here, actually like dig into my skull. So thank you so much for getting me replacement ear pads. You are saving me from a whole bunch of headaches. Thank you, thank you. I can't wait for those to come in because these have needed to go for months. These poor ear pads have been through it. The next ones I'm getting should be more durable. These used, this is the scary thing. These used to have that leather coating on them. It's gone. These ones that you just got me on the throne don't have the fake leather on them. So they should be more durable and also less sweaty. So hopefully they become less blue over time. But thank you. I appreciate it. Whoever you were. Anonymous. Oh, that coating is a time. Hi, Darksus. Welcome on in. Bake, I saw that. Aw, Darksus, thank you. Now I need to get back to reading. Thank you so much. That's so kind. Oh my gosh. Thank you for giving a gift sub to... Oh, you got so many good people. To Fog, and to Bray, and to Aura, and to Kevon, and to Messi. Thank you. Yeah, that's excellent aim. Oh, that rules. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. I was mentioning it earlier today, but like, I am so thankful for all of you for the past 12 months. I would not have survived these past 12 months without all of you, both like spiritually, like psychologically, And also, yeah, y'all are so kind and way too generous, but I'm really thankful, especially as times have been tougher. And I hope that I will be in a position to pay all of your kindness forward sooner than not. So, thank you. Try not to lose my place in my book. Aw. Aw. No, don't say stuff like that when I'm on camera. Rude. Thank you. It's very kind. Ah! Hi, Mouse. Mouse! Hi, who did you get? Thank you. Oh, God. Um, oh, God, you guys are being really generous. Oh, no. Thank you for giving a gift sub to Wizards and to Blue and to Fuser and to Snow and to Beba. Oh, a bunch of those people are here right now. They won't have ads. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. That's so nice. Oh, thank you for dropping by. Here, let me give you a shout. Um, y'all, if you don't know Mouse, Mouse is fantastic, extremely talented, and very kind. And you should go follow. Mouse's streams are very, very good. And also, you can see Ash, the beautiful, handsome dog. Oh, y'all are being nice. We have so much time to go. We can't do this yet. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, where was I? There's two encounters, she said, not a scrap of magical gratitude from either. Still, you're a good stick. I'm not grumbling, but I'm surely due to have a third encounter, magical or not. In fact, I insist on one. I wonder what it will be. The third encounter came toward the end of the afternoon when Sophie had worked her way quiet. Oh, wait, no, we were already there. Sorry. We met the shepherd who thought Sophie was a witch and so scurried away past her in fear. And then she kept walking until she could not walk a step farther. Now I am back where we were. Oh, son, I have a cat cam set up today. That's why I have a chair next to me. So, what I can do whenever one of the girls is on the chair is tilt the camera down. So we'll see in a bit because Prince has been lingering. I'm going to get her on the chair soon. I'm going to bribe them during the next ad break. She collapsed onto a stone by the wayside, wondering what she would do now. The only fortune I can think of is a comfortable chair, she gasped. The stone proved to be on a sort of headland, which gave Sophie a magnificent view of the way she had come. There was most of the valley spread out beneath her in the setting sun. All fields and walls and hedges, the windings of the river, and the fine mansions of rich people glowing out from clumps of trees right down to the blue mountains in the far distance. Just below her was Market Chipping. Sophie could look down into its well-known streets. There was Market Square and Cesari's. She could have tossed a stone down the chimney pots of the house next to the old hat shop. Oh, how near it still is, Sophie told her stick in dismay. All that walking just to get above my own rooftop. It got cold out on the stone as the sun went down. An unpleasant wind blew whichever way Sophie turned to avoid it. Now it no longer seemed so unimportant that she would be out on the hills during the night. She found herself thinking more and more of a comfortable chair and a fireside, and also of darkness and wild animals. But if she went back to Market Chipping, it would be the middle of the night before she got there. She might just as well go on. She sighed and stood up, creaking. It was awful. She ached all over. Relatable. I never realized before what old people had to put up with, she panted as she labored uphill. Still, I don't think wolves will eat me. I must be far too dry and tough. So that's one comfort. Night was coming down fast now, and the heathery uplands were blue-gray. The wind was sharper. Sophie's panting and the creaking of her limbs were so loud in her ears that it took her a while to notice that some of the grinding and puffing was actually not coming from herself at all. She looked up blurrily. Wizard Howl's castle was rumbling and bumping toward her across the moorland. Black smoke was blowing up in the clouds from behind its black battlements. It looked tall and thin and heavy and ugly and very sinister indeed. Sophie leaned on her stick and watched it. She was not particularly frightened. She wondered how it moved, but the main thing in her mind was that all that smoke must mean a large fireside somewhere inside those tall black walls. Well, why not? She said to her stick. Wizard Howl is not likely to want my soul for his collection. He only takes young girls. She raised her stick and waved it imperiously at the castle. Stop! She shrieked. The castle obediently came to a rumbling, grinding halt about 50 feet uphill from her. Sophie felt rather gratified as she hobbled toward it. Autocross! Oh, that's so cool! I hope the book can help you cool down. Music. What happened to your music? Oh, you got stuck. There we go. There we go. Chapter 3, in which Sophie enters into a castle and a bargain. I'm going to need water for this chapter. You'll see very soon. There was a large black door in the black wall facing Sophie, and she made for that, hobbling briskly. The castle was uglier than ever, close to. It was far too tall for its height and not a very regular shape. As far as Sophie could see in the growing darkness, it was built of huge black blocks like coal, and like coal, the blocks were all different shapes and sizes. Chill breathed off of these blocks as she got closer, but that failed to frighten Sophie at all. She just thought of chairs and firesides and stretched her hand out eagerly towards the door. Her hand could not come near it. Some invisible wall stopped her hand about a foot from the door. Sophie prodded at it with an irritable finger, and when that made no difference, she prodded with her stick. The wall seemed to be all over the door, from as high as her stick could reach, and right down to the heather sticking out from under the doorstep. Open up! Sophie cackled at it. That made no difference to the wall. Very well, Sophie said. I'll find your back door. She hobbled off to the left-hand corner of the castle, that being both the nearest and slightly downhill. But she could not get round the corner. The invisible wall stopped her again as soon as she was level with the irregular black cornerstones. At this, Sophie said a word she had learned from Martha that neither old ladies nor young girls were supposed to know, and stumped uphill and anti-clockwise to the castle's right-hand corner. There was no barrier there. She turned that corner and hobbled eagerly toward the second big black door in the middle of that side of the castle. There was a barrier over that door, too. Sophie glowered at it. I call that very unwelcoming, she said. Black smoke blew down from the battlements in the clouds. Sophie coughed, and now she was angry. She was old, frail, chilly, and aching all over. Night was coming on, and the castle just sat and blew smoke at her. "I'll speak to Howl about this," she said, and set off fiercely to the next corner. There was no barrier there. Evidently, you had to go round the castle anti-clockwise, but there, a bit sideways, in the next wall, was a third door. This one was much smaller and shabbier. "The back door at last," Sophie said. The castle started to move again as Sophie got near the back door. The ground shook. The wall shuddered and creaked, and the door started to travel away sideways from her. "Oh, no, you don't," Sophie shouted, and she ran after the door and hit it violently with her stick. "Open up!" she yelled. The door sprang open inward, still moving away sideways. Sophie, by hobbling furiously, managed to get one foot up on its doorstep, and then she hopped and scrambled and hopped again, and while the great black blocks round the door jolted and crunched as the castle gathered speed over the uneven hillside, Sophie did not wonder why the castle then had that lopsided look. The marvel was that it did not fall apart on the spot. "What a stupid way to treat a building!" she panted as she threw herself inside it. She had to drop her stick and hang on to the open door in order not to be jolted straight out again. When she began to get her breath, she realized there was a person standing in front of her, holding the door too. He was a head taller than Sophie, but she could see that he was the nearest child, only a little older than Martha, and he seemed to be trying to shut the door on her and push her out of the warm, lamplit, low-beamed door beyond him, into the night again. "Don't you have the impudence to shut the door on me, my boy," she said. "I wasn't going to, but you're keeping the door open," he protested. "What do you want?" Sophie looked round at what she could see beyond the boy. There were a number of probably wizardly things hanging from the beams, strings of onions, bunches of herbs, and bundles of strange roots. There were also definitely wizardly things, like leather books, crooked bottles, and an old, brown, grinning human skull. On the other side of the boy was a fireplace with a small fire burning in the grate. It was a much smaller fire than all the smoke outside suggested, but this was obviously only a back room in the castle. Much more important to Sophie was this fire had reached the glowing rosy stage, with little blue flames dancing on the logs, and placed beside it in the warmest position was a low chair with a cushion on it. Sophie pushed the boy aside and dived for that chair. "Ah, my fortune," she said, settling herself comfortably in it. It was bliss. The fire warmed her aches and the chair supported her back, and she knew that if anyone wanted to turn her out now, they were going to have to use extreme and violent magic to do it. The boy shut the door. Then he picked up Sophie's stick and politely leaned it against the chair for her. Sophie realized that there was now no sign at all that the castle was moving across the hillside. Not even the ghost of a rumble or the tiniest shaking. How odd. "Tell Wizard Howl," she said to the boy, "that this castle's going to come apart round his ears if it travels much farther." "The castle's bespelled to hold together," the boy said, "but I'm afraid Howl's not here just a moment." This was good news to Sophie. "When will he be back?" she asked a little nervously. "Probably not till tomorrow now," the boy said. "What do you want? Can I help you instead? I'm Howl's apprentice, Michael." This was better news than ever. "I'm afraid only the wizard can possibly help me," Sophie said quickly and firmly. It was probably true, too. "I'll wait, if you don't mind." It was clear Michael did mind. He hovered over her a little helplessly to make it plain to him that she had no intention of being turned out by a mere boy apprentice. Sophie closed her eyes and pretended to go to sleep. "Tell him the name's Sophie," she murmured. "Old Sophie," she added, just to be on the safe side. "That'll probably mean waiting all night," Michael said. Since this was exactly what Sophie wanted, she pretended not to hear. In fact, she almost certainly fell into a swift doze. She was so tired from all that walking. After a moment, Michael gave her up and went back to work what he was doing at the workbench where the lamp stood. So she would have a whole night's shelter, even if it was on slightly false pretenses. Sophie thought drowsily. Since Howl was such a wicked man, it probably served him right to be imposed upon. But she intended to be well away from here by the time Howl came back and raised objections. She looked sleepily and slyly across at the apprentice. It rather surprised her to find him such a nice, polite boy. After all, she had forced her way in rather rudely, and Michael had not complained at all. Perhaps Howl kept him in abject servility, but Michael did not look servile. He was tall, and with a pleasant, open sort of face, and he was most respectably dressed. In fact, if Sophie had not seen him at that moment carefully pouring green fluid out from a crooked flask onto black powder in a bent glass jar, she would have taken him for the son of a prosperous farmer. How odd. Still, things were bound to be odd where wizards were concerned, Sophie thought, and this kitchen or workshop was beautifully cozy and very peaceful. Sophie went properly to sleep and snored. She did not wake up when there came a flash and a muted bang from the workbench, followed by a hurriedly bitten-off swear word from Michael. She did not wake when Michael, sucking his burned fingers, put the spell aside for the night and fetched bread and cheese out from the closet. She did not stir when Michael knocked her stick down with a clatter, reaching over her for a log to put on the fire, or when Michael, looking down into Sophie's open mouth, remarked to the fireplace, "She's got all her teeth. She's not the Witch of the Waste, is she?" "I wouldn't have let her come in if she was," the fireplace retorted. Michael shrugged and picked Sophie's stick politely up again. Then he put a log on the fire with equal politeness and went away to bed somewhere overhead. In the middle of the night, Sophie was awoken by someone snoring. She jumped upright, rather irritated to discover that she was the one who had been snoring. Well, it seemed to her that she had only dropped off for a second or so, but Michael seemed to have vanished in those seconds, taking the light with him. No doubt a wizard's apprentice learned to do that kind of thing in the first week, but he had left the fire very low, and it was giving out irritating hissings and poppings. A cold draft blew on Sophie's back, and Sophie recalled that she was in a wizard's castle, and also, with unpleasant distinctness, that there was a human skull on a workbench somewhere behind her. She shivered and cranked her stiff old neck round, but there was only darkness behind her. "Let's have a bit more light, shall we?" she said. Her cracked little voice seemed to make no more noise than the crackling of the fire. Sophie was surprised. She had expected it to echo through the vaults of the castle. Still, there was a basket of logs beside her. She stretched out a creaking arm and heaved a log on the fire, which sent a spray of green and blue sparks flying up the chimney. She heaved on a second log and sat back, not without a nervous look or so behind her, where blue-purple light from the fire was dancing over the polished brown bone of the skull. The room was quite small, and there was no one in it but Sophie and the skull. "Hey, Eli! Eli, how did everything go? Did the game get published? And thank you. Hello, hello. Welcome on in." "He's got both feet in the grave, and I've only got one," she consoled herself. She turned back to the fire, which was now flaring up into blue and green flames. "Must be salt in that wood," Sophie murmured. She settled herself more comfortably, putting her knobby feet on the fender and her head into the corner of the chair, where she could stare into the colored flames, and began dreamily considering what she ought to do in the morning. But she was sidetracked a little by imagining a face in the flames. "It would be a thin blue face," she murmured, "very long and thin, with a thin blue nose, and those curly green flames on top are most definitely your hair. Suppose I didn't go until Hal gets back. Wizards can lift spells, I suppose, and those purple flames near the bottom make the mouth. Oh, you have savage teeth, my friend. You have two green tufts of flame for eyebrows. Curiously enough, the only orange flames in the fire were under the green eyebrow flames, just like eyes, and they each had a little purple glint in the middle that Sophie could almost imagine was looking at her, like the pupil of an eye. On the other hand, Sophie continued, looking into the orange flames, if the spell was off, I'd have my heart eaten before I could turn around. It got submitted! Yay! I'll get back to reading in just a second, but I want to shout out Eli, who led me and a bunch of other friends in a game jam this weekend and just submitted it. And also taught me a whole bunch of intro Godot. And I'm super, super grateful because Eli took time to do that he could have taken to get the project done probably faster. But I was very grateful for the lessons, and I'm going to be really eager to get into Godot sooner than I was planning to before, because it's a lot of fun, and Eli made it feel super approachable as well. So thank you, Eli. I learned gray boxing. I learned about interactables, and also about enumerating states. So I could theoretically write a light switch that could be interacted with and turned on and off, and know how to make like a little light turn on and off with that as well on top of a platform. Yeah, Godot is really fun. Godot is super fun. I hope you had a good brunch, and I hope you get plenty of time to rest today. Thank you, Eli. You're the best. You're the best. If you all aren't following Eli already, you really should be. Eli streams every Wednesday night and does really fantastic streams where he codes live. So if you want to have a really good kind of visual primer into somebody building out a Vipo in Godot, highly recommend tuning into his streams. You can do 2D and 3D. That's true. Don't you want your heart eaten? Asked the fire. It was definitely the fire that spoke. Sophie saw its purple mouth move as the words came. Its voice was nearly as cracked as her own, full of the spitting and whining of burning wood. Naturally I don't, Sophie answered. What are you? A fire demon, answered the purple mouth. There was more whine than spit to its voice as it said, I'm bound to this hearth by contract. I can't move from this spot. Then its voice became brisk and crackling. And what are you? It asked. I can see you're under a spell. This roused Sophie from her dreamlike state. You see, she exclaimed, can you take the spell off? There was a popping, blazing silence while the orange eyes in the demon's wavering blue face traveled up and down Sophie. It's a strong spell, it said at length. It feels like one of the Witch of the Wastes to me. It is, said Sophie. But it seems more than that, crackled the demon. I detect 2 layers, and of course you won't be able to tell anyone about it unless they know already. It gazed at Sophie a moment longer. I shall have to study it, it said. How long will that take? Sophie asked. It may take a while, said the demon, and it added in a soft, persuasive flicker, How about making a bargain with me? I'll break your spell if you agree to break this contract I'm under. Sophie looked warily at the demon's thin blue face. It had a distinctly cunning look as it made this proposal. Everything she had read showed the extreme danger of making a bargain with a demon, and there was no doubt that this one did look extraordinarily evil. Those long purple teeth. Oof. Are you sure you're being quite honest? She said. Not completely, admitted the demon. But do you want to stay like that until you die? That spell has shortened your life by about 60 years, if I am to judge of such things. This was a nasty thought, and one which Sophie had tried not to think about until now. It made a difference. This contract you're under, she said. It's with Wizard Howl, is it? Of course, said the demon. Its voice took on a bit of a whine again. I'm fastened to this earth and can't stir so much as a foot away. I'm forced to do the most of the magic around here, and I have to maintain the castle and keep it moving to do all the special effects that scare people off, as well as anything else Hal wants. Hal's quite heartless, you know. Sophie did not need telling that Hal was heartless. On the other hand, the demon was probably quite as wicked. Don't you get anything out of this contract at all? She said. I wouldn't have entered into it if I didn't, said the demon, flickering sadly. But I wouldn't have done if I'd known what it would be like. I'm being exploited. In spite of her caution, Sophie felt a good deal of sympathy for the demon. She thought of herself making hats for Fanny while Fanny was gadding. All right, she said. What are the terms of this contract? How do I break it? An eager purple grin spread across the demon's blue face. You agree to a bargain? If you agree to break the spell on me, Sophie said, with a brave sense of saying something fatal. Done, cried the demon, with his long face leaping gleefully up the chimney. I'll break your spell the very instant you break my contract. Then tell me how I break your contract, Sophie said. The orange eyes glinted at her and looked away. I can't. Part of the contract is that neither the wizard nor I can say what the main clause is. Sophie saw that she had been tricked. She opened her mouth to tell the demon that it could sit in the fireplace until doomsday in that case. The demon realized she was going to. Don't be hasty, it crackled. You can find out what it is if you watch and listen carefully. I implore you to try. The contract isn't doing either of us any good in the long run, and I do keep my word. The fact that I'm stuck here shows that I keep it. It was in earnest, leaping about on its logs in an agitated way. Sophie again felt a great deal of sympathy. But if I'm to watch and listen, that means I have to stay here in Howl's castle, she objected. Only about a month. Remember, I have to study your spell too, the demon pleaded. But what possible excuse can I give for doing that? Sophie asked. We'll think of one. Howl's pretty useless at most things. In fact, the demon said, venomously hissing, he's too wrapped up in himself to see beyond his nose half the time. We can deceive him, as long as you'll agree to stay. Very well, Sophie said. I'll stay. Now find an excuse. She settled herself comfortably in the chair while the demon thought. It thought aloud in a little crackling, flickering murmur, which reminded Sophie rather of the way she had talked to her stick when she walked here, and it blazed while it thought with such a glad, powerful roaring that she dozed again. She thought the demon did make a few suggestions. She remembered shaking her head to the notion that she should pretend to be Howl's long-lost great-aunt, and to one or two other ones even more far-fetched, but she did not remember very clearly. The demon at length fell to singing a gentle, flickering little song. It was not in any language Sophie knew, or she thought not, until she distinctly heard the word saucepan? And it was very sleepy sounding. Sophie fell into a deep sleep, and with a slight suspicion that she was being bewitched now as well as beguiled, but it did not bother her particularly. She would be free of the spell soon. And with that, we are going to take another quick ad break. I will turn up the music. Get up and stretch if you can. Take a little dance break. Enjoy the music. And we will be right back. I will see if one of the cats will join us. If I bribe them. Nope, sorry, too loud. Sorry. Also, yeah, I love the movie and the book. They both do two very different things, but I love both. All right, be right back. You see something you want, Prince? They're up here. Yeah. Oh, seatbelt. Yes, you get treats too, because I know you girls won't share the chair at the same time. Hey. Welcome back, everybody. We have a special guest enjoying some crunchy treats. Would you like to see? There she is. There she is. Enjoying some treats that are good for her teeth. Hi. Now let's see if she actually stays. You gonna take the treats and run? No, you'll stay? Alright. And seatbelt is actually like right here under the table. But she's being a little shy still. She'll eventually come up. I'm pretty sure of it. Oh, bath time. Okay, that's good. She'll be there for a while then. Oh my gosh. Prince, do I really have to like... Don't get scared. I'm just gonna scoot. Just gonna scoot the chair. Just like, what are you doing? Prince, it's for the content. There. Now we're good. Chapter 4, in which Sophie discovers several strange things. When Sophie woke up, daylight was streaming across her. Since Sophie remembered no windows at all in the castle, her first notion was that she had fallen asleep trimming hats and dreamed of leaving home. The fire in front of her had sunk to rosy charcoal and white ash, which convinced her that she had certainly dreamed that there was a fire demon. But her very first movements told her that there were some things she had not dreamed. There were sharp cracks from all over her body. "Ow!" she exclaimed. "I ache all over." The voice that exclaimed was weak, cracked piping. She put her knobby hands to her face and felt wrinkles. At that, she discovered that she had been in a state of shock all yesterday. She was very angry indeed with the Witch of the Waste for doing this to her. Hugely, enormously angry. "Sailing into shops and turning people old," she exclaimed. "Oh, what I won't do to her!" Her anger made her jump up in a salvo of creaks and cracks and hobble over to the unexpected window. It was above the workbench, to her utter astonishment. The view from it was a view of a dockside town. She could see a sloping, unpaved street lined with small, rather poor-looking houses, and masts sticking up beyond the roofs. Beyond the mast she caught a glimmer of the sea, which was something she had never seen in her life before. "Wherever am I?" Sophie asked to the skull on the bench next to her. "I don't expect you to answer that, my friend," she added hastily, remembering that this was a wizard's castle, and she turned round to take a look at the room. No. Oh, she went to go groom seatbelt. That is very important. All right. Cat cam time over. Back to my face, which is not nearly as fun as a cat. And about a finger emoji. There we go. Oh, hum. Oh, hum, oh, boo. Yes. We appreciate all of the time that Prince gives to us. She has a very busy schedule, so it is always a delight when Prince can join and make time for us out of a very busy day of chasing Seatbelt around the house. There she goes. My goodness. It was quite a small room, with the heavy black beams on the ceiling. By daylight it was amazingly dirty. The stones of the floor were stained and greasy. Ash was piled within the fender, and cobwebs hung in dusty droops from the beams. There was a layer of dust on the skull. Sophie absently wiped it off as she went to peer into the sink beside the workbench. She shuddered at the pink and gray slime in it, and the white slime dripping from the pump above it. Howl obviously did not care what squalor his servants lived in. The rest of the castle had to be beyond one or another of the 4 low black doors around the room. Sophie opened the nearest in the end wall beyond the bench, and there was a large bathroom beyond it. In some ways, it was a bathroom you might normally find only in a palace, full of luxury such as an indoor toilet, a shower stall, an immense bath with clawed feet, and mirrors on every wall. But it was even dirtier than the other room. Sophie winced from the toilet, flinched at the color of the bath, recoiled from the green weed growing in the shower, and quite easily avoided looking at her shriveled shape in the mirrors, because the glass was plastered with blobs and runnels of nameless substances. The nameless substances themselves were crowded onto a very large shelf over the bath. They were in jars, boxes, tubes, and hundreds of tattered brown packets and paper bags. The biggest jar had a name. It was called Drying Power in crooked letters. Sophie was not sure whether there should be a D in that or not. She picked up a packet at random. It had skin scrawled on it, and she put it back hurriedly. Another jar said eyes in the same scroll, and a tube stated for decay. It seems to work, too, Sophie murmured, looking into the wash basin with a shiver. Water ran into the basin when she turned the blue-green knob that might have been brass and washed some of the decay away. Sophie rinsed her hands and face in the water without touching the basin, but she did not have the courage to use drying power. She dried the water with her skirt and then set off to the next black door. That one opened onto a flight of rickety wooden stairs. Sophie heard someone move up there and shut the door hurriedly. It seemed only to lead to a sort of loft, anyways, and she hobbled to the next door. By now she was moving quite easily. She was a hale old woman, as she had discovered yesterday. The third door opened onto a poky backyard with high brick walls. It contained a big sack of logs and a higgledy-piggledy heaps of what seemed to be scrap iron, wheels, buckets, metal sheeting, wire, mounted almost to the tops of the walls. Sophie shut that door too, rather puzzled, because it did not seem to match the castle at all. There was no castle to be seen above the brick walls. They ended at the sky. Sophie could only think that this was part round the side where the invisible wall had stopped her the night before. She opened the fourth door, and it was just a broom cupboard, with two fine but dusty velvet cloaks hanging on the brooms. Sophie shut it again, slowly. The only other door was in the wall with the window, and that was the door she had come in by last night. She hobbled over and cautiously opened that. She stood for a moment, looking out at a slowly moving view of the hills, watching Heather slide past underneath the door, feeling the wind blow her wispy hair, and listening to the rumble and grind of big black stones as the castle moved. Then she shut the door and went to the window. And there was the seaport town again. It was no picture. A woman had opened a door opposite and was sweeping dust into the street. Behind the house, a grayish canvas sail was going up a mast in brisk jerks, disturbing a flock of seagulls into flying round and round against the glimmering sea. Is that a weed? We're calling the police. Look, it's tough being a wizard. Wizards have to relax too. We don't knock here at the cafe. I don't understand, Sophie told the human skull. Then, because the fire looked almost out, she went and put a couple of logs and raked away some of the ash. Green flames climbed between the logs, small and curly, and shot up into a long blue face with flaming green hair. Good morning, said the fire demon. Don't forget, we have a bargain. So, none of it was a dream. Sophie was not much given to crying, but she sat in the chair for quite a while, staring at a blurred and sliding fire demon, and did not pay much attention to the sounds of Michael getting up until she found him standing beside her, looking embarrassed and a little exasperated. You're still here, he said. Is something the matter? Sophie sniffed. I'm old, she began. But it was just as the witch had said, and the fire demon had guessed. Michael said cheerfully, Well, it comes to us all in time. Would you like some breakfast? Sophie discovered she was a very hale old woman indeed. After only bread and cheese at lunchtime yesterday, she was ravenous. Yes, she said, and when Michael went to the closet in the wall, she sprang up and peered over his shoulder to see what there was to eat. I'm afraid there's only bread and cheese, Michael said rather stiffly. And there's a whole basket of eggs in there, Sophie said. Isn't that bacon? And what about a hot drink as well? Where's your kettle? There isn't one, Michael said. Howl's the only one who can cook. I can cook, said Sophie. Unhook that frying pan and I'll show you. She reached for the large black pan hanging on the closet wall, in spite of Michael trying to prevent her. You don't understand, Michael said. It's Calcifer, the fire demon. He won't bend down his head to be cooked on for anyone but Howl. Sophie turned and looked at the fire demon. He flickered back at her wickedly. I refuse to be exploited, he said. You mean, Sophie said to Michael, that you have to do without even a hot drink unless Howl's here? Michael gave an embarrassed nod. Then you're the one being exploited, said Sophie. Give that here. And she wrenched the pan from Michael's resisting fingers, plonked bacon onto it, and popped a handy wooden spoon into the egg basket and marched with the lot to the fireplace. Now, Calcifer, she said, let's have no more nonsense. Bend down your head. You can't make me. crackled the fire demon. Oh, yes, I can, Sophie crackled back, and with a ferocity that often stopped both her sisters in mid-fight. If you don't, I shall pour water on you, or I shall pick up the tongs and take away both your logs, she added as she got herself creakingly onto her knees by the hearth. There she whispered, or I can go back on our bargain. Or tell Hull about it, can't I? Oh, curses, Calcifer spat. Why did you let her in here, Michael? Sulkily he bent his blue face forward until all that could be seen of him was a ring of curly green flames dancing on the logs. Thank you, Sophie said, and slapped the heavy pan onto the green ring to make sure Calcifer did not suddenly rise up again. I hope your bacon burns, Calcifer said, muffled under the pan. Sophie slapped slices of bacon into the pan. It was good and hot. The bacon sizzled, and she had to wrap her skirt round her hand to hold the handle. The door opened, but she did not notice because of the sizzling. Don't be silly, she told Calcifer, and hold still because I want to break in the eggs. Oh, hello, Howl, Michael said helplessly. Sophie turned round at that, rather hurriedly. She stared. The tall young fellow in a flamboyant blue and silver suit, who had just come in, stopped in the act of leaning a guitar on the corner. He brushed the fair hair from his rather curious glass-green eyes and stared back. His long, angular face was perplexed. Who on earth are you? Said Hal. Where have I seen you before? I am a total stranger, Sophie lied firmly. After all, Hal had only met her long enough to call her a mouse before, so it was almost true. She ought to have been thanking her stars for the lucky escape she had then, she supposed. But in fact, her main thought was, good gracious, Wizard Hal is only a child in his 20s. For all his wickedness. It made such a difference to be old, she thought, as she turned to the bacon over in the pan, and she would have died rather than let this overdressed boy know she was the girl he had pitied on May Day. Hearts and souls did not enter into it. Hal was not going to know. She says her name's Sophie, Michael said. She came last night. How did she make Calcifer bend down? Said Hal. She bullied me, Calcifer said in a piteous, muffled voice from under the sizzling pan. Not many people can do that, Hal said thoughtfully. He propped his guitar in the corner and came over to the hearth. The smell of hyacinths mixed with the smell of bacon as he shoved Sophie firmly aside. Calcifer doesn't like anyone but me to cook on him, he said, kneeling down and wrapping one trailing sleeve round his hand to hold the pan. Hey, Baka. Thank you. The line. It is the line. Pass me 2 more slices of bacon and 6 eggs, please, and tell me why you've come here. Sophie stared at the blue jewel hanging from Howl's ear and passed him egg after egg. Why I came, young man, she said. It was obvious after what she had seen of the castle. I came because I'm your new cleaning lady, of course. Are you indeed? Howl said, cracking the eggs one-handed and tossing the shells among the logs, where Calcifer seemed to be eating them with a lot of snarling and gobbling. Who says you are? I do, said Sophie, and she added piously, I can clean the dirt from this place even if I can't clean you from your wickedness, young man. Howl's not wicked, Michael said. Yes, I am, Howl contradicted him. You forget just how wicked I'm being at the moment, Michael. He jerked his chin at Sophie. If you're so anxious to be of use, my good woman, find some knives and forks and clear the bench. There were tall stools under the workbench. Michael was pulling them out to sit on and pushing aside all the things on top of it to make room for some knives and forks he had taken from a drawer in the side of it. Sophie went to help him. She had not expected Hal to welcome her, of course, but he had not even so far agreed to let her stay beyond breakfast. Since Michael did not seem to need help, Sophie shuffled over to her stick and put it slowly and showily in the broom cupboard. When that did not seem to attract Hal's attention, she said, You can take me on for a month's trial, if you like. Wizard Hal said nothing but, Plates, please, Michael, and stood up holding the smoking pan. Calcifer sprang up with a roar of relief and blazed high in the chimney. Sophie made another attempt to pin the wizard down. "If I'm going to be cleaning here for the next month," she said, "I'd like to know where the rest of the castle is. I can only find this one room and the bathroom." To her surprise, both Michael and the wizard roared with laughter. It was not until they had almost finished breaking breakfast that Sophie discovered what had made them laugh. Howl was not only hard to pin down, he seemed to dislike answering any questions at all. Sophie gave up asking him and asked Michael instead. "Tell her," said Howl. "It will stop her pestering." "There isn't any more of the castle," Michael said, "except what you've seen in the 2 bedrooms upstairs." "What?" Sophie exclaimed. Howl and Michael laughed again. "Howl and Calcifer invented the castle," Michael explained, "and Calcifer keeps it going. And the inside of it is really just Howl's old house in Port Haven, which is the only real part." "But Port Haven's miles down near the sea," Sophie said. "I call that too bad. What do you mean by having this great, ugly castle rushing about the hills and frightening everyone in Market Shipping to death?" Howl shrugged. "What an outspoken old woman you are." "I've reached that stage in my career when I need to impress everyone with my power and wickedness. I can't have the king thinking well of me, and last year I offended someone very powerful. I need to keep out of their way." It seemed a funny way to avoid someone, but Sophie supposed wizards had different standards from ordinary people, and she shortly discovered that the castle had other peculiarities. My goodness. They had finished eating, and Michael was piling the plates in the slimy sink beside the bench when there came a loud, hollow knocking at the door. Calcifer blazed up. "Kingsbury door." Howl, who was on his way to the bathroom, went to the door instead. There was a square wooden knob above the door, set into the lintel with a dab of paint on each of its 4 sides. At that moment, there was a green blob on that side that was at the bottom, but Howl turned the knob round so that it had the red blob downward before he opened the door. Outside stood a personage wearing a stiff white wig and a wide hat on top of that. He was clothed in scarlet and purple and gold and held up a little staff decorated with ribbons like an infant maypole. He bowed. Scents of cloves and orange blossom blew into the room. "His Majesty the King presents his compliments and sends payment for 2,000 pair of 7-league boots," the person said. Behind him, Sophie had glimpses of a coach waiting in a street full of sumptuous houses covered with painted carvings, and towers and spires and domes beyond that, of a splendor she had barely before imagined. She was sorry it took so little time for a person at the door to hand over a long, silken, chinking purse for Howl to take the purse, bow back, and shut the door. Howl turned the square knob back so that the green blob was downward again and stowed the long purse in his pocket. Sophie saw Michael's eyes follow the purse in an urgent and worried way. Howl went straight to the bathroom then, calling out, "I need hot water in here, Calcifer," and was gone for a long, long time. Sophie could not restrain her curiosity. "Whoever was that at the door?" she asked Michael. "Or do I mean wherever?" "That door gives on Kingsbury," Michael said, "where the king lives. I think that man was the chancellor's clerk," and he added worriedly to Calcifer, "I do wish he hadn't given Howl all that money." "Is Howl going to let me stay here?" Sophie asked. "If he is, you'll never pin him down," Michael answered. "He hates being pinned down to anything." Hope y'all are enjoying. This chapter is super fun. Chapter 5, which is far too full of washing. The only thing to do, Sophie decided, was to show Howl that she was an excellent cleaning lady, a real treasure. She tied an old rag round her wispy white hair. She rolled the sleeves up her skinny old arms and wrapped an old tablecloth from the broom cupboard round her as an apron. It was rather a relief to think that there were only 4 rooms to clean instead of a whole castle. She grabbed up a bucket and besom and got to work. Actually, I might as well. Give me 1 second. Tie my own hair up just like Sophie. I'm using my cardigan more like a blanket now. Get into the spirit of it. What are you doing? Cried Michael and Calcifer in a horrified chorus. Cleaning up, Sophie replied firmly. This place is a disgrace. Calcifer said, It doesn't need it, and Michael muttered, Howl will kick you out. But Sophie ignored them both. Dust flew in clouds. In the midst of it, there came another set of thumps at the door. Calcifer blazed up, calling, Porthaven door, and gave a great, sizzling sneeze which shot purple sparks through the dust clouds. Michael left the workbench and went to the door. Sophie peered through the dust she was raising and saw that this time Michael turned the square knob over the door so that the side with the blue knob of paint on it was downward. Then he opened the door on the street you saw out of the window. A small girl stood there. Please, Mr. Fisher, she said, I've come for that spell for me mum. Safety spell for your dad's boat, wasn't it? Won't be a moment. He went back to the bench and measured powder from a jar and from the shelves into a square paper. While he was doing it, the little girl peered in at Sophie as curiously as Sophie peered out at her. Michael twisted the paper round the powder and came back saying, Tell her to sprinkle it right along the boat. It'll last out and back, even if there's a storm. The girl took the paper and passed over a coin. Has the sorcerer got a witch working for him, too? She asked. No, said Michael. Meaning me? Sophie called. Oh, yes, my child. I'm the best and cleanest witch in England. Michael shut the door, looking exasperated. I'll be all around Porthaven now. Hal may not like that. He turned the knob green down again. Sophie cackled to herself a little, quite unrepentant. Probably she had let the bosom she was using put ideas into her head, but it might persuade Howl to let her stay if everyone thought she was working for him. It was odd. As a girl, Sophie would have shriveled with embarrassment at the way she was behaving. As an old woman, she didn't mind what she did or what she said, and she found it was a great relief. She went nosily over as Michael lifted up a stone in the hearth and hid the little girl's coin under it. What are you doing? Calcifer and I try to keep a store of money, Michael said rather guiltily. Hal spends every penny we've got if we don't. Feckless spendthrift, Calcifer crackled. He'll spend the king's money faster than I burn a log. No sense. Sophie sprinkled water from the sink to lay the dust, which made Calcifer shrink back against the chimney. She swept the floor all over again, and she swept her way toward the door in order to have a look at the square knob above it. The fourth side, which she had not seen used yet, had a blob of black paint on it. Wondering where that led to, Sophie began briskly sweeping the cobwebs off the beams. Michael moaned, and Calcifer sneezed again. Hal came out of the bathroom just then in a waft of steamy perfume. He looked marvelously spruce. Even the silver inlets and embroidery on his suit seemed to have become brighter. He took one look and backed into the bathroom again with a blue and silver sleeve protecting his head. Stop it, woman, he said. Leave those poor spiders alone. These cobwebs are a disgrace, Sophie declared, fetching them down in bundles. Then get them down and leave the spiders, said Hal. Probably he had a wicked affinity with spiders, Sophie thought. They'll only make more webs, she said, and kill flies, which is very useful, said Howl. Keep that broom still while I cross my own room, please. Sophie leaned on the broom and watched Howl cross the room and pick up his guitar. As he put his hand on the door latch, she said, "If the red blob leads to Kingsbury and the blue blob goes to Port Haven, where does the black blob take you?" "What a nosy old woman you are," said Howl. "That leads to my private bolt hole, and you are not being told where it is." He opened the door onto the wide, moving moorland in the hills. "When will you be back, Howl?" Michael asked, a little despairingly. Howl pretended not to hear, and he said to Sophie, "You're not to kill a single spider while I'm away." And the door slammed behind him. Michael looked meaningfully at Calcifer and sighed. Calcifer crackled with malicious laughter. Since nobody explained where Howl had gone, Sophie concluded he was off to hunt young girls again, and got down to work with even more righteous vigor than ever. She did not dare harm any spiders after what Howl had said, so she banged at the beams with the broom, screaming, "Out, spiders! Out of my way!" Spiders scrambled for their lives every which way, and webs fell in swaves. Then, of course, she had to sweep the floor yet again. After that, she got down on her knees and scrubbed it. "I'd wish you stop," Michael said, sitting on the stairs out of her way. Calcifer, cowering at the back of the grate, muttered, "I'd wish I'd never made that bargain with you now." Sophie scrubbed on vigorously. "You'll be much happier once it's all nice and clean," she said. "But I'm miserable now," Michael protested. Hal did not come back again until late that night. By that time, Sophie had swept and scrubbed herself into a state when she could hardly move. She was sitting hunched up in a chair, aching all over. Michael took hold of Howl by a trailing sleeve and towed him over to the bathroom, where Sophie could hear him pouring out complaints in a passionate manner. Phrases like, "terrible old biddy," and "won't listen to a word," were quite easy to hear, even though Calcifer was roaring, "Howl, stop her! She's killing us both!" But all Howl said, when Michael let go of him, was, "Did you kill any spiders?" "Of course not," Sophie snapped. Her aches made her irritable. "They look at me and run for their lives. What are they? All the girls whose hearts you ate?" Howl laughed. "No, just simple spiders," he said, and he went dreamily away upstairs. Michael sighed. He went into the broom cupboard and hunted until he found an old folding bed, a straw mattress, and some rugs, and he put them into an arched space under the stairs. "You better sleep here tonight," he told Sophie. "Does that mean Hal's going to let me stay?" Sophie asked. "I don't know," Michael said irritably. "Hal never commits himself to anything. I was here 6 months before he seemed to notice I was living here and made me his apprentice. I just thought a bed would be better than the chair." "And thank you very much," Sophie said gratefully. And the bed was indeed more comfortable than a chair, and when Calcifer complained he was hungry in the night, it was an easy matter for Sophie to creak her way out and give him another log. In the days that followed, Sophie cleaned her way remorselessly through the castle. She really enjoyed herself. Telling herself that she was looking for clues, she washed the window, she cleaned out the oozing sink, and she made Michael clear everything off the workbench and the shelves so that she could scrub them. She had everything out of the cupboards and down from the beams, and cleaned those too. The human skull, she fancied, began to look as long-suffering as Michael. It had been moved so often, and then she tracked an old sheet to the beams nearest the fireplace and forced Calcifer to bend his head down while she swept the chimney. Calcifer hated it. He crackled with mean laughter when Sophie discovered that soot had gotten all over the room, and she had to clean it all over again. That was Sophie's trouble. She was remorseless, but she lacked method. But there was this method to her remorselessness. She calculated that she could not clean this thoroughly without sooner or later coming across Hal's hidden hoard of girl souls, or chewed hearts, or else something that explained Calcifer's contract. Up the chimney, guarded by Calcifer, had struck her as a good hiding place, but there was nothing but quantities of soot, which Sophie stored in bags in the yard. The yard was high on her list of hiding places. Every time Hal came in, Michael and Calcifer complained loudly about Sophie, but Hal did not seem to attend, nor did he seem to notice the cleanliness, and nor did he notice that the food closet became very well stocked with cakes and jam, and the occasional lettuce. For, as Michael had prophesied, word had gotten round Porthaven. People came to the door to look at Sophie. They called her Mrs. Witch in Porthaven and Madame Sorceress in Kingsbury. Word had gone round the capital, too, though the people who came to the Kingsbury door were better dressed than those in Porthaven. No one in either place liked to call on someone so powerful without an excuse. So Sophie was always having to pause in her work, to nod and smile and take in a gift, or to get Michael to put up a quick spell for someone. Some of the gifts were nice things: pictures, strings of shells, useful aprons. Sophie used the aprons daily and hung the shells and pictures round her cubbyhole under the stairs, which soon began to look very homelike indeed. Sophie knew she would miss this when Hal turned her out, and she became more and more afraid that he would. She knew he could not go on ignoring her forever. She cleaned the bathroom next. That took her days, because Hal spent so long in it every day before he went out. As soon as he went, leaving in full steam and scented spells, Sophie moved in. "Now we'll see about that contract," she murmured at the bath, but her main target was, of course, the shelf of packets, jars, and tubes. She took every one of them down on the pretext of scrubbing the shelf, and spent most of the day carefully going through them to see if the ones labeled skin, eyes, and hair were, in fact, pieces of girl. As far as she could tell, though, they were all just creams and powders and paint. If they once had been girls, then Sophie thought Howl had used the tube for decay on them and rotted them down the wash basin too thoroughly to recall. But she hoped they were only cosmetics in the packets. She put the things back on the shelf and scrubbed. That night, as she sat aching in the chair, Calcifer grumbled that he had drained one hot spring dry for her. "Where are the hot springs?" Sophie asked. She was curious about everything these days. "Under the Porthaven marshes, mostly," Calcifer said. "But if you go on like this, I'll have to fetch hot water from the waste. When are you going to stop cleaning and find out how to break my contract?" "In good time," said Sophie. "How can I get the terms out of Howl if he's never in? Is he always away this much?" "Only when he's after a lady," Calcifer said. When the bathroom was clean and gleaming, Sophie scrubbed the stairs and the landing upstairs. Then she moved on into Michael's small front room. Michael, who by this time seemed to be accepting Sophie gloomily as a sort of natural disaster, gave a yell of dismay and pounded upstairs to rescue his most treasured possessions. They were in an old box under his worm-eaten little bed. As he hurried the box protectively away, Sophie glimpsed a blue ribbon and a sponge sugar rose in it, on top of what seemed to be letters. "So Michael has a sweetheart," she said to herself, as she flung the window open. It opened into the street in Porthaven, too, and heaved his bedding across the sill to air. Considering how nosy she had lately become, Sophie was rather surprised at herself for not asking Michael who his girl was and how he kept her safe from Howl. She swept such quantities of dust and rubbish from Michael's room that she had nearly swamped Calcifer trying to burn it all. "You'll be the death of me. You're as heartless as Howl," Calcifer choked. Only his green hair and a blue piece of his long forehead showed. Michael put his precious box in the drawer of the workbench and locked the drawer. "I wish Howl would listen to us," he said. "Why is this girl taking him so long?" The next day Sophie tried to start on the backyard, but it was raining in Porthaven that day, driving against the window and pattering in the chimney, making Calcifer hiss with annoyance. The yard was part of the Porthaven house, too, so it was pouring out there when Sophie opened the door. She put her apron over her head and rummaged a little, and before she got too wet, she found a bucket of whitewash and a large paintbrush. She took these indoors and set to work on the walls. She found an old stepladder in the broom cupboard, and she whitewashed the ceiling between the beams, too. It rained for the next 2 days in Porthaven, though when Howl opened the door with the knob green blob down and stepped out onto the hill, the weather there was sunny with big clouds racing over the heather faster than the castle could move. Sophie whitewashed her cubbyhole, the stairs, the landing, and Michael's room. "What's happened in here?" Hal asked when he came in on the third day. It seems much lighter. Sophie, Michael said in a voice of doom. I should have guessed, Hal said, and he disappeared into the bathroom. He noticed, Michael whispered to Calcifer. The girl must be giving in at last. It was still drizzling in Port Haven the next day. Sophie tied on her headcloth, rolled up her sleeves, and girded on her apron. She collected her besom, her bucket, and her soap, and as soon as Hal was out of the door, she set off like an elderly avenging angel to clean Hal's bedroom. She had left that until last for fear of what she would find. She had not even dared peep into it, and that was silly, she thought as she hobbled up the stairs. By now it was clear that Calcifer did all the strong magic in the castle, and Michael did all the hack work, while Hal gadded off, catching girls and exploiting the other two, just as Fanny had exploited her. Sophie had never found Hal particularly frightening. Now she felt nothing but contempt. She arrived on the landing and found Howl standing in the doorway of his bedroom. He was leaning lazily on one hand, completely blocking her way. No, you don't, he said quite pleasantly. I want it dirty. Thank you. Sophie gaped at him. Where did you come from? I saw you go out. I meant you to, said Howl. You done your worst with Calcifer and poor Michael. It stood to reason you'd descend on me today. And whatever Calcifer told you, I am a wizard, you know. Didn't you think I could do magic? This undermined all Sophie's assumptions. She would have died rather than admit it. Everyone knows you're a wizard, young man, she said severely, but that doesn't alter the fact that your castle is the dirtiest place I've ever been in. She looked into the room past Howl's dangling blue and silver sleeve. The carpet on the floor was littered like a bird's nest. She glimpsed peeling walls and a shelf full of books, and some of them very queer-looking. There was no sign of a pile of gnawed hearts, but those were probably behind or under the huge four-poster bed. Its hangings were gray-white with dust, and they prevented her from seeing that what the window looked out into. Hal swung his sleeve in front of her face. Don't be nosy. I'm not being nosy, Sophie protested. That room... Yes, you are nosy, said Howl. You're dreadfully nosy, horribly bossy, appallingly clean, old lady. And you need to control yourself. You're victimizing us all. But it's a pigsty, said Sophie. I can't help what I am. Yes, you can, said Howl. And I like my room the way it is. You must admit I have a right to live in a pigsty if I want. Now, go downstairs and think of something else to do. Please. I hate quarreling with people. Miss Nose. There was nothing Sophie could do but hobble away with her bucket clanking by her side. She was a little shaken, but very surprised that Hal had not thrown her out of the castle on the spot. But since he had not, she thought of the next thing that needed doing at once. She opened the door beside the stairs, found the drizzle had almost stopped, and sallied out into the yard where she began vigorously sorting through the piles of dripping rubbish. And there was a metallic clash, and Hal appeared again, stumbling slightly in the middle of the large sheet of a rusty iron that Sophie had been going to move next. No, not here either, he said. You are a terror, aren't you? Leave this room alone. I know just where everything is in it, and I won't be able to find things I'll need for my transport spells if you tidy them up. So there probably was a bundle of souls or a box of chewed hearts somewhere out there. Well, now Sophie felt really thwarted. Tying up is what I'm here for, she shouted at Hal. Then you must think of a new meaning for your life, Hal said, and for a moment it seemed as if he was going to lose his temper too. His strange pale eyes all but glared at Sophie, but he controlled himself and said, Now, trot along indoors, you overactive old thing, and find something else to play with before I get angry. I hate getting angry. Sophie folded her skinny arms. She did not like being glared at by eyes like glass marbles. Of course you hate getting angry, she retorted. You don't like anything unpleasant, do you? You're a slitherer-outer. That's what you are. You slither away from anything you don't like. Hal gave a forced sort of smile. Well, now, he said. Now we both know each other's faults. Now go back into the house. Go on. Back. He advanced on Sophie, waving her towards the door. The sleeve on his waving arm caught the edge of a rusty piece of metal, jerked and tore. Damnation, said Howl, holding up the trailing blue and silver ends. Look what you made me do. I can mend it, Sophie said. Howl gave her another glossy look. There you go again, he said. How you must love servitude. He took his torn sleeve gently between the fingers of his right hand and pulled it through them. As the blue and silver fabric left his fingers, there was no tear in it at all. There. Understand. Sophie hobbled back indoors, rather chastened. Wizards clearly had no need to work in the ordinary way. Hal had shown her he really was a wizard to be reckoned with. Why didn't he turn me out? She said, half to herself and half to Michael. It beats me, said Michael, but I think he goes by Calcifer. Most people who come in here either don't notice Calcifer or they're scared stiff of him. Neurodivergent cleaning moment. So true. Oh, goodness. Let's see. I think now, as we're about halfway through what I wanted to read today, I'm going to take a little snack break. So I will be back in 5 minutes. We'll go to the BRB. And I will put a little piece of text to let you all know. Let's see. That I will be back at 27 after. And we'll get the ads out of the way. So that way we don't get interrupted for another hour once I come back. But yeah, take care of yourselves. Hydrate. Get a nice snack. I'll get up the music a little bit so that you can enjoy that. And we'll be back in just 5 minutes while I get a little snack and a little hydration. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you being here. This is so much fun. I love reading this book to people, and yeah, it just means a lot that I can say thank you for everything all of you have done this past 12 months for me by sharing something that means the world to me. So, thank you very much. Yes, I am only going to get sappy off camera now because I am not going to cry today. You can't make me. I beget you with ads. Even though, thanks to everybody being generous, so many of you don't have ads right now anyways. But yeah, thank you all so much. You're all very good. was a very good snack. And get the music back down a little lower again. There we go. It almost looks like I have short hair again until you see this big old bob of blue. Well, now, I think it's time to get back into it, don't you? Let's see. Get those eats? Yeah. Also, hi, Blue. I think I only said it in text earlier. So it's good to see you. Okay. I think everything looks good. On the back. Maravilloso. Also, I forgot to turn it off. But we're not doing the Spanish redeem today or tomorrow. So don't spend your points on it. Because I'm not doing that during the reading. But you will have plenty of times to do it when I'm back on my regular schedule. And also, thank you all for your patience, as I needed to rest again this week. I can only do so much about the migraines that the weather brings on. So, you know, when it happens, it happens. But I really appreciate all of you being super patient and sticking around, because I always miss streaming when I don't get to do it. So I've missed all of you. Thank you for being here. Sen, no. Ooh. Ooh, this is a famous chapter. This is one of the most fun chapters in the book. Chapter 6. Hey, Spark. In which Howl expresses his feelings with green slime. Howl did not go out that day, nor for the next few days. Sophie sat quietly in the chair by the hearth, keeping out of his way and thinking. She saw that, much as Howl deserved it, she had been taking out her feelings on the castle when she was really angry with the Witch of the Waste. And she was a little upset at that thought that she was here on false pretenses. Howl might think Calcifer liked her, but Sophie knew Calcifer had simply seized on the chance to make a bargain with her. Sophie rather thought she had let Calcifer down. This state of mind did not last. Sophie discovered a pile of Michael's clothes that needed mending. She fetched out a thimble, scissors, and thread from her sewing pocket and set to work. By that evening, she was cheerful enough to join in Calcifer's silly little song about saucepans. Happy in your work? Howl said sarcastically. I need more to do, Sophie said. My old suit needs mending. If you have to feel busy, said Howl. That seemed to mean that Howl was no longer annoyed. Sophie was relieved. She had been almost frightened that morning. It was clear Howl had not yet caught the girl he was after. Sophie listened to Michael asking rather obvious questions about it, and Howl slithering neatly out of answering any of them. He is a slitherer outer, Sophie murmured to a pair of Michael's socks. Can't face his own wickedness. She watched Howl, being restlessly busy in order to hide his discontent. That was something Sophie understood rather well. Me too, honestly. At the bench, Howl worked a good deal harder and faster than Michael, putting spells together in an expert but slapdash way. From the look on Michael's face, most of the spells were both unusual and hard to do. But Howl would leave a spell midway and dash up to his bedroom to look after something hidden, and no doubt sinister, going on up there, and then shortly race out into the yard to tinker with a large spell out there. Sophie opened the door a crack and was rather amazed to see an elegant wizard kneeling in the mud with his long sleeves tied together behind his neck to keep them out of the way while he carefully heaved a tangle of greasy metal into a special framework of some kind. That spell was for the king. Another overdressed and scented messenger arrived with a letter and a long, long speech in which he wondered if Howl could possibly spare time, no doubt valuably employed in other ways, to bend his powerful and ingenious mind to a small problem experienced by his royal majesty. To wit, how an army might get its heavy wagons through marsh and rough ground. Howl was wonderfully polite and long-winded in his reply. He said no. But the messenger spoke for a further half-hour, at the end of which he and Howl bowed to one another, and Howl agreed to do the spell. "This is a bit ominous," Howl said to Michael when the messenger had gone. "What did Suleiman have to get himself lost in the waste for? The king seems to think I'll do instead." "He wasn't as inventive as you, by all accounts," Michael said. "I'm too patient and too polite," Howl said gloomily. "I should have overcharged him even more." Howl was equally patient and polite with customers from Porthaven, but, as Michael anxiously pointed out, the trouble was that Howl did not charge those people enough. This was after Howl had listened for an hour to the reasons why a seaman's wife would not pay him a penny yet, and then promise a sea captain a wind spell for almost nothing. I wish the music was balanced a little bit more. Howl eluded some of Michael's arguments by giving him a magic lesson. Sophie sewed buttons on Michael's shirts and listened to Howl going through a spell with Michael. "I know I'm slapdash," he was saying, "but there's no need for you to copy me. Always read it right through, carefully first. The shape of it should tell you a lot, whether it's self-fulfilling or self-discovering, or simple incantation, or mixed action and speech. When you've decided that, go through again and decide which bits mean what they say, and which bits are put as a puzzle. You're getting on to the more powerful kinds now. You'll find every spell of power has at least one deliberate mistake or mystery in it to prevent accidents. You have to spot those. Now, take this spell." Listening to Michael's halting replies to Howl's questions and watching Howl scribble remarks on the paper with a strange, everlasting quill pen, Sophie realized that she could learn a lot too. It dawned on her that if Martha could discover the spell to swap herself and Letty about at Mrs. Fairfax's, then she ought to be able to do the same here. With a bit of luck, there might be no need to rely on Calcifer. When Howl was satisfied that Michael had forgotten all about how much or how little he charged people in Porthaven, he took him out into the yard to help with the king's spell. Sophie creaked to her feet and hobbled to the bench. The spell was clear enough, but Howl's scrawled remarks defeated her. "I've never seen such writing," she grumbled to the human skull. "Does he use a pen or a poker?" She sorted eagerly through every scrap of paper on the bench and examined the powders and liquids in the crooked jars. "Yes, let's admit it," she told the skull. "I snoop, and I have my proper reward. I can find out how to cure foul pest and abate whooping cough, raise a wind, and remove hairs from the face. If Martha had found this lot, she'd still be at Mrs. Fairfax's." Howl, it seemed to Sophie, went and examined all the things she had moved when he came in from the yard, but that seemed to be only restlessness. He seemed not to know what to do with himself after that. Sophie heard him roving up and down during the night. He was only an hour in the bathroom the next morning. He seemed not to be able to contain himself while Michael put on his best plum velvet suit, ready to go to the palace in Kingsbury, and the two of them wrapped the bulky spell up in the golden paper. The spell must have been surprisingly light for its size. Michael could carry it on his own easily, with both his arms wrapped around it. Howl turned the knob over the door, read down for him, and sent him out into the street among the painted houses. "They're expecting it," Howl said. "You should only have to wait most of the morning. Tell them a child could work it. Show them, and when you come back, I'll have a spell of power for you to get to work on. So long." He shut the door and roved round the room again. My feet itch, he said suddenly. I'm going for a walk on the hills. Tell Michael the spell I promised him is on the bench. And here's for you to keep busy with. Sophie found a gray and scarlet suit, as fancy as the blue and silver one, dropped into her lap from nowhere. Howl, meanwhile, picked up his guitar from its corner, turned the doorknob green down, and stepped out among the scudding heather above Market Shipping. His feet itch, grumbled Calcifer. There was a fog down in Port Haven. Calcifer was low among his logs, moving uneasily this way and that to avoid drips in the chimney. How does he think I feel, stuck in a damp grate like this? Then you'll have to give me a hint, at least, about how to break your contract, Sophie said, shaking out the gray and scarlet suit. Goodness, you're a fine suit, even if you're a bit worn. Built to pull in the girls, aren't you? I have given you a hint, Calcifer fizzed. Then you'll have to give it to me again. I didn't catch it, Sophie said as she laid the suit down and hobbled to the door. If I give you a hint and tell you it's a hint, it will be information, and I'm not allowed to give that, Calcifer said. Where are you going? To do something I didn't dare do until they were both out, Sophie said, and she twisted the square knob over the door until the black blob pointed downward, and then she opened the door. There was nothing outside. It was neither black, nor gray, nor white. It was not thick or transparent. It didn't move. It had no smell and no feel. When Sophie put a very cautious finger out into it, it was neither hot nor cold. It felt of nothing. It seemed utterly and completely nothing. What is this? She asked Calcifer. Calcifer was as interested as Sophie. His blue face was leaning right out of the grate to see the door. He had forgotten about the fog. I don't know, he whispered. I only maintain it. All I know is that it's on the side of the castle that no one can walk around. It feels quite far away. It feels beyond the moon, said Sophie, and she shut the door and turned the knob green downward. She hesitated a minute, and then started to hobble to the stairs. He's locked it, said Calcifer. He told me to tell you if you tried to snoop again. Oh, said Sophie. What has he got up there? I've no idea, said Calcifer. I don't know anything about upstairs. If you only knew how frustrating it is. I can't even really see outside the castle. Only enough to see what direction I'm going in. Sophie, feeling equally frustrated, sat down and began mending the gray and scarlet suit. Michael came in quite soon after that. The king saw me at once, he said. And he looked around the room. His eyes went to the empty corner where the guitar usually stood. Oh, no, he said. Not the lady friend again. I thought she'd fallen in love with him, and it was all over days ago. What's keeping her? Calcifer fizzed wickedly. You got the signs wrong. Heartless Howl is finding this lady rather tough. He decided to leave her alone a few days to see if that would help. That's all. Bother, said Michael. That's bound to mean trouble, and here I was hoping Howl was almost sensible again. Sophie banged the suit down on her knees. Really, she said, how can you both talk like that about such utter wickedness? At least, I suppose I can't blame Calcifer, since he's an evil demon, but you, Michael. I don't think I'm evil, Calcifer protested. But I'm not calm about it if that's what you think, Michael said. If you knew the trouble we've had because Howl will keep falling in love like this. We've had lawsuits, and suitors with swords, and mothers with rolling pins, and fathers and uncles with cudgels, and aunts. Aunts are terrible. They go for you with hatpins. But the worst is when the girl herself finds out where Howl lives and turns up at the door, crying and miserable, and Howl goes out through the back door, and Calcifer and I have to deal with them all. I hate the unhappy ones, Calcifer said. They drip on me. I'd rather have them angry. Now, let's get this straight, Sophie said, clenching her fists knobbily in red strain. What does Howl do to these poor women? I was told he ate their hearts and took their souls away. Michael laughed uncomfortably. You must come from Market Shipping. Howl sent me down there to blacken his name when we first set up the castle. I said that. It's what aunts usually say. It's only metaphorically true. Howl's very fickle, said Calcifer. He's only interested until the girls fall in love with him. Then he can't be bothered with her. But he can't rest until he's made her love him, Michael said eagerly. You can't get any sense out of him until he has. I always look forward to the time when the girl falls for him. Things get better then. Until they track him down, said Calcifer. You'd think he'd have the sense to give them a false name, Michael said scornfully. Oh, wait, sorry. You'd think he'd have the sense to give them a false name, Sophie said scornfully, and the scorn was to hide the fact that she was feeling somewhat foolish. Oh, he always does, Michael said. He loves giving false names and posing as things. He does it even when he's not courting girls. Haven't you noticed he's Sorcerer Jenkin in Port Haven and Wizard Pendragon in Kingsbury, as well as Horrible Howl in this castle? Sophie had not noticed, which made her feel more foolish still. Feeling foolish made her angry. Well, I still think it's wicked going round making poor girls unhappy, she said. It's heartless and pointless. He's made that way, said Calcifer. Michael pulled a 3-legged stool up to the fire and sat on it while Sophie sewed, telling her of Howl's conquest and some of the trouble that had happened afterward. Sophie muttered at that fine suit, and she still felt very foolish. So you ate hearts, did you, Suit? Why do aunts put things so oddly when they talk about their nieces? Probably fancied you themselves, my good Suit. How would you feel with a raging aunt after you, huh? As Michael told her the story of the particular aunt he had in mind, it occurred to Sophie that it was probably just as well the rumors of Howl had come to market shipping in those words. She could imagine a strong-minded girl like Letty, otherwise getting very interested in Howl and ending up very unhappy. Michael had just suggested lunch, and Calcifer, as usual, had groaned when Howl flung the door open and came in, more discontented than ever. Something to eat? Said Sophie. No, said Howl. Hot water in the bathroom, Calcifer. He stood moodily in the bathroom door a moment. Sophie, have you tidied this shelf of spells in here, by any chance? Sophie felt more foolish than ever. Nothing would have possessed her to admit that she had gone through all those packets and jars looking for pieces of girls. I haven't touched a thing, she replied virtuously as she went to get the frying pan. I hope you didn't, Michael said uneasily as the bathroom door slammed. Rinsings and gushings came from the bathroom while Sophie fried lunch. He's using a lot of hot water, Calcifer said from under the pan. I think he's tinting his hair. I hope you left the hair spells alone. For a plain man with mug-colored hair, he's terribly vain about his looks. Oh, shut up, snapped Sophie. I put everything back where I found it. She was so cross that she emptied the pan of eggs and bacon over Calcifer. Calcifer, of course, ate them with enormous glee and much flaring and gobbling. Sophie fried more over the spitting flames. She and Michael ate them. They were clearing away, and Calcifer was running his blue tongue round his purple lips, when the bathroom door crashed open and the Howl shot out, wailing with despair. Look at this, he shouted. Look at this. What has that one woman force of chaos done to these spells? Sophie and Michael whirled round and looked at Howl. His hair was wet, but apart from that, neither of them could see that it looked any different. If you mean me, Sophie began. I do mean you. Look, Howl shrieked, and he sat down with a thump on the 3-legged stool and jabbed his wet head with his finger. Look, survey, inspect, my hair is ruined. It looked like a pan of bacon and eggs. Michael and Sophie bent nervously over Howl's head. It seemed the usual flaxen color, right to the roots. The only difference might have been a very slight, ever so slight, trace of red. Sophie found that agreeable. It reminded her a little of the color her own hair should have been. I think it's very nice, she said. Nice, screamed Hal. Oh, you would. You did it on purpose. You couldn't rest until you made me miserable, too. Look at it. It's ginger. I shall have to hide until it's grown out. He spread his arms over passionately. Despair, he yelled. Anguish. Horror. The room turned dim. Huge, cloudy, human-looking shapes bellied up in all four directions and advanced on Sophie and Michael, howling as they came. The howls began as moaning horror, then went up to despairing brays, and then up again to screams of pain and terror. Sophie pressed her hands to her ears, but the screams pressed through her hands louder and louder still, more horrible every second. Calcifer shrank hurriedly down in the grate and flickered his way under the lowest log. Michael grabbed Sophie by her elbow and dragged her to the door. He spun the knob, blew down, kicked the door open, and got them both out onto the street in Port Haven as fast as he could. The noise was almost as horrible out there. Doors were opening all down the road, and people were running out with their hands over their ears. Ought we to leave him alone in that state? Sophie quavered. Yes, said Michael. If he thinks it's your fault, then definitely. They hurried through the town, pursued by throbbing screams. Quite a crowd came with them. In spite of the fact that the fog had now become a sea drizzle, everyone made for the harbor or the sands, where the noise seemed to be easier to bear. The gray vastness of the sea soaked it up a little. Everyone stood in damp huddles, looking out at the misty white horizon and the dripping ropes on the moored ships, while the noise became a gigantic, heartbroken sobbing. Sophie reflected that she was seeing the sea close for the first time in her life. It was a pity that she was not enjoying it more. The sobs died away to vast, miserable sighs and then to silence. People began cautiously to go back into the town. Some of them came timidly up to Sophie. Is something wrong with the poor sorcerer, Mrs. Witch? He's a little unhappy today, Michael said. Come on, I think we can risk going back now. As they went along the stone quayside, several sailors called out anxiously from the moored ships, wanting to know if the noise meant storms or bad luck. Not at all, Sophie called back. It's all over now. But it was not. They came back to the wizard's house, which was an ordinary crooked little building from the outside that Sophie would not have recognized if Michael had not been with her. Michael opened the shabby little door rather cautiously. Inside, Howl was still sitting on the stool. He sat in an attitude of utter despair, and he was covered all over in thick green slime. There were horrendous, dramatic, violent quantities of green slime, oodles of it. It covered Howl completely. It draped over his head and shoulders in sticky dollops, heaping on his knees and hands, trickling in glops down his legs, and dripping off the stool in sticky strands. It was in oozing ponds and crawling pools over most of the floor. Long fingers of it had crept over the hearth. It smelled vile. Save me! Calcifer cried in a hoarse whisper. He was down to 2 desperately flickering small flames. This stuff is going to put me out! Sophie held up her skirt and marched as near Howl as she could get, which was not very near at all. Stop it, she said. Stop it at once. You're behaving just like a baby. Howl did not move or answer. His face stared from behind the slime, white and tragic and wide-eyed. What shall we do? Is he dead? Michael asked, jittering beside the door. Michael was a nice boy, Sophie thought, but a bit helpless in a crisis. No, of course he isn't, she said. And if it wasn't for Calcifer, he could behave like a jelly deal all day for all I care. Open the bathroom door. While Michael was working his way between pools of slime to the bathroom, Sophie threw her apron into the hearth to stop more of the stuff getting near Calcifer and snatched up a shovel. She scooped up loads of ash and dumped them in the biggest pools of slime. It hissed violently. The room filled with steam and smelled worse than ever. Sophie furled up her sleeves, bent her back to get a good purchase on the wizard's slimy knees, and pushed Howl, stool and all, toward the bathroom. Her feet slipped and skidded in the slime, but of course the ooziness helped the stool to move too. Michael came and pulled at Howl's slime-draped sleeves. Together they trundled him into the bathroom. There, since Howl still refused to move, they shunted him into the shower stall. "Hot water, Calcifer!" Sophie panted grimly. "Very hot." It took an hour to wash the slime off Howl. It took Michael another hour to persuade Howl to get off the stool and into dry clothes. Luckily, the gray and scarlet suit Sophie had just mended had been just draped over the back of the chair, out of the way of the slime. The blue and silver suit was ruined. Sophie told Michael to put it in the bath to soak. Meanwhile, mumbling and grumbling, she fetched more hot water. She turned the doorknob green down and swept all the slime out onto the moors. The castle left a trail like a snail in the heather, but it was an easy way to get rid of the slime. There were some advantages to living in a moving castle, Sophie thought, as she washed the floor. She wondered if Howl's noises had been coming from the castle too, in which case she pitied the folk of market shipping. By this time, Sophie was tired and cross. She knew the green slime was Howl's revenge on her, and she was not at all prepared to be sympathetic when Michael finally led Howl forth from the bathroom, clothed in gray and scarlet, and sat him tenderly in the chair by the hearth. "That was plain stupid," Calcifer sputtered. "Were you trying to get rid of the best part of your magic or something?" Hal took no notice. He just sat, looking tragic and shivering. "I can't get him to speak," Michael whispered miserably. "It's just a tantrum," Sophie said, and Martha and Letty were good at having tantrums too. She knew how to deal with those. On the other hand, it is quite a risk to spank a wizard for getting hysterical about his hair. Anyway, Sophie's experience told her that tantrums are seldom about the thing they appear to be about. She made Calcifer move over so that she could balance a pan of milk on the logs. When it was warm, she thrust a mugful into Howl's hands. "Drink it," she said. "Now, what is all this fuss about? Is it this young lady you keep going to see?" Howl sipped the milk dolefully. "Yes," he said. "I left her alone to see if that would make her remember me fondly. And it hasn't. She wasn't sure, even when I last saw her. Now she tells me there's another fellow." He sounded so miserable that Sophie felt quite sorry for him. Now his hair was dry, and she noticed guiltily it was actually almost pink. "She's the most beautiful girl there ever was in these parts," Howl went on mournfully. "I love her so dearly. But she scorns my deep devotion and gets sorry over another fellow. How can she have another fellow after all this attention I've given her? They usually gets rid of the other fellows as soon as I come along." Sophie's sympathy shrank quite sharply. It occurred to her that if Howl could cover himself with green slime so easily, then he could just as easily turn his hair the proper color. "Then why don't you feed the girl a love potion and get it over with?" she said. "Oh, no," said Howl. "That's not playing the game. That would spoil all the fun." Sophie's sympathy shrank again. A game, was it? "Don't you ever give thought to the poor girl?" she snapped. Howl finished the milk and gazed into the mug with a sentimental smile. "No, I think of her all the time," he said. "Lovely, lovely. Letty had her." And Sophie's sympathy went for good. With a sharp bang, a good deal of anxiety took its place. "Oh, Martha," she thought, "you have been busy. So it wasn't anyone in Cesari's you were talking about." As an accurate reaction, son. How are you all faring? Did the music die again? Oh, music. Oh my goodness, music. I'm being so particular today. There we go. It's very good. Shouting the first time. Oh, there will be plenty of shouting. Not that loud, though. I won't blow out the mic or anything, don't worry. And then that bombshell. Chapter 7, in which a scarecrow prevents Sophie from leaving the castle. Only a particularly bad attack of aches and pains prevented Sophie from setting out for market shipping that evening. But the drizzle in Port Haven had got into her bones. She lay in her cubbyhole and ached and worried about Martha. It might not be so bad, she thought. She only had to tell Martha that the suitor she was not sure about was none other than Wizard Howl. That would scare Martha off, and she would tell Martha that the way to scare Howl off was to announce that she was in love with him, and then perhaps to threaten him with aunts. Sophie was still creaking when she got up next morning. "Curse the Witch of the Waste," she muttered to her stick as she got it out, ready to leave. She could hear Howl singing in the bathroom as if he had never had a tantrum in his life. She tiptoed to the door as fast as she could hobble. Howl, of course, came out of the bathroom before she reached it. Sophie looked at him sourly. He was all spruce and dashing, scented gently with apple blossom. The sunlight from the window dazzled off his gray and scarlet suit and made a faintly pink halo of his hair. "I think my hair looks rather good this color," he said. "Do you indeed?" grumped Sophie. "It goes well with this suit," said Howl. "You have quite a touch with your needle, don't you? You've given the suit more style somehow." "Huh," said Sophie. Howl stopped with his hand on the knob above the door. "Aches and pains troubling you?" he said. "Or has something annoyed you?" "Annoyed?" said Sophie. "Why should I be annoyed? Someone only filled the castle with rotten aspic and deafened everyone in Porthaven and scared Calcifer to a cinder. And also broke a few hundred hearts. Why should that annoy me?" "I apologize," he said, turning the knob to red down. "The king wants to see me today. I shall probably be kicking my heels in the palace until evening, but I can do something for your rheumatism when I get back. Don't forget to tell Michael I left that spell for him on the bench." He smiled sunnily at Sophie and stepped out among the spires of Kingsbury. "And you think that makes it all right?" Sophie growled as the door shut. But the smile had mollified her. "Oh, God, if that smile works on me, then it's no wonder poor Martha doesn't know her own mind," she muttered. "I need another log before you go," Calcifer reminded her. Sophie hobbled to drop another log into the grate, and then she set off to the door again. But here Michael came running downstairs and snatched the remains of a loaf off the bench as he ran to the door. "You don't mind, do you?" he said in an agitated way. "I'll bring a fresh loaf when I come back. I've got something very urgent to see to today, but I'll be back by evening. If the sea captain calls for his wind spell, it's on the end of the bench, clearly labeled." And he turned the doorknob green downward and jumped out onto the windy hillside, loaf clutched to his stomach. "See you!" he shouted as the castle trundled away past him and the door slammed. "Botheration!" said Sophie. "Calcifer, how does a person open the door when there's no one inside the castle?" "I'll open it for you. Or Michael. Hal does it himself," said Calcifer. So no one would be locked out when Sophie left. She was not at all sure she would be coming back, but she did not intend to tell Calcifer. She gave Michael some time to get well on the way to wherever he was going, and set off for the door again. This time Calcifer stopped her. "If you're going to be away long," he said, "you might leave some logs where I can reach them." "Can you pick up logs?" Sophie asked, intrigued, in spite of her impatience. For answer, Calcifer stretched out a blue, arm-shaped flame, divided into green, finger-like flames at the end. It was not very long, nor did it look strong. "See, I can almost reach the hearth," he said proudly. Sophie stacked a pile of logs in front of the gate, so that Calcifer could at least reach the top one. "You're not to burn them until you've got them in the grate," she warned him, and then she set off for the door yet again. This time somebody knocked on it before she got there. It was one of those days, Sophie thought. It must be the sea captain. She put up her hand to turn the knob blue down. "No, it's a castle door," Calcifer said. "But I'm not sure—" Then it was Michael back for some reason, Sophie thought as she opened the door. A turnip face leered at her. She smelled mildew, and against the wide blue sky a ragged arm ending in a stump of a stick wheeled round and tried to paw at her. It was a scarecrow. It was only made of sticks and rags, but it was alive, and it was trying to come in. "Calcifer!" Sophie screamed. "Make the castle go faster!" The stone blocks around the doorway crunched and grated. The green-brown moorland was suddenly rushing past. The scarecrow's stick arm thumped on the door, and then went scraping along the wall of the castle as the castle left it behind. It wheeled its other arm round and seemed to try to clutch at the stonework. It meant to get into the castle if it could. Sophie slammed the door shut. This, she thought, just showed how stupid it was for an eldest child to try to seek her fortune. That was the scarecrow she propped up in that hedge on her way to the castle. She had made jokes to it. Now, as if her jokes had brought it to evil life, it followed her all the way here and tried to paw at her face. She ran to the window to see if the thing was still trying to get into the castle. Of course, all she could see was a sunny day in Port Haven, with a dozen sails going up a dozen masts beyond the roofs opposite, and a cloud of seagulls circling in the blue sky. "That's the difficulty of being several places at once," Sophie said to the human skull at the bench. Then, all at once, she discovered the real drawback to being an old woman. Her heart gave a leap and a little stutter, and then seemed to be trying to bang its way out of her chest. It hurt. She shook all over, and her knees trembled. She rather thought she might be dying. It was all that she could do to get to the chair by the hearth, and she sat there panting, clutching her chest. "Is something the matter?" Calcifer asked. "Yes, my heart. There was a scarecrow at the door," Sophie gasped. "What has a scarecrow got to do with your heart?" Calcifer asked. "It was trying to get in here. It gave me a terrible fright, and my heart—" "You wouldn't understand, you silly young demon," Sophie panted. "You haven't got a heart." "Yes, I have," Calcifer said as proudly as he revealed his arm. "Down in the glowing part under the logs. And don't call me young. I'm a good 1,000,000 years older than you are. Can I reduce the speed of the castle now?" "Only if the scarecrow's gone," said Sophie. "Has it?" "I can't tell," said Calcifer. "It's not flesh and blood, you see. I told you I couldn't really see outside." Sophie got up and dragged herself to the door again, feeling ill. She opened it slowly and cautiously. Green steepness, rocks, and purple slopes whirled past, making her feel dizzy. But she took a grip on the doorframe and leaned out to look along the wall to the moorland where they were leaving behind. The scarecrow was about 50 yards to the rear. It was hopping from clump of heather to clump of heather with a sinister sort of valiance, holding its fluttering stick arms at an angle to balance it on the hillside. As Sophie watched, the castle left it further behind. It was slow, but it was still following, and she shut the door. "It's still there," she said, "hopping after us. Go faster." "But that upsets all my calculations," Calcifer explained. "I was aiming to circle the hills and get back to where Michael left us in time to pick him up this evening." "Then go twice as fast and circle the hills twice, as long as you leave that horrible thing behind," said Sophie. "What a fuss," Calcifer grumbled, and he increased the castle's speed. Sophie could actually, for the first time, feel it rumbling around her as she sat huddled in her chair, wondering if she was dying. She did not want to die yet, before she had a chance to talk to Martha. As the day went on, everything in the castle began to jiggle with its speed. Bottles clinked, the skull chattered on the bench. Sophie could hear things falling off the shelf in the bathroom and splashing into the bath where Howl's blue and silver suit was still soaking. She began to feel a little bit better. She dragged herself to the door again and looked out, with her hair flying in the wind. The ground was streaking past underneath. The hills seemed to be spinning slowly as the castle sped across them. The grinding and rumbling nearly deafened her, and smoke was puffing out behind in blasts. But the scarecrow was a tiny black dot on a distant slope by then. Next time she looked, it was out of sight entirely. "Good. Then I shall stop for the night," said Calcifer. "That was quite a strain." The rumbling died away. Things stopped jiggling. Calcifer went to sleep in the way fires do, sinking among the logs until they were rosy cinders, plated with white ash, with only a hint of blue and green deep underneath. Oh, Fen! I didn't hear the noise. Hi, Fen. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Oh, thank you for the affiliate anniversary wishes. Hello, Dupe. Hello, Cammy. Hello, Fen. I hope you had a wonderful stream. What were you up to? Hi, Splasha. Splasha. Hi, Cat. Happy birthday, Cat. Oh, good. A shout out went out to you. Okay, then hopefully I can grab Cat. I don't know when it went out. Do I have to wait? I have to wait 28 seconds. Okay. But yeah, I hope you had a really good stream. Thank you for the raid. And thank you for coming in. Yeah, my volume was too quiet in my headphones. I didn't hear my own alert. You were playing the new Donkey Kong. That's wonderful. I imagine, I mean, we run in a lot of the same circles, but if anyone doesn't know, well, one, maybe a lot of you do know me, but don't know. This is what my face looks like. Hi. I'm not becoming a flesh tuber. I am only doing this for a special occasion of today and tomorrow to read my favorite book to you all. Hi, Muldrum. And then I am going back to hand cam. But yeah, I have my first affiliate anniversary, and as a huge thank you from my heart to all of you, I am reading my favorite book, Howl's Moving Castle, over today and tomorrow. And yeah, hi, I'm Ale. Any pronouns? This is the Cat Baron Cafe. It is very nice to have you here. I do a little bit of everything. I tend to do a lot of art, some reading, and some video games as well. And I always like having things a little bit spooky, but always very cozy. So I hope that you come by, that you have a great rest, and that you don't get too used to my face because I really don't like being on camera very much, but it's a special occasion. And I hope you enjoy your drinks as you come in. If you need to raid and run, please feel free to, and do anything that you need to decompress and to take care of yourselves. But otherwise, I'm gonna get back to reading. Let me give you a shout out too, Cat. Boop. Because it's Cat's birthday. So you should definitely follow Fen. Fen has amazing streams. Has also an amazing PNG tuber that has a cute little wagging tail. That always makes me super happy. And also, go and follow Cat. Because Cat has awesome streams. And also, we'll do awesome, blah, blah, blah. Awesome, awesome, awesome. This is why I don't like being on camera. It makes me weird. Kat also does great streams like sewing, and sometimes sewing while watching classic gladiators, which is amazing and always a really good time. So you should go watch Kat. So yeah. You have awesome streams. No, you have awesome streams. Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that, Fen. Don't tell me that. Also, my hair is very long and blue right now. Is correct. That is not my camera being wonky with its colors. I do have very blue hair right now. I think that's enough of being a streamer. Kat, I hope you're having a really good birthday. I'm sorry that internet borked your stuff, but I hope you're having a very good birthday. I am working on a piece of art for you, by the way. I need more days on it because I misestimated my time, but I really like it, and I hope you will too. But no pressure. But yeah, I'm working on something for you because you rule. Yay! I'm glad it's been chill. Okay, now I'll actually get back to it. We'll see if the cats come. That's why I have a chair next to me. It's not for ghosts. It is the favorite chair of my cats, and Prince has come up on it 2 times already. But we'll see if Prince or Seatbelt jump on it. And if they do, the camera that I have right now can tilt down so that you can see the cats. Okay, now we can go back to it. And if anybody needs a recap at all, please let me know. I'm happy to do so. Let's see. Sophie felt quite spry again by then. She went and fished 6 packets and a bottle out of the slimy water in the bath. The packets were soaked. She'd not dare leave them that way after yesterday, so she laid them on the floor and very cautiously sprinkled them with the stuff labeled drying power. They were dry almost instantly. This was encouraging. Sophie let the water out of the bath and tried the power on Howl's suit, and that dried too. It was still stained green and rather smaller than it had been, but it cheered Sophie up to find that she could put at least something right. She felt cheerful enough to busy herself getting supper. She bundled everything on the bench into a heap round the skull at one end and began chopping onions. "At least your eyes don't water, my friend," she told the skull. "Count your blessings." The door sprang open. Sophie nearly cut herself in fright, thinking it was the scarecrow again, but it was Michael. He burst jubilantly in. He dumped a loaf, a pie, and a pink and white striped box on top of the onions. Then he seized Sophie round her skinny little waist and danced her round the room. "It's all right! It's all right!" he shouted joyfully. Sophie hopped and stumbled to keep out of the way of Michael's boots. "Steady! Steady!" she gasped giddily, trying to hold the knife where it would not cut either of them. "What is all right? Letty loves me!" Michael shouted, dancing her almost into the bathroom and then almost into the hearth. "She's never even seen Howl. It was all a mistake." He spun them both round in the middle of the room. "Will you let go of me before this knife cuts one of us?" Sophie squawked. "And maybe explain a little." "Ooh!" Michael shouted, and he whirled Sophie into the chair and dumped her into it, where she sat gasping. "Last night I wish you dyed his hair blue," he said. "I don't mind now. When Howl said Letty had her, I even thought of dyeing him blue myself. You can see the way he talks. I knew he was going to drop this girl, just like all the others, as soon as he got her to love him. And when I thought it was my Letty, Anyway, you know he said there was another fellow, and I thought that was me. So I tore down to Market Shipping today, but it was all right. Howl must be after some other girl with the same name. Letty's never even seen him." "Let's get this straight," Sophie said dizzily. "We're talking about the Letty Hatter who works in Cesari's pastry shop, are we?" "Of course we are," Michael said jubilantly. "I've loved her ever since she started work there, and I almost couldn't believe it when she said she loved me. She has hundreds of admirers. I wouldn't have even been surprised if Hal was one of them. I'm so relieved. I got you a cake from Cesari's to celebrate. I don't know, where did I put it? Oh, here it is." He thrust the pink and white box at Sophie. Onion fell off into her lap. How old are you, my child?" Sophie asked. 15 last May Day," said Michael. "Calcifer sent up fireworks from the castle, didn't you, Calcifer?" "Oh, he's asleep." Well, you're probably thinking I'm too young to be engaged. I've still got 3 years of my apprenticeship to run, and Letty's got even longer, but we promised one another, and we don't mind waiting." Then Michael was about the right age for Martha, Sophie thought, and she knew by now that he was a nice, steady lad with a career as a wizard ahead of him. Bless Martha's heart, when she thought back to the bewildering May Day, she realized that Michael had been the one of the shouting boys leaning up on the counter in front of Martha. But Hal had been outside in Market Square. "Are you sure your Letty was telling the truth about Howl?" she asked anxiously. "Positive," said Michael. "I know when she's lying. She stops twiddling her thumbs." "Oh, yeah, she does," said Sophie, chuckling. "How would you know?" said Michael. "Because she's my sister's granddaughter," she said. "And as a small girl, she was not always terribly truthful. But she's quite young, and, I suppose she changes as she grows. She, might not look the same in a year or so." "Neither will I," said Michael. "People our age change all the time. It won't worry us. She'll still be Letty." In a matter of speaking, Sophie thought. But suppose she was telling the truth, she went on anxiously, and she just knew Howl under a false name? "Don't worry, I thought of all that," said Michael. "I described Howl. You must admit he's pretty recognizable. And she didn't see him or his wretched guitar. I didn't even have to tell her he doesn't know how to play the thing. She never set eyes on him, and she twiddled her thumbs the whole time while she said that she hadn't. Oh, that's a relief, Sophie said, lying stiffly back in her chair. And it certainly was a relief about Martha. But it was not much of a relief because Sophie was positive that the only other Letty Hatter in the district was the real one. If there had been another, someone would have come into the hat shop and gossiped about it. It sounded like strong-minded Letty not giving in to Howl. What worried Sophie was that Letty had told Howl her real name. She might not be sure about him, but she liked him enough to trust him with an important secret like that. "Don't look so anxious," Michael laughed, leaning on the back of the chair. "Have a look at the cake I brought you." As Sophie started opening the box, it dawned on her that Michael had gone from seeing her as a natural disaster to actually liking her. She was so pleased and grateful that she decided to tell Michael the whole truth about Letty and Martha, and herself, too. It was only fair to let him know the sort of family he meant to marry into. The box came open, and it was Sosari's most luscious cake, covered in cream and cherries and little curls of chocolate. "Oh," said Sophie, and the square knob over the door clicked round to red blob down of its own accord, and Howl came in. "What a marvelous cake! My favorite kind," he said. "Where did you get it?" I called in at Sosari's," Michael said in a sheepish, self-conscious way. Sophie looked up at Howl. Something was always going to interrupt her when she decided to say she was under a spell. Even a wizard, it seemed. "It looks worth the walk," Howl said, inspecting the cake. "I've heard Sosari's is better than any of the cake shops in Kingsbury." "Stupid of me. Never have been in the place. Is that a pie I see on the bench?" He went over to look. "Pie and a bed of raw onions. Human skull looking put upon." He picked up the skull and knocked an onion ring out of its eye socket. "I see Sophie has been busy again. Couldn't you have restrained her, my friend?" The skull yattered its teeth at him. Howl looked startled and put it down rather hastily. "Is something the matter?" Michael asked. He seemed to know the signs. "There is," said Howl. "I shall have to find someone to blacken my name to the king." "Was there something wrong with the wagon spell?" "No, it worked perfectly. That's the trouble," Howl said restlessly, twiddling an onion ring on one finger. "The king's trying to pin me down to do something else now. Calcifer, if we're not careful, he's going to appoint me royal magician." Calcifer did not answer. Howl roved back to the fireside and realized Calcifer was asleep. "Wake him up, Michael," he said. "I need to consult him." Michael threw 2 logs on Calcifer and called him, but nothing happened, apart from a thin spire of smoke. "Calcifer!" Howl shouted, and that did no good either. Howl gave Michael a mystified look and picked up the poker, which was something Sophie had never seen him do before. "Sorry, Calcifer," he said, jabbing under the unburned logs. "Wake up!" One thick black cloud of smoke rolled up and stopped. "Go away," Calcifer grunted. "I'm tired." At this, Howl looked thoroughly alarmed. "What's wrong with him? I've never known him like this before." "I think it was the scarecrow," Sophie said. Howl swiveled round on his knees and leveled his glass marble eyes at her. "What have you done now?" And he went on staring while Sophie explained. "A scarecrow," he said. "Calcifer agreed to speed up the castle because of a scarecrow. Dear Sophie, do please tell me how you bully a fire demon into being that obliging. I'd dearly love to know." "I didn't bully him," said Sophie. "It gave me a turn, and he was sorry for me." "It gave her a turn, and Calcifer was sorry for her," Hal repeated. "My good Sophie, Calcifer is never sorry for anyone. Anyway, I hope you enjoy raw onions and cold pie for your supper, because you've almost put Calcifer out." "There's the cake," Michael said, trying to make peace. The food did not seem to improve Hal's temper, although he kept casting anxious look at the unburning logs in the hearth all the time they were eating. The pie was good cold, and the onions were quite tasty when Sophie had soaked them in vinegar. I love vinegar onions. The cake was superb while they were eating it. Michael risked asking Hal what the king had wanted. "Nothing definite yet," Hal said gloomily, "but he was sounding me out about his brother, quite ominously. Apparently they had a good old argument before Prince Justin stormed off, and people are talking. The king obviously wanted me to volunteer to look for his brother, and like a fool, I went and said I don't think Wizard Suleiman is dead. And that made matters worse. Why do you want to slither out of looking for the prince? Sophie demanded. Don't you think you can find him? Rude as well as a bully, aren't you? Howl said, and he had still not forgiven her about Calcifer. I want to get out of it, because I know I can find him. If you must know, Justin was great buddies with Suleiman, and the argument was because he told the king he was going to look for him. He didn't think the king would have sent Suleiman to the waste in the first place. Now even you must know there is a certain lady in the waste who is very bad news. She promised to fry me alive last year, and she sent a curse out after me that I've avoided so far only because I have had the sense to give her a false name. Sophie was almost awed. You mean you jilted the Witch of the Waste? Howl cut himself another lump of cake, looking sad and honorable. That's not the way to put it. I admit I thought I was fond of her for a time. She is in some ways a very sad lady, very unloved. Every man in Angry is scared stiff of her. You ought to know how that feels, Sophie dear. Sophie's mouth opened in utter indignation. Michael said quickly, Do you think we should move the castle? That's why you invented it, wasn't it? That depends on Calcifer. Howl looked over his shoulder at the barely smoking logs again. I must say, if I think of the king and the witch both after me, I get the craving for planting the castle on a nice, frowning rock 1,000 miles away. Michael obviously wished he had not spoken. Sophie could see he was thinking that 1,000 miles was a terribly long way from Martha. But what happens to your Letty Hatter? She said to Howl. If you up and move. I expect that will all be over by then, Howl said absently. But if I could only think of a way to get the king off my back. I know. He lifted his fork with a melting hunk of cream and cake on it and pointed it at Sophie. You can blacken my name to the king. You can pretend to be my old mother and plead for your blue-eyed boy. He gave Sophie the smile, which had no doubt charmed the Witch of the Waste and possibly Letty too, firing it along the fork across the cream and straight into Sophie's eyes, dazzlingly. If you can bully Calcifer, the king should give you no trouble at all. Sophie stared through the dazzle and said nothing. This, she thought, was where she slithered out. She was leaving. It was too bad about Calcifer's contract, but she had had enough of Howl. First green slime, then glaring at her for something Calcifer had done quite freely, and now this. Tomorrow she would slip off to upper folding and tell Letty all about it. Hello, Astral. Thank you for resubscribing. That's very kind of you. Thank you. And hello, Astral. Sorry, I did not look at the chat. Thank you for the anniversary wish, Astral. I hope you're all having a good time and a good day. I'm just checking the ad timer really quick to see if I have time to do another chapter before it starts. I don't. We ended the chapter just in time. So we're going to do an ad break and then we will be right back. We do have a special guest waiting for us when we come back from the break. I'm just also double checking really quick how many chapters we have left to go, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, we're right on track. We're right on track, Prince. Oh, I ruined the surprise. Well, I guess I gotta show you all now who's here. And on the guest chair right now, wow, the heat is really making my hair frizzy. It's a little warm here. Oh, no. Oh, she's leaving. Prince was on the chair for a second. Baby, it looked like you were gonna get cozy to sleep. No? That's okay. Yeah. She's like, no, I'd rather sit 3 feet in front of the chair instead. I'm like, all right. Seatbelt, are you? I don't know where seatbelt is hiding, do you? I just got a big yawn in response. So that is the Prince update. I thought I was going to be able to show you her, but she stayed on during the ad break, and then like 10 seconds before the ads were going to be over, she was like, I'm done. Lower the music again. There we go. Bye, Prince. Don't worry. There'll be plenty of chances to see her still. Okay. So, let's get back to it. We have 4 more chapters to enjoy. I'm quite excited. Chapter 8, in which Sophie leaves the castle in several directions at once. Am I framing myself okay? Okay. It's all of the puzzles. Hi, seatbelt. Do you want to go on the chair? Let me spin away from the chair so you're tempted to go on it. Maybe if we're lucky, we'll get a seatbelt. To Sophie's relief, Calcifer blazed up bright and cheerful the next morning. If she had not had enough of Howl, she would have been almost touched by how glad Howl was to see Calcifer. I thought she'd done you. It's like I thought she'd done for you, you old ball of gas, Howl said, kneeling at the hearth, with his sleeves trailing in the ash. I was only very tired, Calcifer said. There was some kind of drag on the castle. I'd never taken it that fast before. Well, don't let her make you do it again, said Howl, and he stood up, gracefully brushing ash off of his gray and scarlet suit. Make a start on that spell today, Michael, and if anyone comes from the king, I'm away on an urgent private business until tomorrow. I'm going to see Letty, but you needn't tell him that. He picked up his guitar and opened the door with the knob green down onto the wide, cloudy hills. The scarecrow was there again, and when Howl opened the door, it pitched sideways across him with its turnip face in his chest. The guitar uttered an awful twang. Sophie gave a faint squawk of terror and hung on to the chair. One of the scarecrow's stick arms was scraping stiffly round to get a purchase on the door. From the way Howl's feet were braced, it was clear he was being shoved quite hard. There was no doubt that the thing was determined to get into the castle. Calcifer's blue face leaned out from the grate. Michael stood stock still beyond. It really is a scarecrow, they both said. Oh, is there? Do tell! Howl panted, and he got one foot up against the doorframe and heaved. The scarecrow flew lumpishly away backwards to land with a light rustle in the heather some yards off. It sprang up instantly and came hopping toward the castle again. Howl hurriedly laid the guitar on the doorstep and jumped down to meet it. "No, you don't, my friend," he said with one hand out. "Go back where you came from." He walked forward slowly, still with his hand out. The scarecrow retreated a little, hopping slowly and warily backward. When Howl stopped, the scarecrow stopped too, with its one leg planted in the heather and its ragged arms tilting this way and that, like a person sparring for an opening. The rags fluttering on its arms seemed a mad imitation of Howl's sleeves. "So you won't go," Howl said, and the turnip head slowly moved from side to side. "No." "I'm afraid you'll have to," Howl said. "You scare Sophie, and there's no knowing what she'll do when she's scared. Come to think of it, you scare me too." Howl's arms moved heavily as if he was lifting a large weight until they were raised high above his head. He shouted out a strange word, which was half hidden in a crack of thunder. And then the scarecrow went soaring away. Up and backward it went, rags fluttering, wheeling in protest, up and out and on, until it was a soaring speck in the sky, and then a vanishing point in the clouds, and then not to be seen at all. Howl lowered his arms and came back to the doorway, mopping his face with the back of his hand. "I take back my hard words, Sophie," he said, panting. "That thing was alarming. It may have been dragging the castle back all day yesterday. It had some of the strongest magic I've ever met. Whatever was it? All that was left of the last person you cleaned for." Sophie gave a weak little cackle of laughter. Her heart was behaving badly again. Howl realized something was wrong with her. He jumped indoors across his guitar, took hold of her elbow, and sat her in the chair. "Take it easy now." And something happened between Howl and Calcifer then. Sophie felt it, because she was being held by a cowl, and Calcifer was still leaning out of the grate. Whatever it was, her heart began to behave properly almost at once. Howl looked at Calcifer, shrugged, and turned away to give Michael a whole lot of instructions about making Sophie keep quiet for the rest of the day. Then he picked up the guitar and left at last. Sophie lay in the chair and pretended to feel twice as ill as she did. She had to let Howl get out of sight. It was a nuisance he was going to Upper Folding as well, but she would walk so much more slowly that she would arrive around the time he started back. The important thing was not to meet him on the way. She watched Michael slyly while he spread out the spell and scratched his head over it. She waited until he dragged big leather books off the shelves and began making notes in a frantic, depressed sort of way. When he seemed properly absorbed, Sophie muttered several times, "Stuffy in here." Michael took no notice. "Terribly stuffy," Sophie said, getting up and shambling to the door. "Fresh air." She opened the door and climbed out. Calcifer obligingly stopped the castle dead while she did. Sophie landed in the heather and took a look round to get her bearings. The road over the hills to Upper Folding was a sandy line through the heather, just downhill from the castle. Naturally, and Calcifer would not make things inconvenient for Howl. Sophie set off toward it. She felt a little sad. She was going to miss Michael and Calcifer. She was almost at the road when there was shouting behind her. Michael came bounding down the hillside after her, and the tall black castle came bobbling down the hill behind him, shedding anxious puffs of smoke from all four turrets. "What are you doing?" Michael said when he caught up. From the way he looked at her, Sophie could see that he thought the scarecrow had sent her wrong in the head. "I'm perfectly all right," Sophie said indignantly. "I'm simply going to see my other sister's granddaughter. She's called Letty Hatter, too. Now do you understand?" "Where does she live?" Michael demanded, as if he thought Sophie might not know. "Upper Folding," said Sophie. "That's over 10 miles away," Michael said. "I promised Hal I'd make you rest. I can't let you go. I told him I wouldn't let you out of my sight." Sophie did not look very kindly on this. Hal thought she was useful now because he wanted her to see the king. Of course he did not want her to leave the castle. Huh, she said. Besides, said Michael, slowly grasping the situation, Howl must have gone to Upper Folding too. I'm quite sure he has, said Sophie. Then you're anxious about this girl if she's your great niece, Michael said, arriving at the point at last. I see. I can't let you go. I'm going, said Sophie. But if Hal sees you there, he'll be furious, Michael went on, working things out. Because I promised him. He'll be mad with both of us. You ought to rest. Then, when Sophie was almost ready to hit him, he exclaimed, Wait! There's a pair of 7-league boots in the broom cupboard. He took Sophie by her skinny old wrist and towed her uphill to the waiting castle. She was forced to give little hops in order not to catch her feet in the heather. But, she panted, 7 leagues is 21 miles. I'd be halfway to Porthaven in 2 strides. No, it's 10.5 miles a step, said Michael. That makes Upper Folding almost exactly. If we each take 1 boot and go together, I won't be letting you out of my sight, and you won't be doing anything strenuous. Then we'll get there before Howl does, so he doesn't even know where we've been. That solves all of our problems beautifully. Michael was so pleased with himself that Sophie did not have the heart to protest. She shrugged and supposed Michael had better find out about the 2 leddies before they changed looks again. It was more honest this way, but then Michael fetched the boots from the broom cupboard, and Sophie began to have doubts. Up to now, she had thought that there were 2 leather buckets that had somehow lost their handles, and then got a little bit squashed. You're supposed to put your foot in them, shoe and all, Michael explained as he carried the 2 heavy, bucket-shaped things to the door. These are the prototypes of the boots Howl made for the king's army. We managed to get the later ones a bit lighter and, well, more boot-shaped. He and Sophie sat on the doorstep and each put 1 foot in a boot. Point yourself toward Upper Folding before you put the boot down, Michael warned her. He and Sophie stood up on the foot, which was an ordinary shoe, and carefully swung themselves round to face Upper Folding. Now tread, said Michael, and zip! The landscape instantly rushed past them so fast. It was only a blur, a green-gray blur for the land and a blue-gray blur for the sky. The wind of their going tore at Sophie's hair and dragged every wrinkle in her face backwards until she thought she would arrive with half of her face behind each ear. The rushing stopped as suddenly as it had begun. Everything was calm and sunny, and they were knee-deep in buttercups in the middle of Upper Folding Village Common. A cow nearby stared at them. Beyond it, thatched cottages drowsed under trees. Unfortunately, the bucket-like boot was so heavy that Sophie staggered as she landed. Don't put that foot down, Michael yelled, but it was too late. There was another zipping blur and more rushing wind. When it stopped, Sophie found herself right down the folding valley, almost into Marsh Folding. Oh, drat, she said, and hopped carefully round on her shoe and tried again. Zip! And the blur, and she was back on Upper Folding Green again, staggering forward with the weight of the boot. She had a glimpse of Michael diving to catch her, but zip! And a blur. Oh, bother! Wailed Sophie. She was up in the hills again, and the crooked black shape of the castle was drifting peacefully nearby. Calcifer was amusing himself by blowing black smoke rings from 1 turret. Sophie saw that much before the shoe caught in the heather, and she stumbled forward again. Zip! And a zip, and this time Sophie visited in rapid succession the market square of Market Chipping and the front lawn of a very grand mansion. Oh, blow, she cried. Drat! 1 word for each place, and she was off again with her own momentum, and another zip. Right down at the end of the valley in a field somewhere, a large red bull raised its ring nose from the grass and thoughtfully lowered its horns. I'm just leaving, my good beasts, Sophie cried, hopping herself round frantically. Zip, back to the mansion, zip, back to Market Square, and zip, there was the castle, and she was getting the hang of it. Zip, here was Upper Folding. But how did you stop? Zip! Oh, confound it, Sophie cried, almost in Marsh Folding again. This time she hopped around very carefully. and trod with great deliberation. Zip! And fortunately, the boot landed in a cowpat, and she sat down with a thump. Michael sprinted up before Sophie could move and dragged the boot off her foot. "Thank you," cried Sophie. "There seemed no reason why I should ever stop." Sophie's heart pounded a bit as they walked across the common to Mrs. Fairfax's house, but only in the way hearts do when you have done a lot rather quickly. She felt very grateful for whatever Howl and Calcifer had done. "Nice place," Michael remarked as he hid the boots in Mrs. Fairfax's hedge. Sophie agreed. The house was the biggest in the village. It was thatched with white walls between the black beams, and, as Sophie remembered from the visits as a child, you walked up to the porch through a garden crowded with flowers and humming with bees. Over the porch, a honeysuckle and white climbing rose were competing as to which would give the most work to the bees. It was a perfect, hot summer morning down here in Upper Folding. Mrs. Fairfax answered the door herself. She was one of those plump, comfortable ladies with swaths of butter-colored hair coiled round her head, who made you feel good with life just to look at her. Sophie felt just the tiniest bit envious of Letty. Mrs. Fairfax looked from Sophie to Michael. She had seen Sophie last a year ago as a girl of 17, and so there was no reason for her to recognize her as an old woman of 90. "Good morning to you," she said politely. Sophie sighed. Michael said, "This is Letty Hatter's great-aunt. I brought her here to see Letty." "Oh, I thought the face looked familiar," Mrs. Fairfax exclaimed. "There's quite a family likeness. Do come in. Letty's a little bit busy just now, but have some scones and honey while you wait." She opened her front door wider. Instantly, a large collie dog squeezed past Mrs. Fairfax's skirts, barged between Sophie and Michael, and ran across the nearest flower bed, snapping off flowers right and left. "Oh, stop him!" Mrs. Fairfax gasped, flying off in pursuit. "I don't want him out here just now." There was a minute or so of helter-skelter chase, in which the dog ran hither and thither, whining in a disturbed way, and Mrs. Fairfax and Sophie ran after the dog, jumping flower beds and getting in one another's way, and Michael ran after Sophie, crying, "Stop, you'll make yourself ill!" Then the dog set off loping round one corner of the house. Michael realized that the way to stop Sophie was to stop the dog. He made a crosswise dash between the flower beds, plunged round the house after the dog, and seized it by 2 handfuls of its thick coat, just as it reached the orchard at the back. Sophie hobbled up to find Michael pulling the dog away backward and making such strange faces at her that she thought at first he was ill. But he jerked his head so often toward the orchard that she realized he was only trying to tell her something. She struck her face round the corner of the house, expecting to see a swarm of bees. But Howl was there with Letty. They were in a grove of mossy apple trees in full bloom, with a row of beehives in the distance. Letty sat in a white garden seat. Howl was kneeling on one knee in the grass at her feet, holding one of her hands and looking noble and ardent. Letty was smiling lovingly at him, but the worst of it, as far as Sophie was concerned, was that Letty did not look like Martha at all. She was her own extremely beautiful self. She was wearing a dress of the same kind of pinks and white as the crowded apple blossom overhead. Her dark hair trailed in glossy curls over one shoulder, and her eyes shone with devotion for Howl. Sophie brought her head back round the corner and looked with dismay at Michael holding the whining collie dog. "He must have had a speed spell with him," Michael whispered, equally dismayed. Mrs. Fairfax caught them, panting and trying to pin back a loose coil of her buttery hair. "Bad dog," she said in a fierce whisper to the collie. "Put a One second. Yes. I just breathed in a weird way. "I'll put a spell on you if you do that once more." The dog blinked and crouched down. Mrs. Fairfax pointed a stern finger. "Into the house! Stay in the house!" The collie shook himself free of Michael's hands and slunk away round the house again. Thank you so much, Mrs. Fairfax said to Michael as they all followed it. He will keep trying to bite Letty's visitor. Inside! She shouted sternly in the front garden as the collie seemed to be thinking of going round the house and getting to the orchard the other way. The dog gave her a woeful look over its shoulder and crawled dismally indoors through the porch. That dog may have the right idea, Sophie said. Mrs. Fairfax, do you know who Letty's visitor is? Mrs. Fairfax chuckled. The wizard Pendragon, or Howl, or whatever he calls himself, she said. But Letty and I don't let on we know. It amused me when he first turned up, calling himself Sylvester Oak, because I could see he'd forgotten me, though I hadn't forgotten him, even though his hair used to be black in his student days. Mrs. Fairfax by now had her hands folded in front of her and was standing bolt upright, prepared to talk all day, as Sophie had often seen her do before. He was my old tutor's very last pupil. Well, before she retired, when Mrs. Fairfax was still alive, or when Mr. Fairfax was still alive, he used to like me to transport us both to Kingsbury to see a show from time to time. I can manage, too, very nicely if I take it slowly, and I always used to drop in on old Mrs. Penstemon while I was there. Oh, she loves her old pupils to keep in touch, and one time she introduced this young Howl to us. Oh, she was so proud of him. And she taught Wizard Suleiman, too, and she said Howl was twice as good. Well, you don't know the reputation Howl has, Michael interrupted. Getting into Mrs. Fairfax's conversation was rather like getting into a turning skipping rope. You had to choose the exact moment, but once you were in, you were in. Mrs. Fairfax turned herself slightly to face Michael. Most of it's just talk to my mind, she said. Michael opened his mouth to say that it was not, but he was in the skipping rope then, and it went on turning. And I said to Letty, here's your big chance, my love. I knew Hal could teach her 20 times more than I could. I keep bumping my microphone. I'm so sorry. For I don't mind telling you, Letty's brains go way beyond mine, and she could end up in the same league as the Witch of the Waste. Only, in a good way. There shouldn't be anybody ringing my door right now. Okay, it was probably just an accident. That was fine. Letty's a good girl, and I'm fond of her. If Miss Penstemon was still teaching, I'd have Letty to her tomorrow. But she isn't, so I said, Letty, here's Wizard Howl courting you, and you could do worse and fall in love with him yourself and let him be your teacher. Gross. Teachers shouldn't love their students like that. That's not cool. The pair of you will go far. I don't think Letty was too keen on the idea at first, but she's been softening lately, and today it seems to be going beautifully. Here Mrs. Fairfax paused to beam benevolently at Michael, and Sophie dashed into the skipping rope for her turn. But someone told me Letty was fond of someone else, she said. Sorry for him, you mean, said Mrs. Fairfax. She lowered her voice. You see, he's terribly ill, and she whispered suggestively, and it's asking too much of any girl. I told him so. I feel sorry for him, too. Sophie managed her mystified, Oh? But it's a fearsomely strong spell. Oh, it's very sad, Mrs. Fairfax went on. I had to tell him that there's no way someone of my abilities can break anything that's put on by the Witch of the Waste. Howl might, but of course he can't ask Howl, can't he? Here Michael, who kept looking nervously to the corner of the house in case Howl came round it and discovered them, managed to trample through the skipping rope and stop it by saying, I think we better be going. Are you sure you won't come in for a taste of my honey? Asked Mrs. Fairfax. I use it in all my spells, And she was off again, this time about the magical properties of honey. Michael and Sophie walked purposefully down the path to the gate, and Mrs. Fairfax drifted behind them, talking away and sorrowfully straightening plants that the dog had bent as she talked. Sophie, meanwhile, racked her brains for a way to find out how Mrs. Fairfax knew Letty was Letty without upsetting Michael. Mrs. Fairfax paused to gasp a bit as she heaved a large lupine upright. Sophie took the plunge. Mrs. Fairfax, wasn't it my niece and Martha who was supposed to come to you? Naughty girls, Mrs. Fairfax said, smiling and shaking her head as she emerged from the lupine. As if I wouldn't recognize one of my own honey-based spells. But as I said to her at the time, I'm not one to keep anyone against their will, and I'd always rather teach someone who wants to learn. Only, I said to her, I'll have no pretense here. You stay as your own self, or not at all. It's worked out very happily, as you see. Are you sure you won't stay and ask for her yourself? I think we'd better go. We have to get back, Michael added, with another nervous look towards the orchard. He collected the 7-league boots from the hedge and set one down outside the gate for Sophie. And I'm going to hold on to you this time, he said. Mrs. Fairfax leaned over the gate while Sophie inserted her foot into the boot. 7 leaguers, she said. Would you believe I've not seen any of those for years? Very useful things for someone your age, Anyway, I wouldn't mind a pair of myself these days. So it's you Letty inherits her witchcraft from, is it? Not that it necessarily runs in families, but, as often as not. Well, I even told Letty, I said. Michael took hold of Sophie's arm and pulled both boots and came down with the rest of Mrs. Fairfax's talk vanish within a zip and a rush of air. Next moment, Michael had to brace his feet in order not to collide with the castle. The door was open. Inside, Calcifer was roaring, Porthaven door! Someone's been banging on it ever since you left. Good night, Blue. Have a good night. Aw, thank you. That's so sweet. Thank you. Oh, did I miss an ad break? I'm sorry if I read right through one. Or maybe it's older? I don't know. Sarabada. Sarabada. That's a Tuxedo Mask thing, right? Like when he has his cape and he goes, Sarabada. But yeah, have a good night. Let me see. How am I on timing? Cool. Everything looks good. Okay. Just have to constantly check things a little bit. Oof. How did it get warmer? I love reading for Mrs. Fairfax. She's so silly. Chapter 9, in which Michael has trouble with a spell. It was the sea captain at the door, come for his wind spell at last, and not at all pleased at having to wait. If I miss my tide, boy, he said to Michael, I shall have a word with the sorcerer about you. I don't like lazy boys. Michael, in Sophie's opinion, was far too polite to him, but she was feeling too dejected to interfere. When the captain had gone, Michael went to the bench to frown over his spell again, and Sophie sat silently mending her stockings. She had only the one pair, and her knobby feet had worn huge holes in them. Her gray dress, by this time, had frayed and was starting to get dirty. She wondered whether she dared cut the least stained bits out of Howl's ruined blue and silver suit to make herself a new skirt with, but she did not quite dare. Sophie, Michael said, looking up from his 11th page of notes. How many nieces have you? Sophie had been afraid Michael would start asking questions. When you get to be my age, my lad, she said, you lose count. They all look so alike. Those 2 Lettys could be twins, in my mind. Oh, no, not really, Michael said to her surprise. The niece in upper folding isn't as pretty as my Letty. He tore up the 11th page and made a 12th. I'm glad Howl didn't meet my Letty, he said. He began on his 13th page and tore that up too. I wanted to laugh when that Mrs. Fairfax said that she knew who Howl was, didn't you?" "No," said Sophie, and it made no difference to Letty's feelings. She thought of Letty's bright, adoring face under the apple blossom. "I suppose there's no chance," she asked hopelessly, "that Howl could be properly in love this time?" Calcifer snorted green sparks up the chimney. "I was afraid you'd be thinking that," Michael said. "But you'd be deceiving yourself, just like Mrs. Fairfax." "How do you know?" said Sophie. Calcifer and Michael exchanged glances. "Did he forget to spend at least an hour in the bathroom this morning?" Michael asked. "He was in there 2 hours," said Calcifer, "putting spells on his face. A vain fool." "There you are, then," said Michael. "The day Hal forgets to do that will be the day I believe he's really in love, and not before." Sophie thought of Howl on one knee in the orchard, posing to look as handsome as possible, and she knew they were right. She thought of going to the bathroom and tipping all of Howl's beauty spells down the toilet, but she did not quite dare. Instead, she hobbled up and fetched the blue and silver suit, which she spent the rest of the day cutting little blue triangles out of in order to make a patchwork sort of skirt. Michael patted her shoulder kindly as he came to throw all 17 pages of his notes onto Calcifer. "Everyone gets over things in the end, you know," he said. By this time it was clear Michael was having trouble with the spell. He gave up the notes and scraped some soot off the chimney. Calcifer craned round to watch him in a mystified way. Michael took a withered root from one of the bags hanging on the beams and put it on the suit. Then, after much thought, he turned the doorknob blue side down and vanished for 20 minutes into Porthaven. He came back with a large whorled seashell and put that with the root and the soot. After that, he tore up pages and pages of paper and put those in, too. He put the lot in front of the human skull and stood blowing on it so that the soot and the bits of paper whirled all over the bench. "What's he doing?" "Oh, what's he doing, do you think?" Calcifer asked Sophie. Michael gave up blowing and started mashing everything, paper and all, with a pestle and mortar, looking at the skull expectantly from time to time. Nothing happened, so he tried different ingredients from bags and jars. "I feel bad about spying on Howl," he announced as he pounded a third set of ingredients to death in a bowl. "He may be fickle to women, but he's been awfully good to me. He took me in when I was just an unwanted orphan, sitting on his doorstep in Porthaven." "How did that come about?" asked Sophie, as she snipped out another blue triangle. "My mother died and my father got drowned in a storm," Michael said, "and nobody wants you when that happens. I had to leave our house because I couldn't pay rent, and I tried to live on the streets, but people kept turning me off doorsteps and out of boats until the only place I could think to go was somewhere everyone was too scared of to interfere with. Hal had just started up in a small way as Sorcerer Jenkins then, but everyone said his house had devils in it, so I slept on his doorstep for a couple of nights until Hal opened the door one morning on his way out to buy bread, and I just kind of fell inside. So he said I could wait indoors while he got something to eat, and I went in, and there was Calcifer, and I started talking to him because I never met a demon before." "What did you talk about?" said Sophie, wondering if Calcifer had asked Michael to break his contract too. "He told me his troubles and dripped on me, didn't you?" said Calcifer. "It didn't seem to occur to him that I might have troubles as well." "I don't think you have. You just grumble a lot," Michael said. "You were quite nice to me that morning, and I think Hal was impressed. But you know how he is. He didn't tell me I could stay. He just didn't tell me to go. So I started being useful wherever I could, like looking after money so that he didn't have to spend it all as soon as he got it, and, stuff like that." The spell gave a sort of woof then, and exploded mildly. Michael brushed soot off of the skull, sighing, and tried new ingredients. Sophie began making a patchwork of blue triangles round her feet on the floor. "I did make lots of stupid mistakes when I first started," Michael went on. "Hal was awfully nice about it. I thought I'd got over that by now, and I think I do help with money, Hal buys such expensive clothes, and he says no one's going to employ a wizard who looks like he can't make money at the trade. That's just because he likes clothes, said Calcifer. His orange eyes watched Sophie at work rather meaningly. The suit was spoiled, Sophie said. It isn't just clothes, Michael said. Remember last winter when we were down to your last log and Hal went off and bought the skull and that stupid guitar? I was really annoyed with him. He said they looked good. What did you do about the logs? Sophie asked. Hal conjured some from someone who owed him money, Michael said. At least he said he did. And I just hoped he was telling the truth. And we ate seaweed. And Hal says it's good for you. Nice stuff, murmured Calcifer. Dry and crackly. I hate it, said Michael, staring abstractly at his bowl of pounded stuff. I don't know. There should be 7 ingredients. Maybe it's 7 processes. I'm going to try it in the pentacle anyways. And he put the bowl on the floor and chalked a sort of 5-pointed star around it. The powder exploded with a force that blew Sophie's triangles into the hearth. Michael swore and hurriedly rubbed out the chalk marks. Sophie, he said, I'm stuck in this spell. You don't think you could help me, could you? Just like someone bringing their homework to their granny, Sophie thought, collecting triangles and patiently laying them out again. Let's have a look, she said cautiously. I don't know anything about magic, you know. Michael eagerly thrust a strange, slightly shiny paper into her hand. It looked unusual, even for a spell. It was printed in bold letters, but they were slightly gray and blurred. And there were gray blurs like retreating storm clouds all around the edges. See what you think, said Michael, and Sophie read. Go and catch a falling star. Get with child a mandrake root. Tell me where all past years are, or who cleft the devil's foot. Teach me to hear the mermaid singing, or to keep off envy stinging, and find what wind serves to advance an honest mind. Decide what this is about and write a second verse yourself. It puzzled Sophie exceedingly. It was not quite like any of the spells she had snooped at before. She plowed through it twice, not really helped by Michael eagerly explaining as she tried to read. You know, Howl told me that advanced spells have a puzzle in them. Well, I decided at first that every line was meant to be a puzzle, and I used soot with sparks in it for the falling star and a seashell for the mermaid singing. And then I thought I might count as a child, so I got a mandrake root down, and I wrote out lists of past years from almanacs, but I wasn't sure what that was about. And maybe that's where I went wrong. And could the thing that stopped singing be Dockleaf? I hadn't thought of that before. Anyway, none of it works. I'm not surprised, said Sophie. It looks to me like an impossible set of things to do. But Michael was not having that. If the things were impossible, he pointed out reasonably, no one would ever be able to do the spell. And, he added, I'm so ashamed of spying on Howl that I just want to make up for it by getting the spell right. Very well, said Sophie. Let's start with decide what this is about. That ought to start things moving. If deciding is part of the spell, anyway. But Michael was not having that either. No, he said. It's a sort of spell that reveals itself as you do it. That's what the last line means. When you write the second half, saying what the spell means, that makes it work. Those kind are very advanced. We have to crack the first bit first. Sophie collected her blue triangles into a pile again. Let's ask Calcifer, she suggested. Calcifer, who... But this was yet another thing Michael did not let her do. No, be quiet. I think Calcifer is part of the spell. Look at the way it says, tell me and teach me. At first, I thought it meant to teach the skull, but that didn't work, so it must be Calcifer. You can do it by yourself if you sit on everything I have to say, Sophie said, Anyway, surely Calcifer must know who cleft his own foot. Calcifer flared up a little at this. I haven't got any feet. I'm a demon, not a devil. Saying which, he retreated right under his logs, where he could be heard, cluttering about and muttering, "Lot of nonsense." All the rest of the time, Sophie and Michael were discussing the spell. By this time, the puzzle had got a grip on Sophie. She packed away her blue triangles, fetched a pen and paper, and started making notes in the same sort of quantities that Michael had. For the rest of the day, she and Michael sat staring into the distance, nibbling quills and throwing out suggestions at one another. An average page of Sophie's notes read, "Does garlic keep off envy? I could cut a star out of paper and drop it. Could we tell it to Howl? Howl would like mermaids better than Calcifer. Do not think of Howl's mind honest, but is Calcifer's? Where are past years anyways? Does it mean one of those dry roots must bear fruit? Planted? Maybe next to dock leaf? In a seashell? Cloven hoof. Most things but horses. Shoe a horse with a clove of garlic? Wind smell? Wind of 7-league boots? Is Howl the devil? No. Cloven toes in 7-league boots. Mermaids in boots? As Sophie wrote this, Michael asked equally desperately, could the wind be some sort of pulley? An honest man being hanged? Oh, that's dark magic, though. Let's have supper, said Sophie. They ate bread and cheese, still staring into the distance. At last, Sophie said, Michael, for goodness sake, let's give up guessing and try doing just what it says. Where's the best place to catch a shooting star? Out in the hills? Remy, thank you. Thank you for the well wishes. Welcome on in. I hope you had a very good week and a restful weekend. Port Haven marshes are flatter, Michael said. Can we? Shooting stars go awfully fast. So can we in 7-league boots, Sophie pointed out. Michael sprang up, full of relief and delight. I think you've got it, he said, scrambling for the boots. Let's go and try. This time, Sophie prudently took her stick and her shawl, since it was now quite dark. Michael was turning the doorknob blue down when two strange things happened. On the bench, the teeth of the skulls started clattering, and Calcifer blazed right up the chimney. I don't want you to go, he said. We'll be back soon, Michael said soothingly. They went out into the street in Port Haven. It was a bright, balmy night. As soon as they had reached the end of the street, however, Michael remembered that Sophie had been ill that morning and began worrying about the effect of the night air on her health. Music got a little loud. Sophie told him not to be silly. She stumped gamely along with her stick until they left the lighted windows behind, and the night became wide and damp and chilly. The marshes smelled of salt and earth. The sea glittered and softly swished to the rear. Sophie could feel more than see, and the miles and miles of flatness stretching away in front of them. What she could see were bands of low bluish mist and pale glimmers of marshy pools, over and over again, until they built into a pale line where the sky started. The sky was everywhere else, huger still. The Milky Way looked like a band of mist risen from the marshes, and the keen stars twinkled through it. It's one of my favorite passages. Michael and Sophie stood. Hi, seatbelt. You want to come up here for pets? Seeing if maybe she'll jump onto the chair. Come on, baby. No? Okay. She gave headbutts, but she got shy. Hey, DV. Oh, come on in. DV. Michael and Sophie stood, each with a boot ready on the ground in front of them, waiting for one of the stars to move. After about an hour, Sophie had to pretend she was not shivering, for fear of worrying Michael. Half an hour later, Michael said, "May is not the best time of year. August or November is best." Half an hour after that, he said in a worried way, "What do we do about the mandrake root?" "Let's see to this part before we worry about that," Sophie said, biting her teeth together while she spoke, for fear that they would chatter. Some time later, Michael said, "You go home, Sophie. It's my spell after all." Sophie had her mouth open to say that this was a very good idea when one of the stars came unstuck from the firmament and darted in a white streak down the sky. "There's one," Sophie shrieked instead. Michael thumped his foot into his boot and was off. Sophie braced herself with her stick and was off a second later. Zip and squash. Down far out into the marshes with mist and emptiness and dull glimmering pools in all directions. Sophie stabbed her stick into the ground and managed to stand still. Michael's boot was a dark blot, standing just beside her. Michael himself was a sploshy sound of madly running feet somewhere ahead. And there was the falling star. Sophie could see it, a little white descending flame, a few yards beyond the dark movements that were Michael. The bright shape was coming down slowly now, and it looked as if Michael might catch it. Sophie dragged her shoe out of her boot. "Come on, stick," she crowed. "Get me out there." And she set off at a top hobble, leaping across tussocks and staggering through pools, with her eyes on that little white light. Kind of like that guy. By the time she caught up, Michael was stalking the star with soft steps, both arms out to catch it. Sophie could see him outlined against the star's light, and the star was drifting level with Michael's hands. And only a step or so beyond, it was looking back at him nervously. How odd, Sophie thought. It was made of light. It lit up a white ring of glass and reeds around and black pools round Michael, and yet it had big, anxious eyes peering backward at Michael and a small, pointed face. Sophie's arrival frightened it. It gave an erratic swoop and cried out in a shrill, crackling voice, "What is it? What do you want?" Sophie tried to say to Michael, "Do stop, it's terrified." But she had no breath left to speak with. "I only want to catch you," Michael explained. I won't hurt you." No, the star crackled desperately. "That's wrong. I'm supposed to die." "But I could save you if you let me catch you," Michael told it gently. "No," cried the star. "I'd rather die." And it dived away from Michael's fingers. Michael plunged for it, but it was too quick. It swooped for a nearest marsh, and then the black water leaped into a blaze of whiteness for just an instant. There was a small, dying sizzle, and when Sophie hobbled over, Michael was standing watching the last light fade out of a little round lump under the dark water. "That was sad," Sophie said, and Michael sighed. "Yes, my heart sort of went out to it. Let's go home. I'm sick of this spell." It took them 20 minutes to find the boots. Sophie thought it was a miracle that they found them at all. "You know," Michael said as they trudged dejectedly through the dark streets of Port Haven, "I can tell I'll never be able to do this spell. It's too advanced for me. I'll have to ask Howl. I hate giving in, but at least I'll get some sense out of Howl now that this Letty Hatter's given in to him." And this did not cheer up Sophie at all. "What? Aw, thank you. Thank you for the tip." Wait a minute. From Steph. Aw, Steph, look, I'm wearing the necklace today. Along with my Howl necklace. Thank you, Steph. And thank you for tip. Thank you. Give you heart hands. Also, hello. I have long blue hair right now. I'm not going to become a flesh tuber. I am only on camera for today and tomorrow, and then not until another special event. Oh, thank you. It's so fuzzy now because the humidity has gotten to it. It was a little nicer earlier. Now it's yes, it looks okay. It's okay. I'll stop being mean to myself. It looks okay. Flesh, 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 flesh. Exactly. Also, Steph, I saw the new VTuber Vendroid? I don't know what it's called, but I saw the new VTuber model that Onsta had that was based on your art. And it looks so cool. It looks so cool. Also, I fell asleep a little bit into the stream, so I don't know if Onsta mentioned what game you all are playing or not yet. And I don't want to ask in case Onsta is still keeping it secret, but I'm happy to see you guys collab. So have fun. Okay, I'll get back to reading. Yeah, it's stunning. It's stunning, and the like whole virtual environment that it can be in too. It's real cool. It's real cool. I saw that and I was like, damn. If I get a job, I kind of want to save up for something like that one day. It's really cool. Think it's still a little bit of a secret. Okay, cool. Keep it secret. Keep it safe. It's gonna be super fun, whatever it is. There's a little bug that got in my tea. Ew. It's okay. Wow, I look pale. I really need to adjust my lighting. I look pasty. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, thank you for stopping by. I hope you're having a good weekend and my cats are fighting each other. Stop that. Come here. Come here, you. Yes. Here, you're gonna say hi to everybody. Yes. Oh, here she is. Prince, we only got like one more chapter to go. You excited? We're gonna be finishing early. Yeah. We're gonna have plenty of time to work on surprises for everyone for tomorrow. She's like, no, I want to go wrestle with Seatbelt again. It's Prince. Oh, happy nap, Zamzel. I'm a little lost. Is the girl... Ah, okay. So Howl... So here's the thing that we find out back in chapter 1 is that Sophie has two sisters. Her youngest sister is Martha, and then her middle sister is Letty. Martha was sent off to Mrs. Fairfax in order to be her apprentice. Prince has the zoomies. However, and then Letty was sent off to Cesari's, the bakery, to be an apprentice there. But both of the girls hated that. And so what they did was that they worked together to find a body shifting spell so that they could clone one another, switch places, and then Martha was in the bakery, which is where she wanted to be, and Letty was at Mrs. Fairfax's house. Mrs. Fairfax caught on right away, and so Letty had to be Letty right away. But Martha looks like Martha, but is still going by Letty at the bakery. So that's why there's like two Lettys. The one at the bakery is Martha, and Martha is the one that is dating, I don't know why I almost called him Matthew. Michael. The one that's dating Michael right now. And Letty is the one that is getting courted, so that's the middle sister. So they're both Sophie's younger sisters. Letty is closer to Sophie's age. And she's considered the most beautiful of the three sisters. But yeah. So hopefully that clears it up a little bit. That little squeak. Oh, you heard her little squeak. Prince has a very squeaky little voice. And Seatbelt is actually really hard to pick up on a mic ever because she sounds like a kitten. She just goes, meow, and that's it. But yeah. Hi, Prince. Prince is staring at me from a piece of furniture that she's on. I would flip the camera around, but I feel like that would make everybody feel sick because I would flip it around, it would go 180 degrees, and then you would see Prince upside down, so everybody would just feel sick. But yeah, hopefully that clarifies it a little bit. I've read this book many times before. So both of her sisters are dating the wizards, yeah. One sister is dating the apprentice. Martha and Michael are like almost the exact same. I think they are the exact same age, or they're like 1 year apart at the most. And then Letty is of consenting age. It is one of those things of like, I think they went for kind of older aesthetics because I think Howl is supposed to be about 25 or 26 in this story, somewhere around there. Automod. So even with Letty, or even with Sophie, Sophie is like, I think maybe 5 or 6 years younger than Howl. And then Letty is like 7 or 8 years younger than Howl. And I think the idea there is that it's supposed to be kind of, the old timey thinking of like fairy tale, medieval, dark age settings where there was a notion that that kind of thing was more common. Whether it was or not, it seems like that's not actually true, but it was a popularly conceived notion at the time of writing of this book. So, I don't know. It's one of those things of like, don't think about it too much. It's fine. It's fine. It's a fairy tale. It's fine. None of these people are real. It does do some weird things every now and again. Yeah, Automod. My Automod is very overprotective still. It's never learning. But we should get rolling again. Chapter 10, in which Calcifer promises Sophie a hint. Hal must have come back while Sophie and Michael were out. He came out of the bathroom while Sophie was frying breakfast on Calcifer, and sat gracefully in the chair, groomed and glowing and smelling of honeysuckle. "Dear Sophie," he said, "always busy. You were hard at work yesterday, weren't you, in spite of my advice? Why have you made a jigsaw puzzle of my best suit? It's just a friendly inquiry, you know." "You jellied it the other day," said Sophie, "and I'm making it over." "I can do that," said Hal. I thought I showed you. I can also make you a pair of 7-league boots of your own if you give me your size. Something practical in a brown calf, perhaps. It's amazing the way one can take a step 10.5 miles long and still always land in a cow pat. "It may have been a bull pat," said Sophie. "I dare say you found mud from the marshes on them, too. A person my age needs a lot of exercise." "You were even busier than I realized, then," said Howl, "because when I happened to tear my eyes from Letty's lovely face for an instant yesterday, I could have sworn I saw your long nose poking round the corner of the house." "Mrs. Fairfax is a family friend," said Sophie. "How was I to know you would be there, too?" "You have an instinct, Sophie, that's how," said Howl. "Nothing is safe from you. If I were to court a girl who lived on an iceberg in the middle of an ocean, sooner or later, probably sooner, I'd look up to see you swooping overhead on a broomstick. In fact, by now, I'd be disappointed in you if I didn't see you." "Are you off to the iceberg today?" Sophie retorted. "From the look on Letty's face yesterday, there's nothing that need keep you here." "You wrong me, Sophie," Hal said. He sounded deeply injured. Sophie looked suspiciously sideways. Beyond the red jewel swinging in Hal's ear, his profile looked sad and noble. "Long years will pass before I leave Letty," he said. "And in fact, I'm off to see the king again today," satisfied Mrs. Nose. Sophie was not sure she believed a word of this, though it was certainly to Kingsbury with the door-knob read down that Hal departed after breakfast, waving Michael aside when Michael tried to consult him about the perplexing spell. Michael, since he had nothing left to do, left too. He said he might as well go to Cesari's. And Sophie was left alone. She still did not truly believe what Hal had said about Letty, but she had been wrong about him before, and she had only Michael and Calcifer's word for Hal's behavior, after all. She collected up all the little blue triangles of cloth and began guiltily sewing them back into the silver fishing net, which was all that was left of the suit. When someone knocked on the door, she started violently, thinking it was the Scarecrow again. "Porthaven door," Calcifer said, flickering a purple grin at her. That should be all right, then. Sophie hobbled over and opened it, blue down. And there was a cart horse outside. The young fellow of 50, who was leading it, wondered if Mrs. Witch had something which might stop it casting shoes all the time. "I'll see," said Sophie, and she hobbled over to the grate. "What shall I do?" she whispered. "Yellow powder, 4th jar along on the 2nd shelf," Calcifer whispered back. "Those spells are mostly belief. Don't look uncertain when you give it to him." So Sophie poured yellow powder into the square of paper as she had seen Michael do, twisted it smartly, and hobbled to the door with it. "There you are, my boy," she said. "That'll stick the shoes on harder than any 100 nails. Do you hear me, horse? You won't need a smith for the next year. That'll be a penny. Thank you." It's quite a busy day. Sophie had to put down her sewing and sell, with Calcifer's help, a spell to unblock drains, another to fetch goats, and something to make good beer. The only one that gave her any trouble was the customer who pounded on the door in Kingsbury. Sophie opened it, read down, to find a richly dressed boy not much older than Michael, white-faced and sweating, wringing his hands on the doorstep. "Madam Sorceress, for pity's sake," he said, "I have to fight a duel at dawn tomorrow. Give me something to make sure I win. I'll pay any sum you ask." Sophie looked over her shoulder at Calcifer, and Calcifer made faces back, meaning that there was no thing ready-made. "That wouldn't be right at all," Sophie said, and told the boy sincerely. "Besides, dueling is wrong." "Then just give me something that lets me have a fair chance," the lad said desperately. Sophie looked at him. He was very undersized and clearly in a great state of fear. He had that hopeless look a person has who always loses at everything. "I'll see what I can do," Sophie said, and she hobbled over to the shelves and scanned the jars. The red one, labeled Cayenne, looked the most likely. Sophie poured a generous heap of it on a square of paper. She stood the human skull beside it. "Because you know more about this than I do," she muttered at it. The young man was leaning anxiously round the door to watch. Sophie took up a knife and made what she hoped would look like mystic passes over the heap of pepper. "You are to fight, and make it a fair fight," she mumbled. "A fair fight. Understand?" And she screwed the paper up and hobbled to the door with it. "Throw this in the air when the duel starts," she told the undersized young man, "and it will give you the same chance as the other man. After that, whether you win or not depends on you." The undersized young man was so grateful that he tried to give her a gold piece, and Sophie refused. So he gave her a 2-penny bit instead and went away whistling happily. "I feel a fraud," Sophie said as she stowed the money under the hearthstone. "But I would like to be there for that fight." "So would I," crackled Calcifer. "When are you going to release me so that I can go and see things like that?" "When I've gotten even a hint about this contract," Sophie said. "You may get one later today," said Calcifer. Michael breezed in toward the end of the afternoon. He took an anxious look round to make sure Howl had not come home first, and went to the bench, where he got things out to make it look like as if he had been busy, singing cheerfully while he did. "I envy you being able to walk all that way so easily," Sophie said, sewing a blue triangle to silver braid. "How was my niece?" Michael gladly left the workbench and sat on the stool by the hearth to tell her all about his day. Then he asked about Sophie's. The result was that when Howl shouldered the door open with his arms full of parcels, Michael was not even looking busy. He was rolling around on the stool laughing at the duel spell. Howl backed into the door to shut it and leaned there in a tragic attitude. "Look at you all," he said. "Ruin stares at me in the face. I slave all day for you. And not one of you, even Calcifer, can spare time to say hello." Michael sprang up guiltily, and Calcifer said, "I never do say hello." "Is something wrong?" asked Sophie. "That's better," said Howl. "Some of you are pretending to notice me at least. How kind of you to ask, Sophie. Yes, something is wrong. The king has asked me to officially find his brother for him, with a strong hint that destroying the Witch of the Waste would come in handy too. And you all sit there and laugh." By now it was clear that Howl was in a mood to produce green slime any second. Sophie hurriedly put her sewing away. "I'll make some hot buttered toast," she said. "Is that all you can do in the face of tragedy?" Howl asked. "Make toast." "No, don't get up. I've trudged here laden with stuff for you, so the least you can do is show polite interest. Here." And he tipped a shower of parcels into Sophie's lap and handed another to Michael. Mystified, Sophie unwrapped things, several pairs of silk stockings, 2 parcels of the finest cambric petticoats, with flounces, lace, and satin incense, a pair of elastic-sided boots in dove suede, a lace shawl, and a dress of gray watered silk trimmed with lace that matched the shawl. Sophie took one professional look at each and gasped. The lace alone was worth a fortune. She stroked the silk of the dress, awed. Michael unwrapped a handsome new velvet suit. "You must have spent every bit that was in that silk purse," he said ungratefully. "I don't need this. You're the one that needs a new suit." Howl hooked his boot into what remained of the blue and silver suit and held it up ruefully. Sophie had been working hard, but it was still more whole than suit. "How selfless I am," he said. "But I can't send you and Sophie to blacken my name to the king in rags. The king would think I didn't look after my old mother properly." "Well, Sophie, are the boots the right size?" Sophie looked up from her odd stroking. "Are you being kind?" she said. "Or cowardly?" "Thank you very much, and no, I won't." "What ingratitude!" Howl exclaimed, spreading out both arms. "Let's have green slime again, after which I shall be forced to move the castle 1,000 miles away and never see my lovely Letty again." Michael looked at Sophie imploringly. Sophie glowered. She saw well enough that the happiness of both her sisters depended on her agreeing to see the king, with green slime in reserve. "You haven't asked me to do anything yet. You've just said I'm going to." Howl smiled. "And you are going to, aren't you?" "All right. When do you want me to go?" Sophie said. "Tomorrow afternoon," said Howl. "Michael can go as your footman. The king's expecting you." He sat on the stool and began explaining very clearly and soberly just what Sophie was to say. There was no trace of the green slime mood now that things were going Howl's way. Sophie noticed. She wanted to slap him. "I want you to do a very delicate job," Howl explained, "so that the king will go on giving me work, like the transport spells, but not trust me with anything like finding his brother. You must tell him how I've angered the Witch of the Waste, and explain what a good son I am to you. But I want you to do it in a way that he'll understand that I'm useless." Howl explained in great detail. Sophie clasped her hands round the parcels and tried to take it all in, though she could not help thinking, if I was the king, I wouldn't understand a word of what this old woman was driving at. "Hi, Nix. Hi, Juno. Welcome on in." Michael, meanwhile, was hovering at Howl's elbow, trying to ask him about the perplexing spell. Howl kept thinking of new, delicate details to tell the king and waving Michael away. "Not now, Michael. And it occurred to me, Sophie, that you might want some practice in order not to find the palace overwhelming. We don't want you coming over queer in the middle of the interview." "Not yet, Michael. So I arranged for you to pay a call to my old tutor, Mrs. Penstemon. She's a grand old thing in some ways. She's grander than the king, so you'll be quite used to that to that kind of thing by the time that you get to the palace." By this time, Sophie was wishing she had never agreed. She was heartily relieved when Howl at last turned to Michael. "Right, Michael, your turn now. What is it?" Michael waved the shiny gray paper and explained in an unhappy rush how impossible the spell seemed to do. Howl seemed faintly astonished to hear this, but he took the paper, saying, "Now where was your problem?" and spread it out. He stared at it, and one of his eyebrows shot up. I tried it as a puzzle, and I tried doing it just as it says," Michael explained, "but Sophie and I couldn't catch the falling star." "Great gods above!" Hal exclaimed, and he started to laugh and bit his lip to stop himself. "Michael, this isn't the spell I left you. Where did you find it?" "On the bench, in the heap of things Sophie piled round the skull," said Michael. "It was the only new spell there, so I thought—" Hal leaped up and sorted among the things on the bench. "Sophie strikes again," he said. Things skidded right and left as he searched. "I might have known. No, the proper spell's not here." He tapped the skull thoughtfully on its brown, shiny dome. "You're doing, friend? I have a notion you come from there. I'm sure the guitar does." Sophie, dear." "What?" "Busy old fool. Unruly Sophie," said Howl. "Am I right in thinking that you turned my doorknob black side down and stuck your long nose out through it?" "Just my finger," Sophie said with dignity. "But you opened the door," said Howl, "and the thing Michael thinks is a spell must have got through. Didn't it occur to either of you that it doesn't look like spells usually do?" "Spells often look peculiar," Michael said. "What is it really?" Howl gave a snort of laughter. "Decide what this is about. Write a second verse." "Oh, Lord," he said, and ran for the stairs. "I'll show you." And he called at his feet, pounded up them. "I think we might have wasted our time rushing around the marshes last night," Sophie said. Michael nodded gloomily. Sophie could see that he was feeling a fool. "It was my fault," she said. "I opened the door." "What was outside?" Michael asked with great interest. But Howl came charging downstairs just then. "I haven't got that book after all," he said. He seemed upset now. "Michael, did I hear you say that you went out to catch a shooting star?" "Yes, but it was scared stiff and fell in a pool and drowned," Michael said. "Thank goodness for that," said Howl. "That's very sad," Sophie said. "Oh, sad was it?" said Howl, more upset than ever. "It was your idea, was it?" "It would be. I can just see you hopping about the marshes, encouraging him. Let me tell you that was the most stupid thing he's ever done in his life. He'd have been more sad if he had chance to catch the thing. And you—" Calcifer flickered sleepily up the chimney. "What's all this fuss about?" he demanded. "You caught one yourself, didn't you?" "Yes, and Hal began, turning his glass marble stare on Calcifer, but he pulled himself together and turned to Michael instead. "Michael, promise me you'll never try to catch one again." "I promise," Michael said willingly. "What is that writing if it's not a spell?" Hal looked at the gray paper in his hand. "It's called Song. And that's what it is, I suppose. But it's not all here, and I can't remember the rest of it." He stood and thought as if the new idea had just struck him, one that obviously worried him. "I think the next verse was important," he said. I better take it back and see." And he went to the door and turned the knob black down. Then he paused. He looked round at Michael and Sophie, who were naturally enough both staring at the knob. "All right," he said. "I know Sophie will squirm through somehow if I leave her behind. And that's not fair to Michael. Come along, both of you. So I've got you where I can keep my eye on you." He opened the door on the nothingness and walked into it. Michael fell over the stool in his rush to follow. Sophie shed parcels right and left into the hearth, and she sprang up too. "Don't let any sparks get on those," she said hurriedly to Calcifer. "If you promise to tell me what's out there," Calcifer said. "You had your hint, by the way." "Did I?" said Sophie, but she was in too much of a hurry to attend. "Hey, Kira. Hello." Okay, we have one more chapter to go today. But unfortunately, we do have one last ad break for the day as well. So we are going to let the ad run. I hope you're all doing well. Make me sound pathetic, but also useful, but also not that useful. Yeah, basically. Like, I hope everyone is having a wonderful time. If anyone needs adjustments to audio, etc., let me know. Even though we're getting down to the last chapter, we're going to take one last quick ad break, and then, yeah, we'll see you all again tomorrow. So yeah, let's do a little ad break. I'm going to do a stretch and a hydrate, and I'm going to go kiss Prince on the nose because she is on top of my dresser and within nose kissing height. So I will see you very soon. Good news. Prince's nose has been kissed 3 times. And then I gave her a toy mouse, and she kissed the mouse. And now she is going back to sleep. So, good news, everybody. Prince is still the cutest little baby of all time. This is the most important news that you will hear all day. Are you ready for one last chapter? I hope so. Good tidings to all, Prince's nose has been kissed. Chapter 11. in which Howl goes to a strange country in search of a spell. This is also one of my favorite chapters. Check on the music. The nothingness was only an inch thick after all. Beyond it, in a gray, drizzling evening, was a cement path down to a garden gate. Howl and Michael were waiting at the gate. Beyond that was a flat, hard-looking road lined with houses on both sides. Sophie looked back at where she had come from, shivering rather in the drizzle, and found the castle had become a house of yellow brick with large windows. Like all the other houses, it was square and new, with a front door of wobbly glass. Nobody seemed to be about among the houses. That may have been due to the drizzle, but Sophie had a feeling that it was really because, in spite of there being so many houses, this was somewhere at the edge of town. "When you've quite finished nosing," Hal called. His gray and scarlet finery was all misted with drizzle. He was dangling a bunch of strange keys, most of which were flat and yellow and seemed to match the houses. When Sophie came down the path, he said, "We need to be dressed in keeping with this place." His finery blurred as if the drizzle round him had suddenly become a fog, and when it came into focus again, it was still scarlet and gray, but quite a different shape. The dangling sleeves had gone, and the whole outfit was baggier. It looked worn and shabby. Michael's jacket had become a waist-length padded thing, and he lifted his foot with a canvas shoe on it. He stared at the tight blue things encasing his legs. "I can hardly bend my knee," he said. "You'll get used to it," said Hal. "Come on, Sophie." To Sophie's surprise, Hal led the way back up the garden path toward the yellow house. The back of his baggy jacket, she saw, had mysterious words on it. Welsh rugby. What the hell is that? Michael followed Howl, walking in a kind of tight strut because of the things of his legs, and Sophie looked down at herself and saw twice as much skinny leg showing above her knobby shoes. Otherwise, not much about her had changed. Howl unlocked the wavy glass door with one of his keys. It had wooden notice hanging beside it on chains. "Rivendell," Sophie read, as Howl pushed her into a neat, shiny hall space. There seemed to be people in the house. Loud voices were coming from behind the nearest door. When Howl opened that door, Sophie realized that the voices were coming from the magic-colored pictures moving on the front of a big, square box. "Howl!" exclaimed a woman who was sitting there knitting. "Hey, Meister, welcome in." She put down her knitting, looking a little annoyed, but before she could get up, a small girl who had been watching the magic picture very seriously, with her chin in her hands, leaped up and flung herself at Howl. "Uncle Howl!" she screamed, and jumped halfway up Howl with her legs wrapped around him. "Marty!" Howl bawled in reply. "How are you, Kayad? Been a good girl, then?" He and the little girl broke into a foreign language then, fast and loud. Sophie could see that they were very special to one another. She wondered about the language. It sounded the same as Calcifer Silly Saucepan's song, but it was hard to be sure. In between bursts of foreign chatter, Howl managed to say, as if he were a ventriloquist, "This is my niece Marty, and my sister Megan Patty. Megan, this is Michael Fisher, and Sophie Hatter," said Sophie. Megan shook hands with both of them in a restrained, disapproving way. She was older than Howl, but quite like him, with the same long, angular face, but her eyes were blue and full of anxieties, and her hair was a little bit darker. "Quiet now, Marty," she said in a voice that cut through the foreign chatter. "Howl, are you staying long?" "Just dropped in for a moment," Howl said, lowering Mari to the floor. "Gareth isn't in yet," Megan said in a meaning sort of way. "What a pity!" "We can't stay," Howl said, smiling a warm, false smile. "I just thought I'd introduce you to my friends here. And I want to ask you something that may sound silly. Has Neil, by any chance, lost a piece of English homework lately?" Funny you should ask that, Megan exclaimed. Looking everywhere for it he was last Thursday. He's got this new English teacher, see. She's very strict. Doesn't just worry about spelling either. Puts the fear of God into them about getting work in on time. Doesn't do Neil any harm, lazy little devil. So here he is on Thursday, hunting high and low, and all he can find is this old funny piece of writing. Ah, said Hal. What did he do with that writing? I told him to hand it in to that Miss Ingorian of his, Megan said. Might show her he tried for once. And did he? Hal asked. I don't know. Better ask Neil. He's up in the front bedroom with that machine of his, said Megan. But you won't get a word of sense out of him. Come on, Hal said to Michael and Sophie, who were both staring round the shiny, round and brown and orange room. He took Maury's hand and led them all out of the room and up the stairs. Even those had a carpet, a pink and green one, so the procession led by Howl had made hardly any noise. Had made hardly any noise as it went along the pink and green passage upstairs and into a room with a blue and yellow carpet. But Sophie was not sure the two boys crouched over the various magic boxes on a big table by the window would have looked up even for an army with a brass band. The main magic box had a glass front like the one downstairs, but it seemed to be showing writing and diagrams more than pictures. All the boxes grew on long, floppy white stalks that appeared to be rooted in the wall at one side of the room. Neil, said Howl. Don't interrupt, one of the boys said. He'll lose his life. Seeing as it was a matter of life and death, Sophie and Michael backed toward the door. But Howl, quite unperturbed at killing his nephew, strode over to the wall and pulled up the boxes by the roots. The picture on the box vanished. Both boys said words which Sophie did not think even Martha knew, and the second boy spun around, shouting, Marty! I'll get you for that! Wasn't me this time, so... Marty shouted back. Neil whirled further round and stared accusingly at Howl. How do, Neil? Howl said pleasantly. Who is he? The other boy asked. My no-good uncle, Neil said, and he glowered at Howl. He was dark with thick eyebrows, and his glower was impressive. What do you want? Put that plug back in. There's a welcome in the valleys, said Howl. I'll put it back when I've asked you something and you've answered. Neil sighed. Uncle Howl, I'm in the middle of a computer game. A new one? Asked Howl. Both the boys looked discontented. No, it's the one I had for Christmas, Neil said. You ought to know the way that they go on wasting time and money on useless things. They won't give me another till my birthday. Then that's easy, said Hal. You won't mind stopping if you've done it before, and I'll bribe you with a new one. Really? Both boys said eagerly, and Neil added, Can you make it another one of those that nobody else has got? Yes, but just take a look at this first, and tell me what it is, Hal said, and he held the shiny gray paper out in front of Neil. Both boys looked at it. Neil said, It's a poem. In the way most people say, it's a dead rat. It's the one Miss Goran set out for last week's homework, said the other boy. I remember Win and Finn. It's about submarines. While Sophie and Michael blinked at this new theory, wondering how they missed it, Neil exclaimed, Hey, it's my long-lost homework. Where'd you find it? Was that funny writing that turned up yours? Miss Angorian said it was interesting. I guess lucky for me, and she took it home with her. Thank you, said Hal. Where does she live? The flat over Mrs. Phillips' tea shop. Cardiff Road, said Neil. When will you give me the new tape? When you remember how the rest of the poem goes, said Hal. That's not fair, said Neil. I can't even remember the bit that was written down now. I was just playing with the person's feelings. He stopped when Hal laughed, felt in one baggy pocket, and handed him a flat packet. Thanks, Neil said devoutly, and without more ado, he whirled round to his magic boxes. Hal planted the bundle of roots back in the wall, grinning, and beckoned Michael and Sophie out of the room. Both boys began a flurry of mysterious activity, into which Maury somehow squeezed herself, watching with her thumb in her mouth. Howl hurried away to the pink and green stairs, but Michael and Sophie both hung about near the door to the room, wondering what the whole thing was about. Inside, Neil was reading aloud. You are in an enchanted castle with 4 doors. Each opens on a different dimension. In Dimension 1, the castle is moving constantly and may arrive at a hazard at any time. Sophie wondered at the familiarity of this as she hobbled to the stairs. She found Michael standing halfway down, looking embarrassed. Hal was at the foot of the stairs having an argument with his sister. What do you mean, you've sold all my books? She heard Hal saying. I needed one of them particularly. They weren't yours to sell. Don't keep interrupting, Megan answered in a low, ferocious voice. Listen, now, I've told you before, I'm not a storehouse for your property. You're a disgrace to me and Gareth, lounging about in those clothes instead of buying a proper suit and looking respectable for once. Taking up with riffraff and layabouts, bringing them to this house. Are you trying to bring me down to your level? You've had all that education, and you can't even get a decent job. You just hang around, wasting all that time at college, wasting all those sacrifices other people made, Howl, wasting your money. Megan would have been a match for Mrs. Fairfax. Her voice went on and on and on, and Sophie began to understand how Hal had acquired the habit of slithering out. Megan was the kind of person who made you want to back quietly out of the nearest door. Unfortunately, Hal was backed up against the stairs, and Sophie and Michael were bottled up behind him. Never doing an honest day's work, never getting a job I could be proud of, bringing shame on me and Gareth, coming here and spoiling Marty Rotten. Megan ground on remorselessly. Sophie pushed Michael aside and stumped downstairs, looking as stately as she could imagine. Come, Howl, she said grandly. We really must be on our way. While we stand here, money is ticking away, and your servants are probably selling the gold plate. So nice to meet you, she said to Megan as she arrived at the foot of the stairs. But we must rush. Howl is such a busy man. Megan gulped a bit and stared at Sophie. Sophie gave her a stately nod and pushed Hal toward the wavy glass front door. Michael's face was bright red. Sophie saw that because Hal turned back to ask Megan, Is my old car still in the shed, or have you sold that too? You've got the only set of keys, Megan answered dourly. That seemed to be the only goodbye. The front door slammed, and Hal took them to a square white building at the end of a flat black road. Hal did not say anything about Megan. He said, as he unlocked a wide door in the building, I suppose the fierce English teacher is bound to have a copy of that book. You cost me a victory royale. Sophie wished to forget the next bit. They rode in a carriage without horses that went at terrifying speed, smelling and growling and shaking as it tore down some of the steepest roads Sophie had ever seen, roads so steep that she wondered why the houses lining them did not slide into a heap at the bottom. She shut her eyes and clung to some of the pieces that had torn off the seats and simply hoped it would be over soon. Luckily, it was. They arrived in a flatter road with houses crammed in on both sides, beside a large window filled with a white curtain and a notice that said Teas Closed. But, despite this foreboding notice, when Hal pressed a button, a small door beside the window, Miss Angorian opened the door, and they all stared at her. For a fierce schoolteacher, Miss Angorian was astonishingly young and slender and good-looking. She had sheets of blue-black hair hanging round her olive-brown, heart-shaped face, and enormous dark eyes. The only thing which suggested fierceness about her was the direct and clever way those enormous eyes looked and seemed to sum them up. I'll take a small guess that you may be Howl Jenkins, Miss Angorian said to Howl. She had a low, melodious voice that was nevertheless rather amused and quite sure of herself. Howl was taken aback for an instant. Then his smile snapped on. And that, Sophie thought, was goodbye to the pleasant dreams of Letty and Mrs. Fairfax. For Miss Angorian was exactly the kind of lady someone like Howl could be entrusted to fall in love with on the spot. And not only Howl, Michael was staring admiringly too. And though All the houses around were apparently deserted. Sophie had no doubt that they were full of people who all knew both Howl and Miss Angorian and were watching with interest to see what would happen. She could feel their invisible eyes. Market shipping was like that too. "And you must be Miss Angorian," said Howl. "I'm sorry to bother you, but I made a stupid mistake last week and carried off my nephew's English homework instead of a rather important paper I had with me. I gather Neil gave it to you as proof that he wasn't slacking." "He did," said Miss Angorian. "You better come in and collect it." Sophie was sure the invisible eyes in all the houses goggled and the invisible necks craned as Hal and Michael and she trooped in through Miss Angorian's door and up a flight of stairs to Miss Angorian's tiny, severe living room. Miss Angorian said considerately to Sophie, "Won't you sit down?" Sophie was still shaking from that horseless carriage. She sat down gladly on one of two chairs. It was not very comfortable. Miss Angorian's room was not designed for comfort but for study, though many of the things in it were strange. Sophie understood the walls of books and the piles of paper on the table and the folders stacked on the floor. She sat and watched Michael staring sheepishly and Howl turning on his charm. "How is it you come to know who I am?" Howl asked beguilingly. "You seem to have caused a lot of gossip in this town," Miss Angorian said, busy sorting through papers on the table. "And what have those people who gossip told you?" Howl asked. He leaned languishingly on one end of the table and tried to catch Miss Angorian's eye. "That you disappear and turn up rather unpredictably, for one thing," Miss Angorian said. "And what else?" Howl followed Miss Angorian's movements with such a look that Sophie knew Letty's only chance was for Miss Angorian to fall instantly in love with Howl too. But Miss Angorian was not that kind of lady. She said, "Many other things, few of them to your credit," which caused Michael to blush by looking at him, and then at Sophie in a way that suggested these things were not fit for their ears. She held a yellowish, wavy edged paper out to Howl. "Here it is," she said severely. "Do you know what it is?" "Of course," said Howl. "Then please tell me," said Miss Angorian. Howl took the paper. There was a bit of a scuffle as he tried to take Miss Angorian's hand with it, and Miss Angorian won the scuffle and put her hands behind her back. Howl smiled meltingly and passed the paper to Michael. "You tell her," he said. Michael's blushing face lit up as soon as he looked at it. "It's a spell! Oh, I can do this one! It's enlargement, isn't it?" "That's what I thought," Miss Angorian said rather accusingly. "I'd like to know what you are doing with such a thing." "Miss Angorian," said Hal, "if you have heard all of those things about me, you must know I wrote my doctoral thesis on charms and spells. You look as if you suspect me of working dark magic. I assure you, I never worked any kind of spell in my life." Sophie could not stop herself making a small snort at this blatant lie. "With my hand on my heart," Hal added, giving Sophie an irritated frown. "This spell is for study purposes only. It's very old and rare. That's why I wanted it back." "Well, you have it back," Miss Angorian said briskly. "Before you go, would you mind giving me my homework sheet in return? Photocopies cost money." Hal brought out the gray paper willingly and held it just out of reach. "This poem now," he said. "It's been bothering me. It's silly, really, but I can't remember the rest of it. But what's a Riley, isn't it?" Miss Angorian gave him a withering look. "Certainly not. It's by John Donne, and it's done very well, and it's known well indeed. I have the book with it here, if you want to refresh your memory." "Please," said Hal, and from the way his eyes followed Miss Angorian as she went to her wall of books, Sophie realized that this was the real reason why Hal had come into this strange land where his family lived. But Hal was not above killing two birds with one stone. "Miss Angorian," he said pleadingly, following her contours as she stretched for the book, "would you consider coming out for some supper with me tonight?" Miss Angorian turned round with a large book in her hands, looking more severe than ever. I would not, she said. Mr. Jenkins, I don't know what you've heard about me, but you must have heard that I still consider myself engaged to Ben Sullivan. Never heard of him, said Howl. My fiancé, said Miss Angorian. He disappeared some years back. Now, do you wish me to read this poem out to you? Do that, Howl said, quite unrepentant. You have such a lovely voice. Then I'll start with the second verse, Miss Angorian said, since you have the first verse there in your hand. She read very well, not only melodiously, but in such a way that made the second verse fit the rhythm of the first, which in Sophie's opinion it did not do at all. If thou be'st born to strange sights, things invisible to see, ride 10,000 day and nights till age snow white hairs on thee. Thou, when thou return'st, wilt tell me all strange wonders that befell thee, and swear nowhere lives a woman true and fair. If thou... Hal had gone terrible white. Sophie could see sweat standing on his face. Thank you, he said. Stop there. I won't trouble you for the rest. Even a good woman is untrue in the last verse, isn't she? Oh, I remember now. Silly of me. John Donne, of course. Miss Angorian lowered the book and stared at him. He forced up a smile. We must be going now. Sure you won't change your mind about supper? I will not, said Miss Angorian. Are you quite well, Mr. Jenkins? In the pink, Howl said, and he hustled Michael and Sophie away down the stairs and into the horrible horseless carriage. The invisible watchers in the houses must have thought Miss Angorian was chasing them with a saber, if they judged from the speed with which Howl packed them into it and drove off. What's the matter? Michael asked as the carriage went roaring and grinding uphill again, and Sophie clung to bits of seat for dear life. Howl pretended not to hear, so Michael waited until Howl was locking it into its shed and asked again. Oh, nothing, Howl said airily, leading the way back to the yellow house called Rivendell. The Witch of the Waste has caught up with me with her curse, that's all. Bound to happen sooner or later. He seemed to be calculating or doing sums in his head while he opened the garden gate. 10,000, Sophie heard him muttered. That brings it to about Midsummer Day. What is brought to Midsummer Day? Asked Sophie. The time I'll be 10,000 days old, Hal said. And that, Mrs. Knows, he said, swinging into the garden of Rivendell, is the day I shall have to go back to the Witch of the Waste. Sophie and Michael hung back on the path, staring at Hal's back, so mysteriously labeled Welsh rugby, whatever the hell that is. If I keep clear of mermaids, they heard him mutter, and don't touch a mandrake root. Michael called out, Do we have to go back into that house? And Sophie called, What will the witch do? I shudder to think, Hal said. You don't have to go back in, Michael. He opened the wavy glass door. Inside was the familiar room of the castle. Calcifer's sleepy flames were coloring the walls faintly blue-green in the dusk. Hal flung back his long sleeves and gave Calcifer a log. She caught up, old Blueface, he said. I know, said Calcifer. I felt it take. And that is where we are going to end for today. Thank you so much. Day 1 of first affiliate anniversary is awesome. Tomorrow we're going to start at the same time, which is noon, GMT -4. Noon time Pacific. No, not Pacific. Eastern time. Sorry, Pacific Standard folks. But noon Eastern Standard Time, we will pick up with the book again, and we will finish the second half of Howl's Moving Castle, all in one go. Well, with ad breaks and stuff and stretch breaks, but we will finish the second half tomorrow. But thank you very much. This was a lot of fun. Thank you to Fen for rating in. Thank you so much to Draco for rating in. Thank you for the gift subs. Oh my gosh, Darksis and also Rosie's. And also, thank you for the bits and the giant emotes, Alan. People were super generous today, oh god. And also, Thank you to Wiremouse for gift subs. Oh wow, a lot happened today, didn't it? And also thank you, Astral, for the resub. Whew. Thank you all so much. And thank you to Anonymous for the throne gift. Um, I'm sorry I can't thank you directly, but I guess if you were anonymous, you wanted to be anonymous. But I thank you very, very much. Um, and thank you to Steph for the tip on coffee. It was very sweet. And yeah, today was super fun. Thank you all so much. I am going to go rest for tomorrow. I am going to work on some stuff for the stream. And yeah, we'll have more surprises tomorrow. So I'll see you then. Let's find somewhere cozy to raid you to. Who's gone right now? Let's go see. Could look at some good art. We could... Ooh, that's wild. Oh, I don't know if I've ever raided into them before. Oh, nice. Okay, cool. That looks good. Let me see. Oh, there's a lot of people on right now. Ah, there's so many people on right now. Okay. I am going to raid you all into Darksis, who was super kind earlier today and donated bits and then also like gave gift subs and is always just like a really kind person around in the community. And they're playing Monster Hunter Wilds. So I am going to send you off there and do a raid and run because I need a shower. I'm sweaty. Give Darksis my best. Please take a drink order over to Darksis. Here you go. Just grab it really quick. Can you don't drop it. Don't drop it. Okay, cool. Darksis knows what they ordered, so you know, it's fine. Just let them know that the drink is ready. Be kind, be supportive, and I'll see you all tomorrow. See ya. Oh, right, the 10 seconds of just awkwardly staring at you. Now you can actually see me awkwardly staring at you.